Engels. A Revolutionary Life. A Biography of Friedrich Engels. By John Green. 10. The memory of my parents, Marguerite and Norman, and my brother, Bob, whose lives were inspired by the dream of socialism. Contents. Introduction 9, The Wild Seed 14. Chapter THIRD-WORLDISM, Soldiering for the King 35, Love in the Satanic Mills 48, Exile and the Communist Manifesto 99. Chapter and quotes a verse from a band student song extolling freedom. But from the 17-year-old Marx we have a more profound expression of his worldview. Still at school, he writes the following in his A-level exam essay on choosing a profession. But the chief guide which must direct us in the choice of a profession is the welfare of mankind and our own perfection. It should not be thought that these two interests could be in conflict, that one would have to destroy the other. On the contrary, man's nature is so constituted that he can attain his own perfection only by working for the perfection, for the good, of his fellow men. If he works only for himself, he may perhaps become a famous man of learning, a great sage, an excellent poet, but he can never be a perfect, truly great man. History calls those men the greatest who have ennobled themselves by working for the common good. Experience acclaims as happiest the man who has made the greatest number of people happy. Religion itself teaches us that the ideal being whom all strive to copy sacrificed himself for the sake of mankind, and who would dare to set at naught such judgments. 23. If we have chosen the position in life in which we can most of all work for mankind, no burdens can bow us down, because they are sacrifices for the benefit of all. Then we shall experience no petty, limited, selfish joy, but our happiness will belong to millions. Our deeds will live on quietly but perpetually at work, and over our ashes will be shed the hot tears of noble people registered. This view of life reveals not only an incredible maturity, but also an early humanitarian outlook and sense of service to the community. It is perhaps reasonable to assume that Engels was having not dissimilar thoughts. He is certainly unhappy about leaving full-time education to enter business, as the subsequent slaking of his thirst for intellectual stimulation while in Berlin testifies. While his friends go off to university and will be able to study the latest philosophical and historical publications and debate the new ideas in the relaxed atmosphere of their chosen academies, he is to spend his valuable time slaving over an office desk, snatching spare hours to explore these worlds on his own. He takes to writing poetry and socializing with his former school comrades before they leave for university. He is animated by the Barman Poetry Circle, which centers around the young free-thinking poet Ferdinand Freiligrath. Freiligrath, also a businessman, later becomes a leading radical, and a close friend of both Marx and Engels. He collaborates with them on the radical Reinigungszeitung and is persecuted and imprisoned by the Prussian state for his revolutionary activities and writings. Engels, like the young Marx, dreams of becoming a poet and fills at least one exercise book of poems, but after the previous experience of his father going through his desk, this time he keeps them well hidden, at his friend's house. He soon recognizes that his poetic talent is not sufficient to win him any laurels. He clearly feels he can only really be himself in these circles with his friends, where they smoke, drink, debate, tell jokes and have a good laugh. In the 30s, Germany is going through a feverish intellectual period, a confrontation of minds, pro or anti-authority. The Great French Revolution of 1789 demonstrated to the ruling elites of Europe that any relaxation of tight control in any area of life could spell another challenge to their power. The Holy Alliance, a coalition of Russia, Austria, and Prussia, created in 1815, has managed, with considerable difficulty, to restore the old order, but 24. How long will it hold? The forces of revolution have been subdued, but the fetters on society reimposed by the old order are being rattled once again. It becomes clear to increasingly broader sections of society that change must come. But those calling for change come largely from among a small elite of well-educated and often privileged middle-class individuals, including a significant number of still marginalist Jews. Germany is not yet a united nation, but a mishmash of smaller statelets, with Prussia as the dominant one. They are divided by archaic customs barriers, different legal systems and governmental structures, but united by a common language and culture. There is a yearning, particularly among the well-educated younger generation, for a united Germany, but as a democratic republic. For many, particularly those like Engels and his friends, who come from the more liberal, French-influenced, Rhineland, freedom from Prussian dominance is an almost visceral goal. All these ideas, while not yet mainstream, deeply affect the young intellectuals with whom Engels socializes in Barmen. All the other siblings remain firmly in the fold and pursue the sort of lives and careers expected of them by their conservative parents. He is the only one of the family who will reject his bourgeois upbringing and become a socialist. Flying the nest. In 1838 he is sent to Bremen, in northern Germany, to complete his business training, while almost all his school friends go off to university. There, he is still not allowed to stray from the straight and narrow. His father ensures that he is quartered in the Christian household of Pastor Treviranus. The window of his small room looks out on an alley, and late in the evening things get rather noisy. He tells his sister, the cats squeal, the dogs bark, the ghosts laugh and howl and rattle the windows of the house opposite. When he stays up after 11 o'clock, he watches the lamplighter, who also lives in the alley, going on his rounds. In Bremen he is to work as commercial apprentice to the trading company of the consul Heinrich Luppold, which is involved in the export of German linen to America and the import of coffee and cigars. He writes many an entertaining letter from Bremen to his former school friends, the brothers and pastor's sons, Friedrich and Wilhelm Greber, as well as to his sister, Marie. He is not only unhappy, but also bored, he tells them, although the letters appear to contradict. 25. This downbeat assessment and reflect his wide-ranging interests and activities. They are also invariably illustrated with his witty thumbnail sketches, caricaturing himself and his friends. To the Greber brothers he laments, "If I didn't have this incredibly lively correspondence with all of you in Berlin, Bonn, Barmen, and Elberfeld, how would I be able to kill the interminable time that I sit in the office, without being able to read?" However, he takes it all with good humor. In an Iron Eichel letter he explains his work thus. "Do you know what superfine medium blend ordinary Domingo coffee is? That is again one of those profound concepts that one comes across in businessmen's philosophy and that are beyond the reach of your mental capabilities. Superfine medium blend ordinary Domingo coffee is coffee you buy from the island of Haiti, which has a light tinge of green, but is usually gray, and in which for every 10 good beans, there are 4 bad ones, 6 stones, and a half ounce of dirt, dust, etc. What he doesn't like doing is having to pack crates of samples for foreign customers. Think yourself lucky that you have nothing to do with crates of samples. It's madness and first-class chaos. You can spend the whole day in the packing sheds next to the open windows, in this cold, just packing linen. That's awful, and it's a total waste of time registered." In another letter, he makes no concealment of his fervent republicanism and his disdain of monarchs who bathe in the people's blood. "I expect anything good only of that prince whose ears are boxed right and left by his people and whose palace windows are smashed by the stones flung by the revolution registered." It is during his stay in Bremen that he begins his real struggle to be free of religion. His letters to the brothers, Friedrich and Wilhelm. 26. Greber show this clearly. He now completely rejects Orthodox religion, and hates the damned tubercular, fireside Pietism, he says vehemently in one of his letters. He adopts to begin with a liberal form of supernaturalism, but increasingly tends towards rationalism. He tells his friend Wilhelm Greber that from now on, he can only accept something as godly if it can be rationally justified. He cannot reconcile himself to the fact that, as far as he is concerned, the Bible is full of contradictions, which clearly indicates that human beings have co-written it and not the omnipotent hand of God. His period in Berlin the following year will consolidate this trend to secularism and eventually lead him to atheism. Bremen, of course, is one of the bustling and wealthy Hansa towns where trade and commerce flourish. It is also, at that time, the port from which most of Germany's poor, destitute, and adventurous emigrants sail, many to the New World. He certainly savors the more liberated atmosphere in the city, on the safer side of the black and white frontier posts that denote the Prussian state boundary. With its more liberal censorship and the opportunity of obtaining books banned elsewhere, Bremen offers its young guest untold treasures. As a Hanseatic city, it enjoys the status of an independent state, largely free of Prussian interference. Here Engels utilizes this newly discovered freedom to carry out a lively, if non-remunerative, smuggling trade, sending to his friends back home books that are banned there. He is so frustrated with his daily routine that he turns to literary pursuits to exercise his mind and give him a sense of real purpose. His writing at this time reveals a freshness and a natural facility with language. It is so full of life and strong ideas that he readily finds editors willing to publish what he writes. His first journalistic work, once published, under the pseudonym, Friedrich Oswald, in the Telegraph für Deutschland in 1839, when he is only 19. It is a critical review of a work by the philosopher and publisher of the paper, Karl Gutzkow, but it leads to the publication of further essays, travel reports, and poems. He uses the name Oswald to hide his real identity. If potential publishers found out how young he was, it would preclude his having anything else published, and if his family saw his byline it would have shocked them to see Engels demeaning himself registered by writing for a newspaper. Gutzkow reports that he has to edit his pieces for the Telegraph, taking out the personal comments that were too harsh, but that 27. Later Engels refuses to have his pieces tampered with. At this time, he still views aesthetics and style as more important than content or subject matter, but this is slowly changing. He maintains his dreams of perhaps becoming a professional writer and, like Shelley, leading the battle for freedom with his poetry. He is fascinated by shipping, foreign trade, and emigration, and is taken on a guided tour of one of the emigration ships in Bremerhaven. This causes him to reflect on why so many of his fellow Germans are prepared to leave their homeland for the uncertainty of foreign parts. He writes an article about this for the Morgenblatt für Gebildete and speaks of the uncertain position of the German peasant, trapped between serfdom and independence, the strict laws of inheritance and the fickleness of patrimonial justice. He is also horrified by the third-class berths on board, where men, women, and children are bedded alongside each other like close-fitting paving stones, the healthy next to the sick. In this, his first article for the Morgenblatt, we find Engels already observant and perceptive of social relations. In July 1839 he is out enjoying himself in a rowing boat on the river during stormy weather and uses this as a metaphor in a poem he writes in celebration of the anniversary of the German July Revolution of 1830. He describes it as the most beautiful expression of the people's will since the wars of freedom against Napoleon, and warns the dukes and kings of Germany of the fate that befell Charles X, the last of the great Bourbon kings of France, who was forced to flee the revolution in 1830 and died in exile. In the poem, his eye sweeps with angry courage over the Hanoverian river bank, where the people look up with penetrating eyes and the sword sits uneasily in its scabbard. He asks the king who has broken his promise of constitutional reform, "Do you sit as secure on your golden throne, as I in my rocking boat?" He is soon arguing that there can be no valid opposing argument to the people being involved in state power, abolishing censorship, doing away with special rights for the aristocracy and for full rights for Jews. In another letter he writes to the Greber brothers in Barmen, on November 13, 1839, he castigates them for not writing, "If you don't write today, I'll mentally castrate you, let me be with your damned Christian sophistry, no, rather a good pagan than a bad Christian." In the same letter, he then pens a passionate poetic plea for revolutionary action. 28. The sentimental little songs go unheard and the resounding hunting horn awaits a hunter to blow the rallying call for a hunt on tyrants. In the treetops God's storm is roaring and Germany's youth stands ready in the grove, swords clanging, raising their goblets brimful, from the mountains glimmer the burning castles, the thrones shake, the altars shudder and God calls through the gale and storm, forwards, forwards, who will oppose us? These are the Shelleyesque and hyperbolic romantic sentiments of youth, but nonetheless stated with conviction. This tone is not exceptional in his letters to the Greber brothers. He also writes a cycle of poems, An Evening, which again show clear resonances of Shelley, a poet he admires tremendously and plans to translate. The poem is also published in the Telegraph. His republican spirit now finds unrestrained expression even in his letters to his sister. When Marie, who is now in a genteel pensionate in Mannheim, writes to him proudly that she has been presented to the Grand Duchess von Baden, he replies brusquely, "When you are next introduced to such a royal highness, tell me only whether she is pretty or not, I have no other interest in such personalities." Although he is very much on his own, belonging to no clearly defined political circle of like-minded young men, and having to hack his own way forward out of the thicket, he is imbibing new ideas like a man with a dreadful thirst and is slowly but surely developing his own unique outlook. He is straining at the traces and complains, in one of his letters, that he spends his time copying correspondence, but not having the time to write anything of his own. He seems to get on well with Heinrich Lappold, his boss, and the latter even allows him to drink beer in the office, but there is no doubt that he is far from behaving like an exemplary trainee. Despite his complaint above, he does manage to make time to write to friends and his sister Marie quite regularly. He even has time to draft literary projects, plans for the future and to doodle cartoon sketches, some of which have survived. On one of them he portrays himself lounging in his hammock, smoking a cigar, in the warehouse attic. As soon as his boss leaves the premises, he retreats to this attic refuge to smoke a cigar, to swing in the hammock and sometimes to take a nap. He tells his sister, Marie, that I continue to practice my singing. 29. And composing regularly and even sends her samples of his compositions. He joins a choir and also goes to concerts and is a great admirer of Beethoven. After one such concert he writes, "What a symphony it was last night! You never heard anything like it in your whole life if you don't know this wonderful work. What despairing discord in the first movement, what elegiac melancholy, what a tender lover's lament in the adagio, what a tremendous, youthful, jubilant celebration of freedom by the trombone in the third and fourth movements." Copyright. In addition, he also brushes up on his languages, extending his knowledge to Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Dutch, alongside English and French. In a letter to Marie he brags that he can now converse in 25 languages, certainly, at this time, a wild exaggeration. In these months in Bremen, he remains as physically active as ever. "Recently I swam in the Weser River and left the other guys floundering away behind me," he trumpets to her. "I managed to cross it 4 times without pausing, something few in Bremen will be able to imitate." In winter, when the river is frozen over, he goes ice skating. In his letters to Marie he invariably portrays himself as the lovable ruffian. "I've now bought myself a couple of swords and fencing gloves, because I wasn't prepared to fight in my kid gloves. He also takes dancing lessons to allow my stiff legs to learn a little grace, and begins riding, which becomes a lifelong passion, galloping off with his friend Roth into the countryside outside the town. He socializes with the other apprentices and office staff, but is clearly far more advanced than most of them in so many ways, including his working knowledge of several languages, but also his wide cultural interests and debating skills." In October 1840, he reports that he has formed a Bremen mustache club. This is no doubt as a riposte to his landlord, Pastor Treveranus, who comes by one morning and says he looks quite revolting and demands that he shaves. Engels refuses point blank. "Now I shall not shave until I have a mustache as black as a raven," he tells Marie. "I have sent out a circular to all young men capable of growing a mustache, telling them that it is high time to shock all the Philistines and grow a mustache. Everyone who is brave enough to challenge the Philistines and grow a mustache was asked to sign. Soon I had a dozen mustachioed lads in the club. Facial hair adornment, particularly among younger men, is deemed to be socially egregious, so growing mustaches is a juvenile form of protest against the prevailing conservatism. His father promises him a set of razors, but he will not use them out of principle, he says. A month later, when the Mustache Club comes together to celebrate its jubilee, Engels finds that some have already been forced by their bosses to hack off those criminal appendages. Those that arrived without their mustaches were obliged to paint them on. After spending a year and a half in Bremen, obligatory military service looms before him. All young men have to face this on January 1st of the year in which they reach 20. In his unfinished work on the role of force in history, which he is writing 40 years later, he says that the wealthy could easily get out of military service, but he refuses to contemplate such a way out. His father is prepared to pull the necessary strings for him, but here, probably for the first time, he puts his foot down and opposes his father. He despises those young men, he says, who fear cold water like a rabid dog and see it as a badge of honor to dodge military service. Engels isn't going to be one of these, and reports punctually to the military conscription office in Barmen. His medical shows him to be healthy and with a strong body, making him highly suitable for the artillery. He is also well over the minimum height requirements of 5 feet, 4 inches for guardsmen in the artillery, so that's where he is instructed to report. On the basis of his final, excellent grammar school report, which is deemed the equivalent of a school leaving certificate, he will only be required to serve 1 year. He doesn't, though, have to serve immediately, and in the intervening months, he accompanies his father again on a business trip to England, via Holland, to London, Liverpool, and to Manchester, where the family firm of Ehrman and Engels is based. This is only his second trip to Britain, and he reports it romantically in an essay Landscapes that is published in the Telegraph für Deutschland. You who complain of the prosaic dullness of railways without ever having seen one should try travelling on the one from London to Liverpool. If ever a land was made to be traversed by railways, it is England. No dazzlingly beautiful scenery, no colossal mountain masses, but a land of soft rolling hills which 31. Has a wonderful charm in the English sunlight, which is never quite clear. It is surprising how various are the groupings of the simple figures. Out of a few low hills, a field, some trees, and grazing cattle, nature composes 1,000 pleasant landscapes. The trees, which occur singly or in groups in all the fields, have a singular beauty that makes the whole neighborhood resemble a park. Then comes a tunnel, and for a few minutes the train is in darkness, entering into a deep cutting from which one is suddenly transported again into the midst of smiling, sunny fields. At another time the railway track is laid on a viaduct traversing a long valley, far below it lie towns and villages, woods and meadows, between which a river takes its meandering course. To the right and left are mountains which fade into the background, and the valley is bathed in a magical light, half mist and half sunshine. But you have hardly had time to survey the wonderful scene before you are carried away into a bare cutting and have time to recreate the magical picture in your imagination. And so it goes on until night falls and your wearied eyes close in slumber. Oh, there is rich poetry in the counties of Britain. It often seems as if one were still in the golden days of merry England and might see Shakespeare with his fowling piece moving stealthily behind a hedge on a deer poaching expedition, or you might wonder why one of his divine comedies is not actually taking place on this green meadow. For wherever the scenes are supposed to occur, in Italy, France or Navarre, his baroque, uncouth rustics, his 2 clever schoolmasters, and his deliciously bizarre women, all belong basically to merry England, and it is remarkable that only an English sky is suited to everything that takes place. Only some of the comedies, such as A Midsummer Night's Dream, are as completely adapted to a southern climate as Romeo and Juliet, even in the characters of the play. In May, he accompanies his father again on a business trip to Italy. This second long business trip is certainly not for relaxation and rest, though such an impression might be adduced from his essay Lombardian Impressions published in the young Hegelian magazine, Addendum. He and his father travel by post-chaise to the Main. Centers of silk and cotton production in Switzerland, Lombardy, and Milan, then one of Europe's biggest silk markets. This certainly gives Engels an overview of the textile trade on a European level. The odd thing about this young trainee is that alongside his training, he is equally diligent as a journalist, a poet, essayist and literary critic. He does all this not, of course, under his own name, but under the already established pseudonym Friedrich Oswald. Oswald's writing can be read regularly in some of Germany's most prestigious newspapers, including the famous Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung, alongside such luminaries as Heinrich Heine and Alexander von Humboldt. We know little detail of the sort of intellectual life Engels experiences in Bremen, but in a letter to friends before he leaves, he says, contradicting his earlier remarks, "Here I've been able to read a great deal, particularly the sort of literature that you'd never be allowed to publish here, totally liberal ideas etc., critiques of the old Hanoverian billy goat." It is very likely that he has already come across the revolutionary writings of his contemporary and Rhineland compatriot, George Büchner. The latter had been influenced by the utopian communist theories of François L. Babeuf and Claude Henry de Saint-Simon. There is no evidence that the two men ever met, but it would not have been surprising given their common geographical and political affinities. While Büchner was completing his studies in Gießen, he established a secret society dedicated to revolution. With the help of the evangelical theologian Friedrich Weydig, he published a pamphlet Der Hessische Landbot, a revolutionary tract attacking social injustice in the Grand Duchy of Hesse. For this, he and Weydig are charged with treason. Weydig is arrested, tortured, and dies in prison in Darmstadt. Büchner is able to flee across the border to Strasbourg, but dies of typhoid at the age of only 23. Engels has also used his spare time to deepen his knowledge of languages, history, and philosophy. He also has his first book published, by Brockhaus and Avenarius, in Leipzig and Paris, Das Leben, Charakter und Philosophie de Horaz. Ein Dialogue. His first published poem, The Bedouinen, had already been printed in the Bremisch Conversationsblatt. His keen interest in writing and in journalism has clearly been well established, although he is still only 20 years of age. At the end of March 1841, he concludes his training with Heinrich Luppold in Bremen, and bids farewell to the town in a manner that lends credence to his ruffian image, with 2 duels, as related in a letter to his friend, Friedrich Greber. "I am now fencing furiously and will soon hack you all to pieces. I have had 2 duels here in the last 4 weeks. The first fellow has retracted the insulting words of stupid boy which he said to me after I gave him a box on the ear, and the slap is still unexpiated. I fought with the second fellow yesterday and gave him a real beauty above the brow, running right down from the top, a really first-class prime. He has not only made enemies, but also a number of friends during his stay and has enjoyed a rather relaxed life, although it hasn't provided him with the intellectual stimulus he so desperately seeks. He tells his sister in March, shortly before his departure, I thank God that I can now leave this tedious nest, in which you can only fence, eat, drink, sleep and slog voila out. He yearns for the time to be able to study full-time and not have to waste it anymore in the soul-destroying routines of business. He hopes that after completing his year's military service, his father will then let him go to university. Soldiering for the King. Towards the end of September 1841, Engels takes the post-chaise to Berlin to undertake his obligatory military service as a dutiful Prussian citizen, and reports for duty on October 1. In the previous weeks he has been dreading the ordeal of wasted hours marching up and down Berlin's wide avenues, but this dread is compensated by the thought that he'll be able to take advantage of the intellectual opportunities in the Prussian capital. Of 1,000 conscripts only 25 are one-year men, like Engels. In the regulations it states that the one-year men are permitted to undertake activities in furtherance of their careers, insofar as they do not conflict with the needs of the service. He is excited about the prospect of being able to attend lectures at Berlin's Friedrich Wilhelms University. At this time the university is a renowned center of struggle between the different philosophical schools and an exciting focus of debate on existential questions. On arrival he is met by his friends, Friedrich Pleitmacher and Gustav Feldmann, with whom he has corresponded during his time in Bremen, and they will introduce him to Berlin city life and culture. He is here at a crucial time. The year 1841 is one of the most exciting for a long time. A stormy revolutionary process is taking place within Prussian philosophical radicalism. In Germany, such philosophical debates are the equivalent of torrid party political feuds in other countries, like Britain. This one heralds a conflict the like of which Germany has not seen since Luther nailed his theses to Wittenberg's cathedral portal and ushered in the Reformation in 1517. 35. To begin with, Engels is quartered in the barracks on the Kupfergraben, only a short walk from the university, the citadel of Berlin's intellectual life. When he enters its lofty portals for the first time, he feels a deep sense of humility and privilege to be able to sit in its hallowed auditorium among the full-time students. Now is his opportunity to test his hard-earned autodidactic learning and supplement his ideas. During this year, despite the intellectual rewards, he never warms to this most Prussian of all cities, with its monumental, neoclassical buildings, its wide avenues, exercise squares, and military aura. In later life he will say that whenever he hears the name Berlin he again feels sand between his toes. The poetry of nature is missing, sand, sand, sand. This refers to the fact that Berlin was built in a glaciated basin, ringed by shallow lakes and with an extremely sandy soil, which, when whipped up by the winds, penetrates every crevice and crack. It is not only the sand that irritates him in Berlin, but also its gritty citizens. They are a little like the proverbial cockneys, with sharp and witty tongues, but also a down-to-earth vulgarity. Whenever he hears a Berlin dialect being spoken, he says, he hears the snotty bark of my Prussian lieutenant in my ear. The Berlin cuisine, too, offers no prandial recompense. He consumes it largely in the barracks, and it is, for him, the epitome of poverty and lacking in imagination. In 1888, during his journey to America on the steamship, Susie of Berlin, he will tell Edward Bernstein that, Berlin has never seemed so beautiful to me as on this city of Berlin. As a one-year conscript, he is obliged to pay for his own uniform, his upkeep, and that of his service horse. However, his father has agreed to cover all the costs of his conscription year in Berlin. To begin with, he resists moving into private lodgings, but he finds the military routine and privations in the barracks incredibly tedious, and they circumscribe his freedom to follow more worthwhile pursuits. Although he can lodge there for free, with checks from home, arriving regularly and punctually, he is soon able to move out and find more comfortable private lodgings in Dorotheenstrasse. He also takes advantage of other special privileges enjoyed by one-year conscripts, which include the services of a young batman, as well as special leave and the right to continue with his studies. He clearly has time, too, to visit the theater, the opera, and concerts. At a recital by Franz Liszt, he is particularly moved by the pianists. 36. Demonic and expressive playing, and includes a sketch of him in one of his letters home. It takes him a full 3 months to settle down in the city, before he feels in the mood to write his first letter home. Of course, much of his time is taken up with parading back and forth in the exercise yards and often in front of the king. I really can't do any more of this damned marching up and down the Schlossplatz, he writes to his sister. So, from October 1841 until September 30, 1842, like a reluctant peacock, he has to parade in the plumage of the Prussian king. He describes for his sister Marie his new blue uniform with its black collar, decorated with 2 yellow stripes, red reversed-out coattails and epaulets ribbed with white. I can tell you, he says, it makes me feel really pompous. I could be put on an exhibition stand. Recently I totally disconcerted the poet Reichert, who is here at the moment, and I really annoyed him. I sat right at the front when he gave a reading here, and the poor fellow could only concentrate on my burnished buttons and was really thrown. Very soon, though, Engels becomes a bombardier and is obliged to wear a new uniform with gold braid and a blue collar with red piping. He again continues to upbraid his sister for her obsequiousness to the aristocracy. What are you chattering in your letter about old Fritz and young Fritz Chen Wilm Chen? You women should not get involved in politics about which you understand nothing. Towards the end of his year, Engels also has the companionship of a dog. It's a handsome young spaniel, and quite crazy, he writes to his sister, Marie. He has a great talent for boozing, and if I go to a restaurant in the evening, he always sits near me and has his share, or makes himself at home at everybody else's table. He is an excellent swimmer but too crazy to learn any tricks. I have taught him one thing. When I say Naaman Loser there's an aristocrat, he goes wild with rage and growls hideously at the person I show him. Despite finding the chores of conscript life difficult to bear, Engels accepts them with stoicism, utilizing the opportunity to pick up 37. Important military knowledge, which he later exploits in his acclaimed articles on military tactics and strategy as well as in his temporary career, in 1848, as a revolutionary soldier. In this pursuit he is undoubtedly encouraged by his company commander, Herr von Wedel, of whom Engels retains fond memories, and later refers to him as my old captain. He is given a thorough grounding in artillery techniques, particularly at the hands of 1st Lieutenant von Platen and 2nd Lieutenant Schmidt. This training is utilized 15 years later when he writes on military equipment and tactics for the New American Encyclopedia, which in terms of military knowledge at the time is highly competent. Engels hates all the rigorous and pointless exercising, even though he is spared the worst of it. He speaks of the big Wartfeld exercise square as a place, where you sink up to your knees in sand, and it has the peculiar property of being electric. When the 12th Infantry Household Artillery, to which I belong, arrives there, and is negatively charged, the positive and negative electricity clashes and creates mayhem and chaos in the air, attracting all the clouds. Otherwise, he moans, how can I explain that it always rains or snows when our company is on the square? Alongside his square bashing, which leaves him little time during the day for other pursuits, he certainly makes full use of his evenings off after the strenuous daily training, to slip into lectures at the university. In 1842 he writes, "The most important aspect of Berlin and what differentiates the Prussian capital from other cities, is its university. I don't mean the imposing facades on the Opera Square, not the Anatomy and Mineralogy Museum, but the numerous lecture halls with their erudite and pedantic professors, witty and serious students, young and old with moss-encrusted academic heads. Berlin boasts representatives of all points of view among its academic staff and thus makes a lively polemic possible and provides the student with an illuminating and clear overview of contemporary tendencies." Despite being a member of His Majesty's Armed Forces, Engels throws himself into the intellectual maelstrom of university life, and 38. Is particularly excited by the ideas of Hegel, which he sees as a direct challenge to the old order. He attends lectures whenever he can get away from his eternal parading, although not legitimately, as he is not a registered student, but an interloper. And, if he can't attend certain lectures that interest him, he borrows other students' notes. We know, for instance, from the young Hegelian and later philosophical historian, Kuno Fischer, that in writing his polemical pamphlet against Schelling's revelational philosophy, Engels uses the notes of fellow students. Schelling was parachuted into his professorial post in Berlin by the Prussian king, largely in order to combat the dangerous militancy of the followers of Hegel. He was a renowned conservative, promoting a mystical, classically based philosophy that provided an intellectual bolster for the reactionaries of the Prussian state. This infuriates the followers of Hegel. Engels is so incensed that he writes a furious rebuttal of Schelling's ideas. We do know about some of the lectures Engels attends, but little about who he meets and what he learns at the university. From the letters he writes to his sister we glean scant information in this direction. They are couched in big brother bravado and at a level he deems suitable for her. Of his own inner thoughts, political ideas and turmoil he reveals little. We do know, though, that his main interest is in the great philosophical debates of the time, and he attends those lectures which feed into that interest. Among the students who would have sat alongside him at the time are Søren Kierkegaard, Jacob Burckhardt, and Mikhail Bakunin, as well as several other Russian revolutionaries, although it is unknown whether he gets to know any of them or has any contact at all. Marx, who studied philosophy at the university from 1836 to 41, left the city only a few months before Engels' arrival. Prussia at this time is a virtual police state. Political parties are still forbidden and secret agents are everywhere sniffing for any signs of dissidence and rebellion. Despite the philosophical debates at the university, Berlin, too, is characterized by this stifling atmosphere. It is an affront to any free-thinking young man or woman, and Engels feels this acutely. One way of attempting to get around the bans and censorship is for like-minded individuals to form or join literary, philosophical, or musical circles, where a relatively relaxed atmosphere allows heretical ideas to be aired. As public political debate and opposition to the powers that be are out of the question, such 39 issues can only be raised publicly under the guise of philosophical positioning. The rulers only fear ideas when they grip the masses, as Marx later phrases it, as long as they are confined to small, ineffective groups of students and professors, they are largely tolerated. Thus, various groups rallied around leading academic or intellectual figures. Engels and other young radicals are particularly attracted to the ideas of George Hegel, the foremost German idealist philosopher. Although he had died 10 years earlier, his ideas are still resonating strongly in 1841, particularly in Berlin among the young intellectuals seeking alternatives to the rigid irrationality of the Prussian state and perhaps sensing the underlying seismic rumblings among the people. In his student days, Hegel had been an avid supporter of the French Revolution, but in his mature years, as professor and rector of the university in Berlin, he became an upholder of the constitutional Prussian monarchy. For him, the French Revolution was significant because it introduced the concept of individual political freedom into European societies for the first time in recorded history, even though it later descended into terror. Hegel's remarks on the French Revolution led the poet Heinrich Heine to call him the Orleans of German philosophy. Although Hegel's philosophy is considered one of the most complex of all philosophies, this apparently proved no barrier to the young Engels. Hegel's goal was to provide an all-encompassing, systematic theory of the universe. The revolutionary in his philosophy was his method of thinking, his use of the dialectic. The concept of dialectics was elaborated by Hegel, whose dynamic model of nature and history gave it a new lease of life. To properly comprehend and perceive the dialectical is of absolute importance. It is, in essence, the principle of all movement, all life, and all activity in reality, he said. It is undoubtedly this holistic approach and the revolutionary use of the dialectical method which most inspire Engels. Hegel believed that his method could be applied to explain and systematize the whole universe. For him the dialectic was a manifestation of what he termed the Weltgeist. He believed that human reason, the human mind, was a manifestation of God, but his God had little in common with the God of the Christian tradition. Using the dialectical method, he formulated a theory which propounded general laws of development in nature, society and 40. Thought. He maintained that historical conditions are only transitory stages in social development, from a lower to a higher form of civilization. What today has a justified existence, tomorrow will die and be replaced by something new. The dialectical method as a general developmental theory meant that there were no fixities, no absolute truths. And it is this idea that gave his philosophy such an explosive resonance. Society, in his view, was not something fixed, but the transient result of an ongoing conflict between opposing or contradictory forces. Hegel argued that the state must always be rational, and at the time it is this concept particularly that attracts the revolutionary students who are daily confronted by the perceived irrationality of the Prussian state and society in general. However, Hegel's philosophy contained a central contradiction. He considered that the basis for all reality lay in the development of ideas, culminating in the absolute idea, which would find its expression precisely in the establishment of a reforming Prussian state. He viewed the evolution of nature, humankind, and social relations as based in the development of ideas. The intellect develops and in an irreversible process drives history forwards. Marx and Engels are, later, to turn Hegel upside down and put him from standing on his head, firmly back on his feet, as they expressed it. Contrary to Hegel, they will maintain that ideas arise out of material being and that consciousness is simply an expression of a particularly highly developed form of material, the human brain, an interpretation first made by Ludwig Feuerbach. Hegel argued that in the objective world, as in the mind, dialectical conflict or contradiction would eventually lead to a state of absolute perfection. Each new synthesis approaches and eventually culminates in the fulfillment of divine will. For Marx and Engels, on the other hand, each new synthesis inevitably approaches and eventually culminates in the utopian goal of communism, where conflict will be resolved. Marx and Engels believed that the dialectic worked not because of divine will represented in human reason, but that it was firmly based in the natural struggles taking place in the material world. This central contradiction in Hegel's philosophy, mentioned above, leads directly to the establishment of two groups of Hegelians: the revolutionary young Hegelians, to which Marx and Engels belong, and the conservative, old, or right, Hegelians. The former place emphasis on the dialectical method and see Hegel's philosophy. 41. As implicitly anti-feudal and anti-religious, while the old Hegelians use his philosophy to justify the Prussian state as the realization of the absolute idea, they advocate a Protestant orthodoxy and the political conservatism of the post-Napoleonic Restoration period. Hegel's influence was immense both within philosophy and in the sciences. Throughout the 19th century many chairs of philosophy around Europe were held by Hegelians. He was particularly influential on the work of Ludwig Feuerbach, another key philosophical source for Marx and Engels, but also on the existential philosophers, Kierkegaard and, in the 20th century, on Jean-Paul Sartre. By the 1850s, after less than a generation, Hegel's philosophy will be suppressed and even banned by the Prussian autocrats. His philosophy amounted to a direct challenge to the fixities of both entrenched religion and the Prussian monarchy. By emphasizing the primacy of reason and underlining the dynamics of change through dialectical processes, he implicitly undermined the ideological foundations of the traditional hierarchies. Today, Hegel is probably more significant historically for what his ideas achieved politically, through the interpretations of others, than philosophically. He provided a new generation with an arsenal of ideas with which to do battle. The young Hegelians embraced his ideas, but divested them of their Prussian accoutrements. They also saw themselves as the successors of the French encyclopedists, followers of the leading Enlightenment figures, Voltaire and Diderot. It is Carl Friedrich Werder who probably first introduces Engels to Hegelian philosophy. Werder's lectures are very popular and provoke keen debates among the students, and it is Werder who opens the attack in 1841 on Friedrich Wilhelm Schelling, who had been given a professorship at the university by the Prussian king. Engels throws himself into the stormy debate between the pro- and anti-Hegelians and, after hearing the inaugural lecture by Schelling, the chief critic of Hegel's thought, he immediately writes two brochures, published anonymously, and an article for the Telegraph, in which he sets out his arguments against the dead Schelling and for the living Hegel. These find significant resonance in liberal circles. Arnold Ruge, a leading young Hegelian, says of them, that this engaging, personable young man has overtaken all the old donkeys in Berlin. He praises the liveliness and clarity of his brochures, but remarks tellingly that the writing is a characteristic product of youth, as revealed in its rich metaphorical prose. He, 42, actually thought at the time that the attack was the work of Bakunin. It is astounding that a youngster who hasn't even completed his secondary schooling, has never attended university before, has the temerity to challenge the leading philosophical representative of the conservatives in the citadel of intellectualism, in such a public fashion and with such panache. In concluding his polemic, Engels describes how thrilling he finds this newly discovered truth. It has opened up a completely new mental world for him. His writings at this time also clearly reveal the influence of the German materialist philosopher, Ludwig Feuerbach. Engels waxes lyrically about the new life he envisions. The world that was so foreign to us and nature, whose hidden powers frightened us like spooks, are now related to us and have become something natural. The world that we all felt was a prison, now reveals itself in its true form, as a wonderful kingly palace, in which we can all enter and leave, poor and rich, the high and low. Sent. With the publication of these two brochures, Engels has conclusively broken the thread that still bound him to the beliefs of his youth and his family. He is also no longer content with the contemplative constructions adopted by many of his fellow young Hegelians. He has now become an avowed revolutionary, seeking to link philosophy with surrounding social reality. In later years, he writes in Robert Owen's The New Moral World that Professor Ruge was one of the first to characterize the young Hegelians as atheists. It is the young Hegelians who imbue Hegelism with more humanity. They are attempting to transform a rather difficult, formalist, and abstract philosophy into a world-changing one. In a satirical poem he writes together with Edgar Bauer, attacking the religious fundamentalists, he provides an uncompromising sketch of himself. That tall and long-legged stepper is Oswald, coat of grey and trousers shade of pepper, pepper inside as well, Oswald the Montagnard, a radical is he, dyed in the wool, and hard. Day in, day out, he plays upon the guillotine. 43. Single solitary tune and that's a cavatina. The same old devil song, he bellows the refrain, forme vos battalions. Auxiliary armes citoyens. In this same poem, he also refers to Marx and, although he hasn't met him at this time, he clearly admires his stance. A swarthy chap from Trier, a marked monstrosity. He neither hops nor skips, but moves in leaps and bounds raving aloud. As if to seize and then pull down to earth the spacious tent of heaven up on high, he opens wide his arms and reaches for the sky. He has won his own liberation victory over old ideas and feelings, thanks overwhelmingly to Hegel, but also to Feuerbach. During the second half of 1841 he has been avidly studying the latter's essence of Christianity. This newfound sense of purpose and joy at being at the center of such a profound philosophical debate is supremely palpable. His years of isolation, of mole-like digging for knowledge have now been left behind. However, Marxist philosophy, as propounded by Marx and Engels from the 1840s onwards, will be based firmly in Hegel's philosophy that influenced them both separately in Berlin. They adopt Hegel's system of dialectics but reject its idealistic base, substituting materialism in its stead. With his fellow freer, the free ones, those radical students and intellectuals who are calling for a new Germany, he celebrates this newfound optimism in typically student fashion. In the coffee houses and drinking dens of Berlin he and his friends debate, carouse, and drink heartily to the new dawn. Words alone are not enough anymore, they jump on the tables and, with youthful fervor, demand immediate action. In 1842 the reactionary Prussian government drives the revolutionary academic and Hegelian, Hugo Bauer, a close friend of Marx, from Bonn University, under the guise of defending Christian values. In Prussia, such action against a tenured academic is unprecedented. It provokes outrage among the young intellectuals. At the same time Engels is a close friend of Hugo's brother, Edgar, who is also in Berlin. Together with Edgar Bauer, registered and under his pseudonym Oswald, he writes a poetic skit on the whole affair, called the 44. Atheist Troop. In this work they reject what they see as eternal and pointless debate and demand action. The poem is published in 1842, and is deemed so significant that several papers reprint it. Engels is undoubtedly already on the radical wing of the group, but is very soon to outgrow the views of his student friends. It is around this time, too, that Engels starts writing for the radical Rheinische Zeitung, based in Cologne. Although a provincial newspaper, it has a readership and significance beyond the Rhineland, soon becoming the leading oppositional journal in Germany. Its radical iconoclasm and mocking of all things petty bourgeois lend it a high-profile reputation among radical intellectuals. The correspondence from Berlin comes almost exclusively from the young Hegelians who see the Rheinische as their paper, and they literally bombard the editors with their articles. Under the editorship of Moses Hess, later widely acknowledged as the father of German socialism, it is increasingly taking up a socialist position and distancing itself ideologically from the ideas of the young Hegelians. Once Engels completes his year's service as a bombardier in Berlin, his company commander writes that he has left a good impression both in his personal behavior, as well as in his military performance. At the beginning of October 1842 he leaves his unit and the circle of the Freien, in which he's enjoyed many a jovial hour and a great deal of intellectual stimulus, to embark on a very different life both personally and politically. Once he has received his D-Mob certificate, he leaves Berlin without delay. On his way back to Barmen, he stops off in Cologne to see Rave, Hess and Ruttenberg, the editors of the Rheinische, most probably in the hope of establishing a post as permanent correspondent for the paper. At this time Marx is not in Cologne, he begins work there as political editor on the paper a short time later, so the two men again just miss meeting each other. Moses Hess is the paper's editor-in-chief, and he appears to be impressed by the political maturity of the young Engels, with whom he holds detailed discussions on a whole range of contemporary matters. These talks represent, in terms of Engels' intellectual development, a clear break from the student climate in Berlin. He is an Anno I revolutionary, and he left me as the most avid of communists, writes Moses Hess, editor at the Rheinische, glowingly to his friend Berthold Auerbach after Engels' visit to the paper's editorial office. Of course, Hess flatters himself in thinking. 45. It is he alone who has turned Engels into a communist, but undoubtedly his articles on communism in the Rheinische have influenced the young man considerably. Hess's account of their meeting also no doubt facilitates the first meeting between Engels and Marx in November. Later, in 1843, Engels does give Hess the credit for first introducing him and his circle to communism. Hess is the first to suggest publicly that socialism has to be the real goal of any meaningful revolutionary movement. He comes to this conclusion, though, from a different path to the Hegelians. He feels it is time to transfer the new won freedoms in science and theory into reality. He is also the first to point out that an idealistic philosophy, even on the part of its most advanced adherents, is always going to lag behind real life, and only in communism can society find its logical goal. Clearly Engels' family will by now have got wind of his increasing political radicalism, and it is likely that his father is keen to remove him from the dangerous influences now spreading through Germany. To send him to work in the jointly owned company in Manchester would seem the most logical step, as he will be able to keep an eye on the firm in the family's interest and will be out of reach, they imagine, of his radical and iconoclastic comrades. From family members we do know that Engels Sr. had awaited his son's return from Berlin with impatience. He wants him urgently to study the more advanced English commercial methods, in order to introduce them speedily to the factory in Engelskirchen. Thus, it is decided to install him in Manchester as general assistant, a higher status position than he has occupied up to now. This will also mean that he won't be completely tied to the office as he was in Bremen, so the idea does have its attractions for him. The autumn of 1842, in Barmen, sees Engels busily preparing for his departure to Manchester to complete his business training. Whether he thinks of other career possibilities, we don't have any firm evidence, but it is highly probable that he has. The idea of spending a year or two in England and being able to study the country and its people is no doubt a seductive interim proposition to the 22-year-old. He views it as an opportunity to continue his political activities at arm's length from the family. Of course, it also conveniently postpones the difficulty of having to find his own means of subsistence. 46. He departs towards the end of November 1842, and travels with great expectations, because it is in England that he expects, from what he has heard and read, the industrial working class movement to be much more advanced than it is in either Germany or France. He feels his own country is in a condition of archaic apathy, and is still in its social infancy, is not even a proper society, there's no life, no consciousness, no action. From this point of view alone, he looks forward to his English sojourn and to be able to immerse himself in a more promising political situation. On his way to the Sceptred Isle he again stops over at the Rheinischen in Cologne and offers to become its English correspondent. He arrives at a critical moment, when the paper is about to break completely with the young Hegelians in Berlin, because the paper, under Hesse's and now Marx's influence, has moved on politically and views the group as mired in outdated philosophic attitudes. The young Hegelians are largely concerned with ideas in themselves, whereas Marx, Hess and their supporters are concerned about changing society in a socialist direction. They intend to make the paper more a forum for political discussion and action than for abstract philosophizing. It is at this crucial juncture that Marx and Engels meet for the first time, albeit fleetingly. Marx is only 2.5 years older than Engels and also from the Rhineland, the son of a Jewish lawyer who converted to Protestantism. He is cultured and liberal in outlook. Engels, tall, with military bearing and challenging clear blue eyes, stands for the first time before the raven-haired, swarthy, and stockier Marx, whose ebony eyes spark dangerously like lit coals. Apart from their beards, they have little in common physically, and Marx is in little doubt that they don't in terms of their ideas either. Although Engels admires Marx, the latter views him suspiciously, despite Hesse's praise, imagining him still as a dyed-in-the-wool young Hegelian and a representative of that chattering clique of Berlin students. This cool, if not frosty, reception brings the two men no closer together. 47. Chapter 3. Love in the Satanic Mills. The period between 1815 and 1848, before Engels arrives in Britain, was one of unprecedented social change and upheaval in the country, particularly in the towns, accompanied by widespread and popular unrest. When the young Victoria was crowned in 1837, most of her subjects still lived in the countryside, but by the close of the century 80% will be living in towns. The great international economic slump of 1837–42 had brought hunger and mass unemployment to the industrial areas. Various reasons have been given for the slump: the incurrence of large state debts due to the construction of canals and railroads, expansion of credit, unfavorable trade balances, and a frenzy of land speculation, in the USA particularly. The 1837 panic lasted 4 years, and in this period many a fortune was made and lost. Against this background, strikes and agitation against the draconian poor law, for the introduction of a 10-hour day, for parliamentary reform and trade union rights were spreading. Those with their fingers on the pulse felt that the country really was on the brink of revolution. The Chartist movement, the largest democratic mobilization of working people Europe had ever seen, was galvanizing the nation. Its success was made possible by the dense concentrations of industrial workers in the big urban centers, which facilitated organization, solidarity, and rapid communications. The seeds of this movement were sown only 6 years before Engels comes to Manchester. It was the realization by leading radicals that little headway would be made on essential reform without some form of unity and 48. National campaign that led to the birth of Chartism. Parliament was corrupt, the majority of the population had no vote, and electoral boundaries were outdated and took no account of the massive growth of urban populations. In 1836 James Lovett and his comrades in the small London Working Men's Association met to formulate a list of national demands, around which a campaign for democratic rights could be launched. Several missionaries from the LWMA then toured the country during 1837 and, after holding meetings in public houses and halls, managed to establish more than 100 local WMAs in the larger towns. New radical papers were also launched, above all the Northern Star, to spread information about the campaign. Already strikes, mass agitation, and demonstrations, sometimes violent, had broken out in all the big industrial towns like Birmingham, Newcastle, Glasgow, and Manchester. Working people were growing impatient for change. In early 1837 a meeting was called, which formulated a petition in the form of a 6-point charter of demands, around which the movement could rally and campaign. The 6 demands laid out in the charter were 4, equal electoral districts, the abolition of property qualifications for MPs, universal manhood suffrage, vote by ballot, payment of MPs and annual parliaments. These 6 points were not so much an end in themselves as the key to the ushering in of a new era, a source of hope for radical change and betterment. They were embraced avidly by the industrial workers who saw in them the political means of solving their own economic grievances. The charter was taken to heart by the mass of working people like nothing before. Chartism was hardly a clear-headed and united organization and was often confused about where it wanted to go, but by 1838 it had come to represent working people as an independent force, whereas on the continent the industrial workers were still holding on to the tail of the bourgeoisie. It brought 3 separate strands of agitation together: the anti-poor law movement, the London Working Men's Association and the Birmingham-based political unions, which had campaigned actively for political reform up until the passing of the Reform Act of 1832. The government and ruling circles were increasingly worried about the revolutionary potential of the movement, and there were underground mutterings of armed uprising. So, in near panic, the government struck first, banning meetings and arresting leading Chartist figures, leading to bloody 49 clashes between police and demonstrators in several big cities. It was, after all, only 49 years since the French Revolution had sent terrifying shudders through the elites of Europe, and the government was well aware that radicalism and rebellion could rapidly sweep through the urban slums like flames through a timber yard if left uncontrolled. Chartism would not have experienced such a rapid rise had it not been built on previous civil rights struggles and consciousness. Tom Paine's Rights of Man, published in 1791, had become deeply embedded in the consciousness of all those concerned with liberty, and was a blueprint for Republicans and those demanding justice in following decades. This, in its turn, had its roots in the ferment of the English Revolution, which had overthrown the monarchy and unleashed a wide-ranging debate on social justice and democracy, expressed particularly radically by the demands of the Levellers and Diggers, rank-and-file groups from Cromwell's New Model Army. The corresponding act forbade the creation of national political or union organizations with local branches, so organizing around the charter was difficult. The Chartist press helped fill the breach as organizing focus and fount of information, promoting unity and helping to bind the movement nationally. The Northern Star, the paper for which Engels is later to write, had a circulation of almost 11,000 in 1838, rising to 48,000 by the spring of 1839. In 1839 the first Chartist convention was held. It comprised delegates sent from various parts of the country and followed a series of speech-making tours by the I/WMA and leaders of the revived political unions. The aim of the convention was to organize support for the national petition and see it safely through Parliament. The rapid growth of the Chartist movement represented a widespread and rising consciousness of rights that were being denied and of the need to organize to obtain them. Although it was led, in the main, by middle-class radicals, its adherents were largely made up of ordinary workers. What gave the Chartist movement its strength was that it managed to draw together the different strands of struggle, those campaigning for parliamentary reform, for better working conditions, union rights, or the right to vote. It united working people in a way no movement before had been able to do. Conditions in Britain during the late 30s and early 40s were the worst for generations. With widespread unemployment, it was the longest and deepest crisis of British capitalism. The international economic downturn had hit manufacturing industry particularly severely. The depth of this crisis and its impact on working people was clearly reflected in the death rate. From its high peak of over 33 per 1,000 around 1,730 it had fallen steadily, but by 1840 had risen once again to almost 21 per 1,000. The situation led to intensified agitation on the part of those organizations concerned with social welfare and rights for working people. As the campaign gathered strength, but without tangible results, the demands grew, particularly among the miners, for armed insurrections. In Newcastle iron workers were already forging weapons, and in Leeds there was talk of procuring arms. Because of the enormous size of the movement and the widespread support it had won by 1838, victory seemed close, and many believed the charter would be won in a few months or, at most, years. In its support there were gatherings of a size not seen in Britain before. A large meeting in Glasgow in 1838 was followed by one of 80,000 in Newcastle, 100,000 in Bradford and 200,000 in Birmingham, but the most impressive was the rally in Manchester, where, it is estimated, up to 250,000 attended. The latter was almost certainly the largest political rally ever held in the country. The Chartist movement was the first to utilize the new weapon of large-scale political demonstration and assembly, with banners and placards. As the time approached for the presentation of the first petition to Parliament, the mood hardened on both sides. Arguments raged between those insisting on peaceful and legal means and those who said the movement should be prepared to use force if the petition were ignored. The government, of course, was not watching idly as this movement mushroomed and became increasingly radical in its demands. They were frightened and spurred to take more drastic action, realizing that previous measures had not been enough. Troops were dispatched to the big industrial areas, a proclamation was made declaring the carrying of arms illegal, and preparations were made to enroll special constables from the moneyed classes. Again, arrests were made of Chartist leaders. Parliament, predictably, rejected the petition on July 12, 1839, and this provoked angry riots in Birmingham and other big cities. The Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 were still in force, and these prohibited the formation of trade unions in all industries, although many illegal combinations had been established and subterfuges, like the setting up of benefit societies, to get around. 51. The legislation, were being used. At this time the links between the convention and the inchoate unions were almost non-existent. So when the convention met again on July 16 and decided to call a general strike, it was doomed to fail. Consequently, it called instead for token strikes, and although there was a good response to this, the government saw the calling off of the general strike as a weakness and went on the offensive, arresting scores of Chartists, including many in the leadership. In frustration, plans were being laid by Chartist groups for a concerted uprising towards the end of that same year. In South Wales a revolt of the miners was put down by troops with 14 killed and dozens wounded. If this uprising had been successful it would undoubtedly have sparked similar ones throughout the country. During 1840, Chartist leaders both inside and outside prison did some hard thinking about tactics. The movement began to revive at the end of the year with a closer unity with the trade union movement. As a result, at its Manchester Conference in 1840, the National Charter Association was formed, and this was to become the prototype of a truly working-class party in Britain. Its constitution had to be carefully framed in order to avoid an immediate government crackdown. With the release of Chartist leaders from prison there was a revival of the movement, and by the end of 1841 it had 282 branches and in the following year claimed a membership of 50,000. A new petition, with over 3 million signatures, was presented in May 1842, but was again summarily rejected by Parliament. This rejection again led to increased anger and demand for more radical action among working people. In August 1842, only a few months before Engels' arrival in Britain, the first general strike in the country takes place. It begins as a movement of resistance to the imposition of wage cuts in the mills, and becomes known as the Plug Riots. What begins as a series of strikes in the industrial districts, starting in the Midland coalfield, eventually spreads to the textile industry in Lancashire and Yorkshire and will eventually involve nearly 500,000 workers. It lasted a whole month, representing the biggest single exercise of working class strength in 19th century Britain. The Anti-Corn Law League, formed by Cobden and Bright in 52. 1839, also grew rapidly into a mass movement, galvanizing large numbers of people in meetings and demonstrations, but was not as class-based as the Charter movement. Its demands were not radical in the way those of the Chartists were, but it vied with the Chartist movement for support. However, in the industrial areas of the North, it was vehemently opposed by Chartists and found no widespread support among the working classes. Although the Whigs had managed to push through the Reform Act in 1832 against the entrenched opposition of the landed gentry, represented by the Tories, this had not been enough to placate the mass of the people. It had merely tinkered with the corrupt electoral system, which was still overwhelmingly weighted in favor of the underpopulated countryside and landowning interests. The Corn Laws, introduced in 1815, and supported by the landowners, had kept the price of corn artificially high by taxing imports. This meant that working people had to pay high prices for wheat and bread. The Corn Laws were the last significant victory for the old landowning class, but were opposed by working people as well as the big industrialists, as higher corn prices meant that wages could not be reduced any further if their workers were to survive. The Workshop of the World. This is to be Engels' first lengthier sojourn in England, when he stays from the beginning of December 1842 until August 1844. It is during this intensive period that he is able to correct a number of his misconceptions about the country, based largely on his reading and hearsay. He will arrive at a crucial juncture, just as the Great Slump is coming to an end, and the Chartist movement is at its height. The coming 21 months in England will have a similar impact on his thinking as the Paris years do on Marx. Both have emerged from the school of German philosophy and both draw similar conclusions after their periods spent abroad. Marx incorporates the French revolutionary experience into his thinking and Engels the English industrial and economic system. In 1828 his elder contemporary, the poet Heinrich Heine, who Engels will meet in Paris in 1846, wrote from London. "Send a philosopher to London, but not on your life a poet. Send a philosopher there and stand him at the corner of Cheapside and he will learn more there than from all the books." 53. Of the last Leipzig fair. All human waves roar around him, a sea of new thoughts will rise before him, and the eternal spirit which hovers upon its waters will breathe upon him. The most hidden secrets of the social order will suddenly be revealed to him. He will hear the pulse of the world beat audibly, and see it visibly, for if London is the right hand of the world, its active mighty right hand, then we may regard the street which leads from the Exchange to Downing Street as the world's radial artery. If Engels did read this essay he would have also taken to heart Heine's following words. The stranger who wanders through the great streets of London and does not chance right into the quarters in which the common people live, sees little or nothing of the dire misery there. Only here and there, at the entrance of some dark alley, a ragged woman stands mutely with a suckling babe at her exhausted breast, and begs with her eyes. Perhaps if those eyes are still beautiful, one glances into them and shrinks back at the world of wretchedness to be found here. The common beggars are all old people, generally black commoers, who stand at the corners of the streets clearing pathways, a very necessary thing in muddy London, and ask for coppers in return. It is only in the dark night that poverty, with her fellows, vice and crime, glides from her lair. She shuns the daylight all the more carefully, since her wretchedness contrasts so glaringly with the pride of wealth which struts about everywhere. Degree. This might be exaggeratedly poetic and lurid, but it certainly conveys a vivid picture of what will have confronted Engels before he travels on to Manchester. It is the greatest financial centre in the world, in a country exporting more capital and drawing in more investment income from abroad than any other. It is also Britain's main centre of trade and commerce, its East End docks unloading dozens of ships each day with goods pillaged from the colonies, and its narrow thoroughfares jam-packed with carriages pressing the bustling cosmopolitan populace, who are trying to dodge the horses' hoofs and the iron-bound wheels of the vehicles. We cannot be certain that Engels has read Heine's travel essays. 54. From England, before he arrives this time, but it is highly probable as he is already a great admirer of the poet's works. These images certainly set the scene for what will confront Engels in Manchester and inspire his most famous work, The Condition of the Working Class in England. His first visit here was with his father in 1837, but that short stay only provided him with a fleeting acquaintance with the country. Now he has the opportunity to get to know it in depth. To begin with, he does view England through Prussian eyes, although colored by his readings of Disraeli and Dickens. Only slowly, as he is confronted with the realities, does he, over time, shed many of his inaccurate preconceptions. Already in Bremen, Engels had been developing a sense of an inner mission, but here the crass poverty and misery of British towns shocks him violently. It convinces him unutterably that obtuse selfishness is a fundamental principle of capitalism, and as long as it remains so, there will be social war. Britain is a country like no other in the world, in which steam power and machinery have revolutionized the production process, in which railways and steamships shrink the distances, and in which the chasm between rich and poor is unprecedented. Britain's most important industry at the time Engels arrives is the textile industry, with its main centres in Lancashire and Yorkshire, and Liverpool as the biggest cotton market in the world. Manchester, the second largest town in England, is the centre of cotton spinning, and it is here that Engels is based. Manchester is a new kind of city in which the formation of a radically new human world is taking shape. Next to London, it is Britain's most important city, the embodiment of the new industrial capitalist age. It impresses him with the immensity of its industrialization. Barman, his hometown, is also a place dominated by textile mills, but in comparison it is a village, with around 40,000 inhabitants, whereas Manchester has over 300,000. Already by 1830, there are over 560 cotton mills in Lancashire, American Samoa whole, employing more than 110,000 workers, of whom 35,000 are children, some as young as 6 years of age. The dense pall of smoke from factory chimneys and the workers' hovels hangs permanently over the city, the damp seeps into one's bones. The noise and clatter of machinery and hobnail boots on cobblestones provide the day's music and set its rhythms. The streets between the packed working-class tenements are open sewers. At this time, life expectancy in Manchester is around 26 years, the lowest figure since the years of the plague. It is 55. At the same time a hellish and exciting city. This is the reality that confronts this young man from a provincial and straight-laced small town in the Rhineland. Only 12 years before Engels' arrival in Manchester, the first regular passenger steam train began running between Manchester and Liverpool, engendering enormous excitement and terror. And by 1842 the railways have become a permanent fixture, completely transforming communications and travel. Canal construction is going on apace and new technologies are being introduced into the cotton industry. Manchester is certainly a thrilling center of the modern age. He arrives in the wake of a momentous upsurge of working-class militancy, and is excited by the demonstrations of working-class strength he hears and reads about. He has experienced nothing like it in Germany, and he is impatient for the revolution to happen, and this sometimes colors his interpretation of life. Before experience and maturity teach him more patience and greater realism. Despite the mass anti-corn law and Chartist movements, he can't imagine the British aristocracy, who see their social rule threatened, giving it up voluntarily, not until, as he puts it, the knife is at their throat. What confounds him about life in the cities is that everywhere there is a barbaric indifference, an egoistic hardness, on the one hand, and a nameless misery on the other. Everywhere social warfare, everywhere mutual plundering under the protection of the law. Nowhere else in the world has the artisan been marginalized by machines and replaced by a mass proletariat to the extent that he witnesses here in Britain. Engels is awed and horrified by the modern industrial system and refuses to accept that this is how society is destined to be. He finds it extremely offensive that the overwhelming majority of his fellow human creatures should be condemned to live in squalor, poverty, and humiliation. Few thinkers of his generation see this new proletariat as anything other than a faceless mass, cowed, uneducated and incapable of achieving a better life. Many descriptions by observers and writers at the time portray their situation as a given, as one would describe animals in the wild, to invoke sympathy perhaps but seldom revolutionary change. In Barman, Engels has had little direct contact with workers, but in Manchester he will mix with them on an individual basis and will be impressed and encouraged by what he experiences. He will witness their resilience and recognize their potential strength. He becomes determined to understand how industrial capitalism 56 functions, how the system has developed and what mechanisms could transform it. In Manchester, Engels has his nose rubbed in it as he later characterizes his confrontation with crass class relations. This first-hand experience leads him to a greater understanding of how far economic realities and class struggle determine history. Previous historians had paid little heed to these factors. He also recognizes clearly how these class and economic relations determine the party political forces. In England, the Tory party represents the old landed gentry and the Whigs the rising bourgeoisie or middle class. Marx hasn't yet seen Manchester or experienced the industrial world firsthand, but he too is dissatisfied with the society he sees around him, refusing to accept it as God-given. He sets about examining society from a philosophical point of view. In their own way, both men reach similar conclusions, but from different points of departure. During the big general strike in July 1842, in response to the increased misery and depressed wages, Manchester has been at the center of protest. When Engels arrives in December, the working classes are still animated by the events. This incendiary atmosphere captures his imagination and he is led into overquick predictions of impending revolution on the back of working class action. However, it isn't only Engels who feels the revolution is battering at the door, but many in ruling circles and even their paper, The Times, fears the impending explosion. The memories of the French Revolution still haunt the middle classes, as reflected succinctly in Elizabeth Gaskell's novel Cranford, in which Lady Ludlow remarks, "If our lower orders have the edge tools given to them, we shall have the terrible scenes of the French Revolution acted over again in England. When I was a little girl, one never heard of the rights of men, one only heard of the duties." Not unlike Lady Ludlow, but with joy rather than fear, Engels sees in the general strike the initial spark of the revolution to come, but he seriously underestimates the breaking action of entrenched social and political forces. The subsequent trials of the Chartist leaders who were involved in the 1842 strike, also demonstrate clearly to him that the poor are not judged by their peers but by their born enemies. Not long after Engels' arrival in Manchester, however, the 57 economic crisis peters out and many of the factory owners now feel able to make concessions and buy off sections of the working class. It is the beginning of a great capitalist expansion, the only hiccup being the short slump that takes place in 1847–48. From the mid-1840s onwards there is a significant improvement in wages and conditions of the skilled and organized workers, and this serves to dampen militancy. Nevertheless, abject poverty is still very much the norm, as the Manchester Times reports in July of that same year. The hungry and half-clothed men and women are stalking through the streets begging for bread. He came with great expectations of the English working class, after everything he has heard about the Chartist movement and English militancy. To begin with, he is to be sorely disappointed. The English proletariat is not straining at the leash, preparing the revolution as he has imagined. They have no clear vision of a different society. He can't get over the fact that the English have not even the most elementary understanding of philosophy and don't consider this as a lack. He finds it incomprehensible that they act only in accordance with empirical experience and in an exceedingly practical way and ignore the great ideas. He only begins to understand this attitude once he has studied British history in more detail. He is most exercised about the fact that the English can't see that the so-called material interests can never become independent leading forces in history, but that they are consciously or unconsciously always at the service of a principle that pulls the thread of historical progress. He is also amazed at British religiosity. Even the most educated individuals believe in miracles, and scientists twist their research to conform to religious sensibilities and the idea of creation. With the government ignoring Chartist demands, there are increasing calls from the radicals for a different approach. For the Chartists, the right to vote has been central to their demands. However, when it becomes increasingly clear that a common franchise for all adult citizens is not about to be granted, sections of the movement become more ready to listen to those who argue that class struggle against the owners of capital is necessary, something Engels wholeheartedly approves of and supports. On the other hand, the ideas for a peaceful road to socialism as promulgated by Robert Owen are also gaining support. Engels embraces the Chartist movement and is firmly convinced. 58. That it will, once it gains a more profound understanding of class forces, indeed initiate revolution. He is, though, still a little confused, based on his experience in Germany, by the fact that it has few intellectual supporters or leaders. The intellectuals, apparently, have no belief in the Chartist movement or the working classes as offering a potential for social transformation. Engels' first articles on England for the Rheineszeitung, in 1842, are written very much in the style of Hess. He still believes at this time a number of the clichés he has imbibed about England, that the landowners are more powerful here than on the continent and that German industry is already a threat to the British even in its home markets. In his youthful enthusiasm, he has a premonition of great social change whenever a strike breaks out. Only when he begins to study British constitutional issues does he begin to change his tune significantly and is forced to recognize that the country has a freedom of assembly, unknown elsewhere on the continent, as well as the right to form campaigning organizations and working men's groups, making it very different to Germany or France. To begin with, he uses what free time he has to study contemporary English literature, as well as the various newspapers in order to deepen his familiarity with his newly adopted country. A few years later, he also reads George Eliot, born only 1 year before he was, and admires her perceptive understanding of Victorian society. Eliot herself becomes a friend of Robert Owen, but it is unlikely she ever meets Engels. Although, interestingly, Eliot is fluent in German and undertakes the first translation into English of Feuerbach's critical work, The Essence of Christianity. Shelley is one of his literary heroes already in Germany. The poet's hatred of piousness and the monarchy immediately struck a deep chord with him. Now in Shelley's own country, he begins to translate his poem, Queen Mab, into German. He is also very much influenced by Thomas Carlyle's description of English social conditions in the latter's book, Past and Present, published in 1843. Carlyle writes under the influence of the Cromwellian ideological tradition, bemoaning the fact that materialism has now become the worldview and utilitarian the ethic of the ruling class. Society has been atomized, mammon rules with brutal dominion over all social relations. He sees an idle land-owning aristocracy and a bourgeoisie wholly servile to 59. Mammon, parliamentary representation is based on bribery and religion is fragmented, individuals are isolated from each other. Engels later describes Carlyle's work as the only really worthwhile book he reads during his time in Manchester. Carlyle had in fact visited Manchester in October 1838, a month before Charles Dickens made the same journey. Both were equally horrified by the ugliness of the city, the noise and misery. Dickens addressed a gathering at the Athenaeum, a Manchester club to which working men could belong and use the library, and of which Engels later becomes a member. During Dickens' visit, the idea for a new novel came to him and he noted, "What I have seen has disgusted and astonished me beyond all measure. I mean to strike the heaviest blow in my power for these unfortunate creatures." His blow is, though, some time in coming, in fact 15 years later with his novel Hard Times. Engels is rapidly realizing that he will have to deepen his knowledge of economics, which is perhaps even more vital to him than literature and philosophy if he is to fully grasp the historical process taking place under a rapidly advancing capitalist system. In this sense, his profession as a businessman will be of great value, giving him insights others don't have. To begin with, Engels takes lodgings in a furnished house in the center of Manchester, but will later move into his own rented accommodation. His workplace lies in the commercial center and, as general assistant, he has his office in Southgate, but is often in the factories too, fascinated by the production process. Ehrman and Engels have cotton mills, warehouses, and offices in Manchester, Salford, Ecclesiastes and Bolton. From his office in Manchester, he only has about a quarter of a mile to the Stock Exchange, where he is often obliged to conduct business, and is not far from the Victoria Mills, belonging to Ehrman and Engels, in Weast, on the River Irwell. Work at the office is strenuous, particularly because Peter Ehrman, the chairman of the company, is hard on himself and his underlings. As Engels is his right hand, the man's moods are offloaded onto him first. Peter Ehrman's brother, Anton, in a letter from 1834, writes about Peter's slave-driving methods and about the fact that he has to rise at 6:00 am and then after a 10-hour day in the office, go off to night school to improve his English and study cotton production techniques, so that he is never home before 9 or 10 in the evening. This gives some inkling of what Engels has to contend with. 60. From his letters, he reveals little detail of his daily work or of factory life in general, but we do gather that there is frequent conflict with his nominal boss Peter Ehrman. The latter makes no secret of the fact that he only keeps him on out of loyalty to the father. Peter's brother, Anton, provides the family's assessment of Engels with the words, "He worked for the firm as little as he could get away with and spent most of his time at political meetings and on studying the social conditions in Manchester. He couldn't be based in a better place than Manchester to observe and learn about working-class attitudes, their conditions of life and struggles, and it is this aspect of life in Britain that especially fascinates him. The North, and particularly Lancashire, is also the main stronghold of Chartism, even though its origins were in London among the thinking, radical artisans." Engels declares that the Charter's 6 points were enough to overthrow the whole English constitution, Queen and Lords included. Chartism, he writes, is of an essentially social nature, a class movement. The 6 points which for the radical bourgeoisie are the end of the matter, are for the proletariat a mere means to further ends. Political power our means, social happiness our end had now become the clearly formulated war cry of the Chartists. As in most movements, the Chartists, too, engender their own right and left wings, and Engels identifies with the latter. The left is characterized by a much clearer conception of socialism, to which they devote their efforts, seeing the achievements of the Charter's points as only a step along the road. The popular and fiery orator Fergus O'Connor represents the centre ground, but is invariably supported by the left against the right. Leaders of the more radical forces are the Irishman Bronterra O'Brien and, later, Ernest Jones and George Julian Harney, the editor of the Chartist paper, Northern Star. These men, however, never achieve the mass popularity of O'Connor himself, who was the original founder of the Northern Star. Engels' first personal contacts with Chartism are through George Harney and James Leach. Leach is a factory worker in Manchester, who has quite a following among working men in the city. He is elected onto the Chartist Association's provisional executive at its first convention. He also helps Engels in his researches into working conditions in Manchester and is quoted several times in his book, The Condition of the Working Class in England. Engels pays a visit to Harney in 1843, shortly before the latter is 61. To move the National Charter Association headquarters from Leeds to London. His visit is important also in shaping Harney's political future. The two men hit it off immediately, as Harney later reveals. "I knew Engels, he was my friend and occasional correspondent over half a century. It was in 1843 that he came over from Bradford to Leeds and inquired for me at the Northern Star office. A tall, handsome young man, with a countenance of almost boyish youthfulness, whose English, in spite of his German birth and education, was even then remarkable for its accuracy. He was largely given to hospitality, but the principal charm at his hospitable board was his own table talk and the Sud Rhine wine, his felicitous conversation and genial wit. He was himself laughter-loving and his laughter was contagious. A joy-inspirer, he made all around him share his happy mood of mind. Harney is 3 years older than Engels and a man with a rich political background. He is one of those who demands action rather than words, a man after Engels' own heart. However, the unsuccessful strike of 1842 does lead Harney to begin to question this attitude. He is also one of those Chartist leaders with a less blinkered or insular outlook and is a genuine internationalist, unlike the overwhelming majority of Chartists who have only a dim awareness of any affinity between their struggle and those on the continent. He is a revolutionary by sentiment as well as conviction, and his distaste of organized religion also endears him to Engels. He welcomes with alacrity Engels' offer to write on continental matters for his paper. Engels will also write many pieces for Harney's Democratic Review in the 50s, all anonymously. Harney is an orphan who went to the Naval School in Greenwich, leaving school at 14 to go to sea. 2 years later, he leaves the Navy to work as a shopboy for the publisher Henry Hetherington, the publisher of the Poor Man's Guardian paper, edited by the Chartist leader, Bronterra O'Brien. The paper challengingly carries on its title page the words, "Published contrary to law," i.e. the publisher refuses to pay stamp duty, arguing that this compromised the freedom of the press. Harney is imprisoned 3 times before he is out of his teens for selling an illegal journal. He is addicted to flaunting his red cap of liberty at public meetings and, later, Marx. 62. And Engels are to nickname him Citizen Hip Hip Hurrah with reference to his unfailing, but indiscriminate readiness to applaud all manner of revolutionary sentiment. Engels is clearly the more intellectual of the two men, but despite their very different backgrounds the two hit it off immediately. Harney, though, remains basically an empirical socialist, largely indifferent to theoretical systems, while Engels, true to the German tradition, bases his thinking more on theoretical and philosophic principles. These different approaches lead to a later cooling of the friendship between the two. In the meantime, Engels and George Harney conduct an extensive correspondence on the problems within the Chartist and the English working class movements, and Engels also maintains good contacts with leading members of the German proletarian emigration groups in London and is keeping abreast of events in mainland Europe. Harney provides a restraint on Engels' youthful enthusiasm in these early years. When Engels waxes lyrical about the revolutionary potential he perceives in Britain and on the realization of the Charter demands, Harney reins him in with his sober assessment. He tells him, he doesn't foresee a revolution in Britain in the lifetime of either of them, nor is he convinced about achieving the demands of the Charter in the short term. And in a discussion about the possible use of force to achieve working class demands, he writes, "English people are the most unmilitary, indeed anti-military people on earth." He clearly knows his own people a lot better than this young and enthusiastic German. Too, by his 40s he has become somewhat disillusioned with the political movement in Britain and moves to the USA, before returning to settle in Jersey among French refugees from the 1848 revolution. Engels pays him a visit there in 1857 and describes this in one of his letters to Marx, in which he says he went pubbing with Harney and that he seems damned glad to have retired from big politics to his small royaume de Avogels. Engels goes on to establish a warm relationship also with Robert Owen, and soon starts writing articles for both the Northern Star and the New Moral World, the paper of the English Owenites. He also attends workers' meetings as often as he can and, in one of his letters, he captures vividly the feel of such a gathering, in Manchester's Hall of Science. 63. While the English state church is up to other things, the socialists have taken up the cause of workers' education and have achieved an enormous amount. To begin with, you can't be more amazed when sitting with workers in the science hall and listening to them talking about political, religious, and social matters with clear consciousness. The workers today possess well-bound, excellent translations of French philosophy from the last century. Most have the Social Contract by Rousseau, the Systems of Nature and several works by Voltaire in penny pamphlet form, and journals dealing with the debates around communist fundamentals, as well as the works of Thomas Paine and of Shelley in cheap editions. Then come the Sunday lectures, which are avidly attended. When I go to the Communists' Hall in Manchester, which seats 3,000, it is packed to the gunwales every Sunday. These meetings take the form of a church service. There is a choir, accompanied by an orchestra, and they sing from the gallery, hymns about social issues, often with sacred melodies but with communist texts, and everyone stands to join in. Then the lecturer gets on the platform, and gives his speech amid lots of laughter, because the English sense of humor punctuates these speeches with blasts of fresh air. During this period from 1842 to 44, Engels' thinking undoubtedly mirrors, and he becomes more confident. He redoubles his efforts, utilizing his renowned affability, to establish firm relations with other leading Chartists and the socialist lecturers in Manchester, as well as with leading German progressives in the city. In his discussions with the Chartists, he attempts to convince them that only through socialism can working people realize their political emancipation, and he introduces the Owenites to the ideas of continental socialism and communism. He himself is also on a steep learning curve and attempting to plumb the English character. He is amazed, he writes later, that most of them were very little informed about the social movements taking place in other parts of the continent. Britain was then, and still is today, largely cut off from, and ignorant of, what is happening on the ground in the neighboring European countries. What Engels is able to pass on from his wider experience, is undoubtedly invaluable as far as expanding the horizons of these socialist leaders is concerned, and convincing them that the battle for socialism can 64. More easily be achieved by collaborating with their fellow workers in other countries. The working classes in the mid-19th century may be downtrodden, many living in abject misery and ignorance, but there is, among many, also a thirst for knowledge and education. There is a widespread awareness that the world doesn't have to be the way it is, indeed shouldn't be this way. Many, particularly the more skilled workers, are actively searching for answers to their queries and looking for solutions to the seemingly unbridgeable social contradictions. The established churches are largely silent on these matters, or actively collaborate with the mill owners, and so socialism, particularly with a quasi-religious aura, has an attractive appeal. It offers the poor, those with little hope or prospect of betterment, the idea that a different society is feasible. He notes already the high levels of self-education among sections of the workers in Manchester, particularly those involved in Chartist or socialist groups. Many of these have set up their own libraries and reading rooms, and also attempt to provide their children with a proletarian education. They are so feared by the establishment that it sets up its own counter-educational centers, the mechanics institutions, in order to pull workers away from such radical hotbeds. Engels is more than ever convinced that the achievement of political democracy alone cannot relieve the misery of the working classes, only the abolition of private property can do that. Although admiring the Chartists and influenced by their ideas, he feels that they have an exaggerated estimation of the effectiveness of pure political means. He is convinced, however, that they will come to recognize this themselves sooner or later, and that objective circumstances will drive them into the arms of socialism. Political democracy, he feels, is an oxymoron, a hypocrisy and a theology. Only economic justice can deliver real democracy. At this time he is still hoping to complete a translation of Proudhon's work, What is Property?, for the British movement. There is no comparable treatise available in English at the time that demonstrates with such intellectual acuity and theoretical rigor what the essence of private property is, and so thoroughly exposes its contradictoriness. Proudhon's anarchist theory is clearly still influential on Engels, and he is becoming increasingly aware that the state is an expression of the class character of society. He is also, to his own surprise, beginning to realize that the economic forces in 65 society are more potent than political ones. Proudhon's writings convince him that the most powerful element in history, the germ and decisive reason for all revolutions, are economic forces, that the state doesn't determine the structure of society but vice versa. He is also desperate to convince English workers that a strictly legal revolution will not be possible, and uses the experience of the French July Revolution of 1830 to underline his arguments. Even the self-professed socialists he meets have not even a fragmentary idea of what their fellow socialists on the continent are doing or thinking. To address this ignorance, he writes an article for Owen's New Moral World in November 1843, with the title, "The Progress of Social Reform on the Continent." This leads to a regular correspondence in the New Moral World and also in Harney's Northern Star. In France, he explains, communist groups were formed after the July Revolution, once the workers realized that it was not enough to bring about a change in the structure of the state only. First, the overthrow of the existing social order is necessary if they are to change their conditions fundamentally. Engels has great respect for one of the French leaders, Etienne Cabet. He notes that Cabet, whose views are very similar to Robert Owen's, emphasizes the need, in a future communist state, to secure individual freedoms, precisely those which their opponents accuse the communists of jeopardizing. Engels explains why the communists there are republicans and feel the need to set up secret organizations and are not frightened of using force to reach their goals. But he is strongly against such secret societies, whose de facto illegality, he feels, unnecessarily gives the actions of their persecutors a mantle of legality. The Chartists, Engels finds, know only about English socialism, particularly as propounded by Robert Owen, but have no inkling of German communism or French ideas about socialism, so trying to differentiate between the two terms, socialism and communism, would only confuse them, so he uses them interchangeably at this time. In an article in Owen's New Moral World he explains that the French constitution and laws sanction the oppression of the poor by the rich and make the creation of communist colonies following the British example impossible. Engels tries to demonstrate to British workers that they can only gain justice and freedom through the introduction of communism. He doesn't hide his anger over the fact that the French still identify communism with Christianity. He 66. Attacks this position as false consciousness and doesn't want to see himself, he remarks, having escaped the religiosity of his father's household, being embraced by it again through the back door of communism. The Chartist movement in Britain doesn't even broach the question of wealth distribution, which irks Engels. He argues that this big question should be placed at the center of the movement's demands. As long as only political democratic demands remain central, this vital question will be left unresolved. The Chartists' main demand is a democratization of state power, not its revolutionary transformation. Even if one goes back to Paine, Locke, Rousseau, or Cabet, the demands are always based on the demand for natural rights. The young and passionate German is convinced that only if the English proletariat would follow the blueprint of the German radical philosophers, would they have the necessary tools to take state power. However, there is little concept of class struggle in Britain at this time. The radical movements are driven by idealism and a strong ingrained sense of natural justice, often biblically based. The only genuinely socialist movement in the country is that initiated by Robert Owen, also from idealistic principles. Owen has always been associated with the cooperative movement in the public mind, but his contribution to the political debate at this time is invariably overlooked. In the 1830s, Owenism as an organized movement assumed a mainly propagandist character. There were a series of cooperative congresses, followed by socialist congresses. Owenite branches were set up in many towns all over Britain and a number of full-time missionaries employed to lecture and help organize groups. Leaflets, journals, and pamphlets were produced in large numbers. Owenites also had their own permanent meeting places, commonly known as halls of science, like that in Manchester. In 2.5 years, during the 30s, 2 million Owenite tracts were circulated, and in Manchester 1,000 were distributed at public meetings every Sunday. In London 40,000 were given away, 50,000 copies of Owen's manifesto were sold. A number of his works were translated into German, Polish, and Welsh. Registered as a result of all this, socialist and secularist ideas were widely circulated and had a profound influence on what Engels called the most educated and solid elements of the working class. In succeeding years Owen's ideas became more abstract and remote from reality and his influence waned. 67. Owen felt that the key to solving the social inequities and crass discrepancies between rich and poor in the industrial system was better planning and leadership on a cooperative and solidarity basis to overcome the conflict between the different class interests. He felt that greed and selfishness needed to be overcome and a new economic principle established based on a new moral world order. He set up socialist or cooperative colonies both in Britain and the USA to demonstrate how his ideas would work. Although none of them was successful in the long term, they did lead to the worldwide cooperative movement, still flourishing and with us today. It was however unable to challenge seriously the capitalist system. Owen's views are strongly rooted in 18th-century rationalism and British pragmatism, and are very different from Engels and Marx's philosophy-based utopianism, although he does, like Engels, believe that the history of human irrationality is coming to an end and that a rebirth of intellectual idealism is imminent. Emotionally they are both drawn to socialism as the solution to social discord, but over which path to take in order to get there, they diverge significantly. Manchester's Hall of Science, built by Owenites at Campfield, contained, according to a contemporary observer, the finest and most spacious lecture hall in town. Owen's Sunday educational meetings there are attended by thousands, and Engels is often present. For this young man from censorious Barman they must have been a real eye-opener, free and open debate on all manner of subjects, unthinkable in his hometown with its fear of dissidents and its draconian censorship. Engels always gives due respect to Owen as a genial socialist and initiator of significant progress in the social field, that followed his campaigning, but also because he is the first of his kind to go against his own class. He is 50 years Engels senior and a mill owner, who has discovered his own path to socialism. Engels is impressed, too, by his courageous stand against church hypocrisy and the fact that he dares name marriage, religion, and private property as the precursors of all misery since the beginning of the world. Owen's followers, he feels, are the only ones who dare to use their minds as far as religion is concerned. He praises the English socialists for their open struggle against the different religious sects, particularly vis-a-vis the French, who he feels still conceive of their socialism as rooted in religion, with their devotion to Saint Simon. 68. The condition of the working class. Engels is not long in Manchester before he begins investigating social and political relations, particularly the living and working conditions of England's working people. He studies the works of the economists Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Baptiste Say, John Ramsay McCulloch and James Stuart Mill. We are seeing in his intellectual development a gradual step-by-step approach to materialism and communism up to 1844. It is here, during this, his first longer stay in Manchester, that Engels undergoes a transformational political education, culminating in his eventual conviction that materialism and scientific communism registered are the solutions to social conflict and injustice. Engels' father had hoped he would spend his time studying English manufacturing methods, so that the best could be adopted in Barman. However, Engels is only really interested in the socio-political aspects of the factory system, not in how better to make money. In an article for the Zeitung, he describes the situation as he sees it in England. In the cotton districts most people are employed. In Manchester there is probably only one unemployed worker for every 10 employed. In Bolton and Birmingham the ratio is probably similar, and when the English worker is employed, he is content. And he can be, certainly if he's a cotton worker, and if he compares his lot with that of his German and French counterparts. There the worker has hardly enough to survive on potatoes and bread, lucky he who has meat once a week. Here he eats beef daily and, for his money, gets as good a roast as the wealthiest in Germany. Twice a day he has tea and still has money left over to take a glass of porter at noon and in the evening a brandy with water. That's the lifestyle of most workers in Manchester for working 12 hours a day. But how long will that last? With the slightest tremor in the business world, thousands of workers will be on the dole. Cent. The first-hand investigation he carries out of the lives of working people in Manchester could never have been done without the help and collaboration of Mary Burns. Mary is a spirited and vivacious 19-year-old daughter of a dyer who works in one of the local mills. 69. Her laughing flirtatiousness and proletarian confidence fascinates Engels from the first moment he sees her, but we don't know how or where their meeting takes place. She may have caught his eye selling refreshments at one of the political meetings in the Owenite Hall of Science, or she may have been a domestic in one of the neighboring houses. It is unlikely she is working in one of the mills at this time, as Engels' description of the girls who work in the Erman and Engels mills is not conducive to such a conclusion. In the throstle room of the cotton mill at Manchester in which I was employed, I do not remember to have seen one single tall, well-built girl. They were all short, dumpy, and badly formed, decidedly ugly in the whole development of the figure. He takes an immediate fancy to Mary and they soon strike up a relationship. Engels, always with an eye for attractive girls, is captivated by her effervescent character and pretty face. Although she can barely read or write and has virtually no schooling, she is clearly bright and streetwise. She also has a ready sense of humor and brings a light-hearted touch into Engels' life that would be dominated otherwise by office monotony and a somewhat ascetic bachelordom. Once they become close friends, she also takes on the role of his guide and companion on many a jaunt through the working-class areas. Without her, he would undoubtedly have found it difficult to gain access to working families. A well-dressed young man wandering down their streets alone would look very odd and he would have been suspected of being up to no good. With Mary, Engels is able to explore behind the facades of the high streets, where the factory workers live. She also takes him around Little Ireland, lying within a bend of the River Medlock by the Oxford Road, and to Irish Town, close to the valley of the River Irk, where most Irish immigrants live in the most squalid conditions. In all the great towns, as census figures show, migrants from the rural areas outnumbered those born there. An important part of this group was the Irish. In 1841 there were 133,000 in Lancashire alone. And between 1841 and 51 it was estimated that 500,000 more came to England. They played a double part. On the one hand, out of desperation, they were prepared to accept much lower wages and conditions than the natives, but on the other, they brought a tradition of struggle and took readily to trade unionism. The Irishman, Fergus O'Connor, became perhaps the outstanding individual figure of Chartism as well as the embodiment of its 70 contradictions. In 1847, as the first Chartist, he was elected to Parliament, as MP for Nottingham. The friendship between Engels and Mary Burns very soon blossoms into intimacy and they become a couple, although never marrying. Engels considers marriage a bourgeois institution anyway, but is also keen to maintain his bachelor status in order to remain free to pursue his gypsy political life and not become tied down by family commitment. He writes about Mary to his family, but their reaction to the liaison and the possibility of his marrying a simple working-class girl is predictable outrage. Their attitude may also have influenced his decision not to marry. It is, though, no doubt, largely through her that Engels is able to gain a fuller and deeper understanding of what it means to be working class. His later book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, may never have been completed without her influence, and it would certainly have lacked its sense of intimacy and first-hand knowledge. There is almost no information about Mary available. As she was virtually illiterate, she wrote no letters, so there is no evidence from that source either. The correspondence between Engels and Marx or with third parties makes scarce a mention of her. Engels' friend George Weirth, later, in a poem he dedicates to her, writes of her selling oranges from a stall on the Liverpool docks and sending money home to Ireland to assist the struggle for freedom there. Whether this is based in reality or is simply poetic imagination we don't know. In a letter to his mother he describes her bold, black looks and her blood was warm and quick. Eleanor Marx, in a letter to the leading German Social Democrat, Karl Koski, will describe her as pretty, witty and charming. From these few laconic sketches, it is not difficult to imagine why Engels feels immensely attracted to her. Before Engels writes his Condition of the Working Class in England, the radical social changes wreaked by the Industrial Revolution have been largely ignored in the wider public sphere. Although there had been a number of detailed studies undertaken, like the series of reports issued by the Poor Law Commissioners in 1835-47, culminating in the publication of Edwin Chadwick's report on the sanitary conditions of the labouring population in 1842, these did not reach a wide readership. Even Joseph Adshed's book, Distress in Manchester, Evidence of the State of the Labouring Classes in 1840-42, only looks at 71. The situation in terms of poverty, disease, and death. The social change wrought by the Industrial Revolution had been apocalyptic. According to the British economist Adam Smith, of around 500,000 people working in the spinning mills, almost 200,000 of them were women, 160,000 children, and only 158,000 men. The implication of such statistics for family life and the position of women in society has far-reaching repercussions in the political as well as the social sphere. Engels' singular achievement with his study is to link this misery with the rise of capitalism, to reveal the intrinsic connectedness and to indicate a solution. His book is, for most people, a revelation. In it he exposes the harsh underlying realities behind the enormous wealth creation that no one is keen to address. They are to remain hidden, like naked female flesh, from public view. In his book, Engels describes how mid-19th trademark century society in England is characterized primarily by the enormous chasm that exists between the bourgeoisie and proletariat. Engels describes the two nations thus. The bourgeoisie has more in common with all other nations on earth than with the workers who live immediately next to it. The workers speak different dialects, have other ideas and thoughts, other customs and ethical principles, other religions and politics than the bourgeoisie. They are completely different peoples. In the same year 1845, Disraeli corroborates Engels' portrayal in his novel, Sybil, or The Two Nations. The Factories Inquiry Commission report on which Engels bases much of his findings would only be read by a few parliamentarians and academics at most. Disraeli would also no doubt have consulted them while researching his own novel. In general, the areas of art and literature well into the mid-19th century totally ignored the lives of the industrial masses. Elizabeth Gaskell's novel, Mary Barton, acknowledged as probably the first novel to have a working-class hero and set in Engels' Manchester, is written only in 1848. Thomas Martin Wheeler's novel Sunshine and Shadow, probably the first complex political working-class novel to be published in Britain, is serialized in Harney's Northern Star in 1850, and Dickens' Hard Times appears in 1854, the same year that John Snow discovers that cholera, the scourge of urban slum living, is spread by contaminated water. Virtually the only painting of the period which even attempted to portray manual work was Ford Madox Brown's work completed. 72. In 1856, depicting workmen digging up a Hampstead street. Madox Brown's fellow pre-Raphaelites preferred to escape into the romantic certainties of medieval chivalry than confront their contemporary reality. August Dorey began his engravings of inner-city life only in the 60s. In The Condition of the Working Class in England, which he writes up later, after his return to Barman, Engels describes factory working conditions unsentimentally but vividly, and backs up his own observations and opinions with detailed factual material culled from the factory's report. The commission had been set up by the government of the time in response to increasing agitation about the appalling conditions in the country's factories and how these conditions were impacting on social life. Sir David Barry, one of the surgeons who did some of the research for the factory's report, wrote about the effects of exceedingly long working hours, and is quoted by Engels. He noted deformities caused by the overwork, especially flattening of the foot, which he frequently observed. In cases, in which a stronger constitution, better food, and other more favorable circumstances enabled the young operative to resist this effect of a barbarous exploitation, we find, at least, pain in the back, hips, and legs, swollen joints, varicose veins, and large, persistent ulcers in the thighs and calves. These affections are almost universal among the operatives. The reports of Stewart, Mackintosh, and Sir David Barry contain hundreds of examples. Indeed, they know almost no operative who did not suffer from some of these affections, and in the remaining reports, the occurrence of the same phenomena is attested by many physicians. Commissioners Stewart, Mackintosh, and Sir David Barry use the strongest wording when describing the health implications of mill work and the little care most factory owners take for the girls who do it. The use of narcotics to keep the children still is fostered by this infamous system, and has reached a great extent in the factory districts. Dr. Johns, Registrar-in-Chief for Manchester, is of the opinion that this custom is the chief source of the many deaths from convulsions. Another effect of flax spinning is the specific twisting of the shoulder, i.e. the projection of the right-hand shoulder blade. 73. Which comes about due to the nature of the work. The continuous bending in this work and the low siding of the machines have led to a short stature. Apart from these debilities and the crippling of workers and their limbs, they are also endangered in another way. Working between the machines results in a significant number of accidents, of a more or less serious nature and, for the workers, often result in their being unable to continue working. The most common accidents are those where part of a finger is damaged, less often the whole finger, part of, or the whole, hand, an arm etc. after being trapped in the cogs and crushed. Even with minor accidents, tetanus often infects the wound, and death soon follows. In Manchester, apart from the many cripples you see, one is missing a part or the whole of his arm, another his foot, the third half his leg. You think you are living in the midst of an army that has just returned from the front? Registered. In his book, Engels describes the attitude of a typical Manchester citizen of the moneyed classes. I once accompanied such a bourgeois gentleman into Manchester and spoke with him about the terrible conditions in the working class areas and told him I had never seen such a badly built city. The man listened to me calmly, and then, on reaching the corner of the road where he left me, he said, "And yet there is a great deal of money made here, good day." This short incident captures in a nutshell the confident indifference of John Bull to the suffering of his fellow human beings. The dwellings for the thousands of workers the industrial expansion required were not planned, but thrown up in the most haphazard way, as densely as possible. He describes how he wanders through the labyrinth of filthy back passages, minuscule courtyards, where pigs are kept, stepping through the slime of excrement and garbage. The stench makes him want to retch. The cramped and damp homes are filled with children and adults, clothed in rags, several to a room, with scarcely any furniture. It is easy to get lost here. There are no landmarks or clear pathways. When I reread my description, he says, I have to admit that, far from exaggerating, I fall short by far of portraying it graphically enough. The filth, the depravity and inhabitability. Engels' younger contemporary, the Berlin artist Heinrich Zill, expressed the situation unforgettably. 74. When he said, "Housing can shatter you just as surely as an axe." In this book, he wants to do more than paint a local picture. He is looking for something that typifies the system that can become a symbol for the general. In his daily research he gets to know Manchester undoubtedly more intimately than most of its own inhabitants. Interestingly, among the wealthiest of the Lancashire mill owners during Engels' stay in Manchester is one Sir Robert Peel, father of the Tory Prime Minister, who is also a partner in his father's firm. Peel is one of those who campaigned for the earlier Factory Acts of 1802 and 1819, to ameliorate the lot of the workers, but they have clearly had only limited effect. Engels, at this time, sees the Tories as the English equivalent of the Prussian Junkers he knows from home, and fails to recognize a significant philanthropic strand in their politics, despite their entrenched conservatism. In his first 6 months in Manchester, Engels' social intercourse is almost entirely with such bourgeois gentlemen, as those described above, to whom he is expected to pay his respects and cultivate amicable relations in the interests of the business. As soon as he has gone through the motions, though, he throws himself into the work he loves most, investigating the impact of capitalist industry on the working people and relating that to his developing political ideas. The businessmen and middle classes he meets find a ready, and conscience-salving explanation for the repeated crises and misery in Malthus's popular theory that populations naturally outgrow the means to feed and clothe them. But anyone interested in improving society refuses to accept Malthusian determinism, considering it fatalistic and wrong-headed. Engels, too, rejects his infamous and base doctrine passionately. He can't see how the enormous potential offered by science and industry cannot be harnessed to bring happiness and plenty to all mankind. For him this theory is even more absurd than the living absurdity of the contradiction between rich and poor. He refuses to believe that the world is not capable of feeding everyone. However, he is not satisfied to simply reject Malthusianism on an ethical basis only, but is determined to refute it on the basis of economic facts. Manchester is a quintessentially northern English town, in the 1800s, but it also has a sizable German population and it isn't difficult for Engels to make contact with immigrants of similar 75 political persuasions to his own. In 1843, he meets leaders of the underground German workers' organization, Bund der Gerechten, Karl Schapper, Joseph Malou and Heinrich Bauer. Later that year, in December he meets the German revolutionary and writer, George Weirth, while the latter is traveling through England, and they become intimate friends. Of course there are German factory owners too, like Hermann, and they are no different from their English counterparts in the way they treat their workers, but they do differ in terms of their education and are more open to outside ideas. They love books, paintings and, above all, music, putting on cultural events on a regular basis. For instance, at the home of Peter Ehrman, Engels finds a well-stocked library and the old man is not averse to attending social occasions. Most of these businessmen emigrated from southern Germany and particularly from the Rhine area towards the end of the 18th century, and in family circles they hold on to their Germanic culture, even if they appear to be acclimatist Englishmen to the outside world. But Engels doesn't feel at home in their world either. He expresses this sentiment clearly in his dedication to the working classes of Great Britain of his book, The Condition of the Working Class in England. Working men. To you I dedicate a work, in which I have tried to lay before my German countrymen a faithful picture of your condition, of your sufferings and struggles, of your hopes and prospects. I have lived long enough amidst you to know something about your circumstances. I have devoted to their knowledge my most serious attention. I have studied the various official and non-official documents as far as I was able to get hold of them. I have not been satisfied with this. I wanted more than a mere abstract knowledge of my subject. I wanted to see you in your own homes, to observe you in your everyday life, to chat with you on your condition and grievances, to witness your struggles against the social and political power of your oppressors. I have done so. I forsook the company and the dinner parties, the port wine and champagne of the middle classes, and devoted my leisure hours almost exclusively to the intercourse with plain working men. I am both glad and proud of having done so. Glad, because thus I was induced to spend many a happy hour in obtaining a knowledge of the realities of life. 76. Many an hour, which else would have been wasted in fashionable talk and tiresome etiquette. Proud, because thus I got an opportunity of doing justice to an oppressed and calumniated class of men who, with all their faults and under all the disadvantages of their situation, yet command the respect of every one but an English money-monger. Proud, too, because thus I was placed in a position to save the English people from the growing contempt which on the continent has been the necessary consequence of the brutally selfish policy and general behavior of your ruling middle class. Although he enjoys the company of Mancunians, he has little fondness for their grimy city. He sometimes longs for the more bucolic environs of his homeland, for the calmer and more idyllic life on the Rhine, particularly when the seasons change. In autumn, he visualizes the hillsides golden with the autumnal colors of the vines, the grape harvesting and jovial drinking in the small Weinstuben. While in Manchester, whether autumn or spring, the skies are invariably gunmetal gray and the rain pelts down for days on end, The outpourings from the factory chimneys darken the sky even more, and an acrid miasma hangs over the city like a pestilential blanket. Then Engels dreams, as he writes to his uncle, August, of springtime back home and the musical gatherings. Now one knows only too well that it will be green on the Rhine, the crystal clear wavelets of the river, rippling under the breath of spring. Nature will be clad in its Sunday best, and everyone at home will be preparing for the musical outing. They will leave tomorrow and I won't be there. However, once he develops his contacts and friendships with other revolutionaries and working people in Manchester, he slowly begins to savor his time there despite the smoke and rain, and his nostalgia is momentarily dissipated. During 1843, with the help of his new Manchester friends and George Weirth, he is able to devote himself even more to researching working class life and the conditions under which the people live and work. He and Weirth are already acquainted from their time at the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, where Weirth was also a temporary editor. The latter happens to be working in Yorkshire while Engels is in Manchester, and he often journeys over from Bradford to enjoy many a lively Sunday with Engels and talk politics or go horse racing and 77. Take long walks. He is also employed in the textile trade, as a company representative, but like Engels, his chief interests are writing and politics. He pens numerous articles and essays about England and the working class, but his style is more personal and novelistic than Engels. In his first months in England he writes that he has never done a better thing for himself than coming to the island and seeing with his own eyes, all this misery and also all the means to remove it. Side by side he sees, the basest villainy and the soundest world movement. Engels describes Weirth as the first and most significant poet of the proletariat. Weirth calls Engels the German philosopher and feels pity for him, buried in that dark city. His verse from 1844 onwards takes on an increasingly social aspect, no doubt strongly influenced by his vivid impressions of the North. As can be seen clearly in these two stanzas from his poem The Cannon Forger. He goes but in his angry soul. He bears, the sullen moan. The guns his hands have fashioned roll their thunder tone. He slowly speaks, the time is near. Ye thrice accursed crew. The guns, that put your foes in fear, will turn on you asterisk. He is also much affected by Engels' views, just as his more famous compatriot, Heinrich Heine is by Marx. Weirth dies tragically young, in 1856, aged 34, from a malarial infection while on business in Havana, Cuba. Towards the end of this first period of his stay in Britain, Engels gradually comes to the conclusion that Chartism and the small English socialist movement in their present forms can never lead the workers to socialism. The Chartists, he now feels, are lagging, ideologically, and are less developed than the sprouting socialist groups, but he recognizes that they are led by real proletarians who represent the proletariat. The socialists are more advanced ideologically, but, in the main, they come from the middle class, and there seems little hope, in the short term, of them being able to coalesce. 78. With the working classes. Engels strongly recommends that the two need to amalgamate, and then, the working class will really be the rulers of England, he maintains. In the summer of that same year, 1843, he takes advantage of a visit to London to make a quick journey to the continent. In Ostend he meets up with the social revolutionary poet, George Herwegh, and the liberal literary critic and historian, George Gervinus, to discuss political issues and publishing opportunities for his writings. Herwegh has already worked on the Rheinische Zeitung and has written its poetic manifesto, and Gervinus is one of the 7 professors from Göttingen whom Engels admires for joining the protest in 1837 against the Crown Prince's refusal to accept a new, more liberal constitution in the Kingdom of Hanover. Such discussions help him develop and refine his own ideas. Engels has a continental perspective of the situation in Britain and sees the class struggle as a dialectical one, each separate national struggle complementing and contributing to the others. The coalescence between his knowledge of Hegel's philosophy, French utopianism, and now British economic theory and practice turns him into a proto-materialist and scientific communist even before Marx has reached this stage. Already in February 1843, Marx had left the Retniszeitung and withdrawn to his study, frustrated by censorship and the limited impact of the paper. He begins work on his economic and philosophic manuscripts, the foundation stone for Capital later. Engels announces his own newly won insight on the role played by economics in an article published in Owen's The New Moral World in 1843. Engels emphasizes later that he and Marx could never have developed the ideas and theory of what subsequently becomes known as historical materialism without the input of the founders of French socialism, Saint-Simon and Charles Fourier, together with German philosophers like Kant, Fichte and Hegel. He stresses that only when the political and economic conditions in France and England are subjected to a German dialectical critique can real results be achieved. And, it is certainly true, that without the utopian seeds sown by the early French socialists, subjected to the rigorous nurture of German rationality and scientific discipline and then planted into the industrial realities, particularly of English 19th-century capitalism, there would have been no Marxist theory. These are its three main sources. 79. During his early years in England, Engels angrily writes, "It is something that is taken for granted in Germany, but you can't knock it into the heads of the obstinate Britons, that so-called material interests can never be seen as self-sufficient, guiding goals, but that they always serve, subconsciously or consciously, a principle which guides historical progress." This reflects an attitude that must have often frustrated and infuriated Engels, Marx, and the other German communists. The German approach to life is largely philosophically based and rational, whereas the British tend to be much more down-to-earth. They adopt a more pragmatic approach to problems and issues. Philosophic speculation they find difficult to digest and are invariably suspicious of it. The reason for this difference in character and attitude to life is probably anchored in Britain's relative isolation from continental Europe, where the ferment of ideas more easily crosses borders and invigorates political movements. It is his confrontation in Manchester with the realities of Victorian capitalism that crystallizes Engels' thinking on historical materialism. "It was in Manchester," he writes, "where I was hit in the face by the economic realities which in the historical narrative to date have played either no role or were dismissed. At least in the modern world, though, they are a decisive historical force and the basis of today's class contradictions in those countries where industry is most highly developed, e.g. as in England." He develops these ideas, based on this new discovery, in an essay, Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy, which he writes during 1843, and it is published at the end of February 1844 in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher. Later, in a biographical sketch on Karl Koski, he writes that this article was important because it represented the first attempt to base socialism on political economy. He is already fully conversant with the ideas of leading economists like Adam Smith and Ricardo, whom he subjects to a thorough criticism, just as he tears apart the theories of Malthus. He ridicules the traditional economist's law of supply and demand. What are we to think of a law which produces periodic crises, he asks, rather than rely on such a fickle mechanism? Wouldn't it be better to plan? He also challenges the idea of capital being a separate entity from labor. It is the product of labor, i.e. merely labor in a different form, he argues. This short essay is the first attempt to fuse Hegelian dialectics with the new economic discoveries. In typically Engels fashion, it is lucid, erudite, and incisive, with almost Swiftian wit. 80. Marx admits later that it was this work that stimulated his own ideas and obliged him to examine more closely the role of economics, a subject he knew next to nothing about at the time. It triggers a correspondence between the two that eventually blossoms into a full-blooded friendship. It can justly be seen as the first exploration of the ideas that later form the basis for Marx's Capital. Even for us today, this short tract, which Engels wrote as a 24-year-old, has amazing resonances as it unrelentingly exposes the debilities of capitalism that are still imminent. Though, interestingly, the word capitalism as a description of the system of property ownership is not once mentioned in it, the term only comes into use later. The excerpt below from his outlines of a critique of political economy illustrate the fundamental truth of his analysis. Have we overthrown the barbarism of the monopolies? Exclaim the hypocrites. Have we not carried civilization to distant parts of the world? Have we not brought about the fraternization of the peoples, and reduced the number of wars? Yes, all this you have done, but how? You have destroyed the small monopolies so that the one great basic monopoly, property, may function the more freely and unrestrictedly. You have civilized the ends of the earth to win new terrain for the deployment of your vile avarice. You have brought about the fraternity of the peoples, but the fraternity is the fraternity of thieves. You have reduced the number of wars, to earn all the bigger profits in peace, to intensify the utmost enmity between individuals, the ignominious war of competition. He also lambasts the idea of owning land as akin to taking away people's means of survival, to make earth an object of huckstering. The earth, which is our one and all, the first conditions of existence, was the last step towards making oneself an object of huckstering. This is an argument the environmental movement will later take up to challenge the very idea of land ownership. Engels' essay may be rather basic. It is after all only exploratory, but it raises crucial questions that still need addressing today: the contradiction between labor and capital, and the unequal appropriation and distribution of profits. It demonstrates the corrosive effect of the 81 system on individuals, on family cohesion and society as a whole. Importantly, Engels also examines the different definitions of value and the crucial difference between price and value. Looking at the role of competition, he writes: by dissolving nationalities, the liberal economic system had done its best to universalize enmity, to transform mankind into a horde of ravenous beasts who devour one another just because each has identical interests. We have seen that in the end everything comes down to competition, so long as private property exists. It is the economist's principal category, his most beloved daughter, whom he ceaselessly caresses, and look out for the Medusa's head which she will show you. How contemporary those sentences sound in a time of takeovers by predatory private equity funds and globalist capital. Although Engels is still a relative greenhorn in economic theory, he is, in his own words later, still somewhat proud of my first theoretical work of sociology. This work represents the first attempt to define the subject matter of what will become Marxist political economy. It also exemplifies the turning around of Hegel's idealistic dialectics, the proof that economic relations are nothing more than relations between human beings. As relations between human beings, they can be changed by mankind to create a more just society, leading eventually to the abolition of private property, which in any case will become a historical necessity. In a second article, The Situation in England, Engels describes the nub of the matter as the future of work, and argues that the bourgeoisie is not only incapable of molding the future history of mankind, but should be hindered from attempting to do so. When, in 1844 at the end of August, he leaves England, he is in possession of a whole new array of ideas and concepts about the connections between classes and the state. He is more aware of the immense social repercussions of the Industrial Revolution and has clearer ideas about the future, which he believes is already being carried in the womb of triumphant capitalism. As Marx is reaching similar conclusions to Engels, expressed in his own articles in the 82 Verbiage, he initiates an avid correspondence with Engels. Between 1843 and 45 both Engels and Marx are, independently, in their thinking still very much under the influence of Ludwig Feuerbach, registered, although both adopt different ways of tackling the same subject matter. Marx puts human emancipation at the center of his work and sees the inhuman era of history as a consequence of the system of private property and workers' alienation from their work. Engels goes further, seeing communism as the necessary outcome of economic developments, particularly as a result of the Industrial Revolution. Their correspondence around the ideas expressed in the Verbiage has, as yet, not led to a lengthier meeting between the two men. However, Engels' return to Germany once his training period is over makes it possible for him to arrange a stopover in Paris, for 10 days, where Marx is temporarily ensconced. This time, despite the nervousness of both men, the frostiness of their first meeting is immediately transformed into a warmth that will suffuse their relationship throughout the following, difficult decades. They could not contain their excitement and exhilaration at finding in each other the collaborator of which they could only dream. The identity of their thinking is almost uncanny. This is the moment when he and Marx embark on their deep and unbreakable friendship and collaboration. From now on their lives will be like one. Every political shift, every event and idea will be shared and their own views synchronously developed. Each of them, independently, has a clear vision of the goal and also the means of attaining that goal. They both realize also that only together will they be able to master the enormous task facing them. It is amazing that this bond between two such great thinkers and personalities will stand the test of time, and the great body of their work can only be properly understood when viewed as an organic whole. For these few days he hoped to be able to forget the awful pewter-colored skies and the Lancashire smog, to enjoy the seductive sensuality of Paris. The city with its joie de vivre, the myriad memories of its world-shaking revolution and, of course, the pretty mademoiselles is dear to his heart. But the family in Barman is impatient for his return and there is so much to talk over with Marx in the short time allotted to him, so such delights have to be postponed. He spends his short time locked in serious debate with Marx. He also manages to meet and hold discussions with the Russian anarchist, Mikhail Bakunin and other radical exiles. 83. These discussions elate him more than any jovial evenings in the cafes and bars or trips to the theater could have ever done. To realize that he and Marx have been thinking along similar lines and have, in effect, done the groundwork for the establishment of a new theory of historical development is a tremendously exciting discovery. Although many disagreed then, and still do, their discovery is as groundbreaking as Darwin's discovery of evolution. Up till this point, history has been seen as either an unraveling of divine purpose or a series of events determined and brought about by great historical figures, with the mass of the people as mere backdrop. From this time on, economics and industrial capitalism become central to Marx's research. Engels, though, has a great advantage over him, in that he is fully conversant with English politics and commerce. He now has first-hand experience of large industrial processes and has been able to make detailed observations of a modern proletariat, how it actually exists as a class. In this sense, he is the ideal partner for Marx, who brings the ability of abstract thinking, generalizing and systematic rigor to refine the ideas and goals they both have. Even in the area where Marx achieves his greatest fulfillment, political economy, Engels is, to begin with, very much the feeder. It is undoubtedly he also who pushes Marx in the direction of investigating the role of private property and the contradiction between the humane phraseology of capitalism's apologists and the inhuman practice of the free market system. It is Engels who explains to him the role of economic crises, capital accumulation and concentration. Paul Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law, later relates that Engels told him, that when he met Marx in the Café de la Régence, one of the first centers of the 1789 revolution, Marx raised with him for the first time the idea of economic determinism within his theory of historical materialism. Engels himself says of this meeting, "We were in complete agreement on all theoretical issues, and from this date on we began our collaborative work." The few days Marx and Engels are meeting in Paris coincides with the arrival of a German literary journal containing a biting article by their erstwhile student friend, Bruno Bauer, in response to their essays in the Franz Ziesk Fairbücher. They discuss bringing out a small pamphlet in reply. This will be their first collaborative effort. Engels immediately puts pen to paper, writing a first draft for what has been agreed will be a slender brochure. Marx, though, and 4. elaborates this into a full-length book. It may be that Marx did this to avoid the strict censorship laws which were aimed at publications of fewer than 20 pages. It also underlines the different approach of the two new friends, Engels always prepared to dash off a quick and short riposte, Marx determined to mine every idea to the full. So what began as a modest pamphlet becomes a more fundamental settling of accounts with their philosophic consciences, The Holy Family, or a critico of critical criticism. It is a rather prolix criticism over 200 pages of the Hegelian idealism of Bruno Bauer and his followers. In his preface, Marx writes, "Real humanism in Germany has no worse enemy than spiritualism or speculative idealism, which in place of the individual human being places self-consciousness or spirit. The spirit is what animates, the flesh is no use." In a sense, the Holy Family provides a sketchy outline for the manifesto of the Communist Party, they will write later. The Holy Family is a heavy salvo against philosophical idealism. When he receives a copy in March 1845 in Barmen, Engels is horrified by its title, fearing the potential repercussions if his pious family get wind of it. In a letter to Marx, he also expresses his surprise that he has turned their proposed pamphlet into a rather weighty tome. That you have expanded the critical critique to 20 pages was surprising enough for me, he says, but then consoles himself that, it is good so, and in this way more can be got across to interested parties, for goodness knows how long it would otherwise have lain in a drawer of your writing desk. The original title of their joint work was simply For Critique of Critical Criticism, but the publisher, on his own initiative, gives it the rather more alluring title of The Holy Family, finding it more epigrammatic and sensational. The title The Holy Family is a sarcastic reference to the group of idealist philosophers around Bruno Bauer. It represents the new dialectical materialism's first resolute skirmish with idealist philosophy. Back in Barmen. After leaving Paris, Engels then goes on to Cologne, where he stays another 3 days, clearly on Marx's instructions, to brief members of the Cologne Circle, before continuing his journey to Barmen. On arrival, the prodigal son is spared a grilling from his family, as 85. They are all up to their necks in the arrangements for his sister Marie's wedding to Emile Blanc. Emile Blanc, according to Engels, is a communist, so it would appear surprising and most incongruous that the family is prepared to see one of their daughters married to one of the devil's servants. However, Engels' description is perhaps more wishful thinking than hard fact. Blanc has apparently expressed socialist sympathies and taken out a subscription to the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, but one hears nothing of a left-wing political nature after his marriage to Marie. He enters commerce and settles down to an orderly bourgeois life like the other male members of the family. Engels uses the breathing space to renew contact with his old school friends and is surprised how radicalized they've become. They've really started to revolutionize their family affairs and give their elders a proper dressing down if they put on aristocratic airs with their servants or workers, and that really is something in patriarchal Elberfeld, he writes. He is also amazed at the transformation that has taken place in the area during his short absence, further industrialization, a more civilized political climate, and the factory owners have begun to address some of the social grievances of the workers as a consequence of the weavers' revolt in Silesia that same year, 1844. This was commemorated in Heine's incisive and bitter poem, The Silesian Weavers, which concludes, "Doomed be the king, the rich man's king, who would not be moved by our suffering, who tore the last coin out of our hands. And let us be shot by his bloodthirsty bands, we weave, we weave. Doomed be the fatherland, false name, where nothing thrives but disgrace and shame, where flowers are crushed before they unfold, where the worm is quickened by rot and mold, we weave, the loom is creaking, the shuttle flies, nor night nor day do we close our eyes. Old Germany, your shroud's on our loom, and in it we weave thy threefold doom, we weave, we weave." 86. The starving weavers in Silesia caused quite a stir throughout Germany when they rose up against their unbearable conditions, as did the Bohemian calico printers in the spring of 1844. For the first time in ages, attention is drawn to neglected social conditions of working people. Newspapers throughout the country begin printing articles on the need for social reform. The situation has again become more unsafe. Engels writes, "There has been a steep increase in crime, robbery, and murder as a response to the old social structures. The streets of an evening are very unsafe, the bourgeoisie is beaten up, attacked at knife point and robbed, and if the proletarians here develop under the same laws as those in England, they'll soon recognize that this behavior, as individuals, using force as a form of protest against the social order is useless, and the only real way is to protest together through communism. He clearly understands that acts of random violence and petty crime are a valid expression of alienation from society and of anger at the crass disparities in wealth, but he also knows that such actions are meaningless without political leadership and conscious collective action. The elite is in a state of anxiety and even fear at what is bubbling beneath the surface. Only shortly before Engels' return, on July 26, 1844, a disgruntled civil servant, Ludwig Tschek, achieves minor historical infamy by attempting to assassinate King Wilhelm IV and his consort in Berlin. Such an event only serves to increase the tension. Back in Barmen, Engels is clearly determined to give up a businessman's career once and for all and to join Marx in devoting himself full-time to revolutionary work. But he knows he can't just confront his family with such a decision, even though he is itching to return to Marx. He realizes that it will take a few months to slowly acclimatize them to his wishes. When, however, he realizes his father will never countenance such action, he throws himself into completing his book on the conditions of the English working class. Once his sister's wedding is over, he is subjected to a serious talking to. Persuasive advice from my brother-in-law and the tragic faces of my old folks obliged me to submit to the horse trading again, and I spent several days slogging in the office. He says he is also persuaded to knuckle down in the office again, as he's begun a love affair with a barman girl, about which we have no further details. 87. But I was disconsolate even before I began to work, he bemoans. Barman is so awful. I don't just have to be a bourgeois, but a factory owner into the bargain, and actively engaged in battle with the proletariat. A few days in my old man's factory has confronted me once again with the awfulness of it all, as I'd somewhat overlooked this aspect. I had of course reckoned on spending only so long in this horse trading as suited me, then write some illegal tract which would anger the police, only to slip over the border in suitably quiet fashion. But I can't even stand it that long. If T didn't have the daily reminder of the most atrocious tales from English society in my book Condition of the Working Class in England, I think I would go somewhat stale, but that at least keeps my blood on the boil. Enough. At Easter I'm leaving. On top of it all, the flabby life in a fundamentalist Christian Prussian family, I can't take it anymore. I might grow into a German Philistine and then smuggle Philistinism into the communist movement *. Here, in these few remarks, we can almost physically identify with Engels' complete desolation and frustration. Here is a young man, enflamed by the new revolutionary philosophical ideas of his time, raring to get out there and change the world, yet being forced into the straitjacket of small-town business. This is the cri de coeur of every adventurous young man, trapped in the daily routine of a 9-to-5 office job, even though Engels has the enviable advantage of being the boss's son. From mid-November 1844 until mid-March 45, he completes his manuscript, on top of his work in the office and undertaking business trips on behalf of his father's firm to Cologne, Düsseldorf, and Westphalia, which he of course also utilizes to renew his contacts with old friends and to proselytize for the communist cause. Prussian police records, in true German fashion, archived meticulously, tell us that he is often to be seen at Schloss Holt near Bielefeld, where all the revolutionary elements come together. Despite doing his duty in the office, his father still accuses him of laziness every time he is caught poring over his manuscript. In a letter to Marx, he says that I was unable to visit, otherwise my family would break with me. Like Marx, Engels occupies himself in these months not only with English matters, and shares with Marx all his thoughts. We should bring out a small brochure, he writes, on the 88 practicalities of ushering in communism, and to provide a popular description of communist practice in England and America. We should bring out a magazine to illustrate the social misery and expose the bourgeois regime, as well as set up a library with the best works of foreign socialist writers. At this time Marx is still working on his book project, a critique of political economy, and Engels drives him unremittingly, make sure you get your book on political economy finished, even if you remain dissatisfied with much of it, that's neither here nor there, the mood is conducive and we must strike while the iron is hot, now is the time. Engels is not only an impatient driver but can also be a most patient helper. He offers Marx some advice on what should be included in the manuscripts. After reading a book by Max Stirner, titled Der Einzige und sein Eigentum, which takes up Jeremy Bentham's ideas on egoism, Engels sees a dialectical irony in the idea. He recommends that it should be built into their theory, the idea that it can also be egoistic to fight for a better society, because you aren't happy in the old one and can only see your own fulfillment and everyone else's, in a new, communist one. Engels realizes he has to make the goal of liberating the working class his own cause first, if it is to mean anything. In this vein he writes to Marx in Cologne. First we have to make this thing our own egoistic thing, before we can do anything about it, and, in this sense, we are, apart from any material aspirations we may have, communists out of egoism, and as egoists we want to be human beings, not just individuals. That's the way to answer the fellow. In the second place he must be told that in its egoism the human heart is of itself, from the very outset, unselfish and self-sacrificing, so that he finally ends up with what he is combating. These few platitudes will suffice to refute the one-sidedness. But we must also adopt such truth as there is in the principle. And it is certainly true that we must first make a cause our own, egoistic cause, before we can do anything to further it, and hence that in this sense, irrespective of any eventual material aspirations, we are communists out of egoism also, and it is out of egoism that we wish to be human beings, not mere individuals. 89. It is interesting that Engels here appears to be promoting a more idealistic than purely materialist position, i.e. man is intrinsically good. He is deliberately emphasizing, in a dialectical way, the idea of individual motivation and that it should be natural to desire a better society, because only in such a society can one realize one's own potential. This idea in no way invalidates the apparent contradiction between Engels' characterization of capitalist society as egoistic or selfish. Hand in hand with the theoretical work goes practical agitation. As the working class movement appears static, Engels attends all sorts of meetings which are called to discuss social issues and seizes the few legal opportunities to introduce communist ideas. He has significant success in this work and, as an illustration, writes to Marx about a meeting in Elberfeld where we defeated the pious with the help of the rationalists, with an overwhelming majority. Everything Christian was deleted from the statutes. I really savored the absolutely laughable scene of the rationalists trying to uphold their theoretical Christianity with their practical atheism. Strengthened by their success at such gatherings, Engels and other comrades decide to hold their own public meetings in the largest hall, in Elberfeld's top inn, the Zweberlicher Hof. At the first meeting we had 40, at the second 130, and at the third at least 200 people, he tells Marx proudly. In a lecture at one of these meetings, he relates how successful communist groups have already been set up in America. These are probably the first such socialist meetings to be held on German soil. The Wuppertal poet, Adolf Schultz, who is present at one of them, gives us a flavor. In order to give the whole event an innocuous cover, a girl harpist is booked so that it can be presented as a musical declamatory evening's entertainment. After it begins with the harpist, poems by two local poets on social issues are read to get the audience in the right mood. Then Hess and Friedrich Oswald speak, but neither is an accomplished speaker, so they have little impact. It is left to the local theater director and comic dramatist to defend the present order and to argue the impossibility of communism. A lively, even heated debate follows. While Hess describes communism 90. For the audience as a natural law of love and assures them that revolution can be avoided if one helps humanitarianism to victory, Engels, who knows his home patch, feels it is more effective to appeal to the intellect of his audience, to their practical sense, to their business-schooled minds. He attempts to explain the senselessness of free competition, which by ignoring the need to better organize production and distribution, leads to crises and chaos, destroys the existence of the lower middle classes, concentrates capital, and leads to sharpening class conflict and finally a necessary reordering of society. As may be imagined, these meetings are reported in minute detail to the Rhineland president, Freiherr von Spiegel-Borlinghausen, by the mayor of Elberfeld. Among other things these communists discussed, he reports, was the unholy institute of marriage. In the mayor's report, Engels is often quoted and described as Herr FRD. Engels, the eldest son of the highly esteemed father, the businessman Friedrich Engels Sr. Engels' use of the pseudonym Oswald is clearly no barrier to his being recognized by some of the local people. Also present at the meeting, the mayor reports, is the lawyer, Dr. Wessendonck, who states that communism was a truth, whose forward march could not be stopped. Registered most of Engels' middle-class contemporaries no doubt find it incomprehensible that such privileged young men should support a movement to overthrow the very social structures which provide them with their advantages. It is probably just as difficult for someone today in Western Europe to understand fully how middle-class individuals like Engels and Marx could identify so readily with the working class and throw in their lot with it. The working class in Western Europe and North America today is a less clearly defined, nebulous entity and certainly no longer has an aura of romance about it. The vast industries which spawn the working class in its classic incarnation, and as Marx and Engels experienced it, have disappeared, at least in the more highly developed nations. To be able to understand their fascination, it is perhaps necessary to remind ourselves of the social realities of that time. Europe is slowly emerging from an era of feudalistic dynasties, and most countries are run on authoritarian lines by a moneyed and privileged elite, with censorship, severe limitations on the freedom of speech and draconian laws to enforce them. These ruling elites represent a narrow class interest and are ossified in their outlook. They are 91. Opposed not only by the rising bourgeoisie, the new industrial working class, increasing with the industrialization of the towns, also represents a new and potent force in society. Of course, it is largely uneducated, ignorant, and vulgar. It is debased by poverty and overcrowding in slum conditions, and drink and debauchery are often the only forms of escape. However, within this mass, there are also increasing numbers of individuals who refuse to accept their lot, who educate themselves and who become politically and socially active. Although the overwhelming majority of the bourgeoisie will certainly not see any common ground between its own aspirations and those of the working class, a tiny number of the more enlightened do. Middle-class intellectuals like Marx and Engels, who fret under the constraints of the old society, see the working class as the only vital social force potentially capable of pushing through the sort of changes they themselves seek. There is, in addition, the romance of a bohemian life, of mixing with the salt of the earth and discarding the useless clutter of bourgeois rituals and hypocritical, sanctimonious behavior. Both Engels and Hess, when addressing the meetings in Elberfeld, speak somewhat cautiously, given the middle-class public they have before them and the climate of suspicion and censorship. In Mayer von Carnap's report he leaves out what Engels actually says, probably to protect the reputation of Engels' father and also, no doubt, because he and Engels Sr. both work together and hold interests in a railway company. The mayor, in concluding his report, writes that he is convinced that the citizens who attend these meetings are too honorable to be, and intelligent enough not to be, snared by the rebellious talk, but if such discussions continue, he writes, I would not wish to take responsibility for the consequences among the lower orders in a factory town like ours. Needless to say, after the mayor's report, the government Landrat for Elberfeld and Privy Councillor, Graf von Cecil-Deix, having got wind of what is happening, decides to clamp down on these activities. We know from Schultz that Engels intended to talk about the realizability of communism at the fourth meeting, but because of the ban this never takes place. He publishes the speech he intended to give later in the Reinigungsverbeter, and in his closing sentences he gives a significant assurance that no one envisages introducing communism overnight and against the will of 92. The nation, but nevertheless the future belongs to it, and the developmental road of all civilized nations leads to it. At the same time the police president inquires of the president-in-chief of the Rhineland whether he thinks one would be able to rely on the loyalty of the military in the case of rebellion, but the latter thinks he is referring to communist influence and replies that he has no worries that the communists have any influence at all on the troops and has noted no communist activities in the Rhine area. He also feels, he says, that such influence is improbable as it would find no suitable terrain, because the lower classes are very much beholden to the Catholic clergy whose hierarchical tendency stands in such contrast to the teachings of the communists, such that one could view the Catholic Church as a reliable antidote to such poison. And, he goes on, it isn't the proletariat in the Rhineland that is the problem but the educated, and dissatisfied, middle classes. Such is the confidence of the ruling elite, despite the warning signs. This assessment, no doubt, has a large element of veracity in it. The Wuppertal and Elberfeld populace is very devout and they salve their consciences in church every Sunday. The owner of the Zweibrücker Inn is told he is forbidden to allow his premises to be used in the future for communist meetings, on pain of losing his license to operate. Engels is also given to understand, that if he goes ahead with the planned fourth meeting, he will be arrested and charged. A report about the communist agitation in the Rhineland is also sent to Berlin, and as a result the Home Office minister there, von Arnim-Boitzenburg, bans all such meetings in the area, to prevent the spread of communist ideas in the factory towns of Elberfeld-Barmen, which would be incalculably dangerous. After the banning of the meetings, Engels is kept under particular scrutiny by the Prussian police. The police director submits reports of his journey through the Rhine and Westphalia and mentions Engels' activities. Friedrich Engels, from Barmen, is a thoroughly trustworthy man, but he has a son, who is a dyed-in-the-wool communist and travels around as a writer. It's possible his name is Friedrich too. He is named in another police report as one of the leaders of the Communist Party. In his conclusion to the Elberfeld lectures, Engels again defines the social ideal that absorbs him and has made him into a communist. His desire is that everyone should have the opportunity. 93. To freely develop their human essence, to interact with their neighbors on a human level, without having to fear powerful crises affecting their lives. He is prepared to devote his life to the communist ideal, he avows, because he views communism as the realization of his own humanitarian goal. The really human life, with all its requirements and needs, he assures the fearful in his audience, we have no wish to destroy, but in fact we wish to enable the opposite to come about. Engels confirms the exclusivity of the meetings by admitting to Marx that, all Elberfeld and Barmen was there, from the moneyed aristocracy to the epicure, only the proletariat was not represented. Engels' family protests strongly about his communist activities. In March the book he has co-written with Marx is to be seen in an Elberfeld bookshop, and this makes Engels even more anxious. The Holy Family will cause me more conflict with my parents, who are already irritated as it is, he writes to his friend. He is also surprised to see his name above Marx's on the title page, as he has contributed little more than a tenth of the text. As long as his father is kept unaware of the book, he can be expected to keep his promise of letting his son attend Rhineland's Friedrich Wilhelms University in Bonn to study business finance, from Easter 1845, as Engels hopes to do. He will be admitted to study there because he fulfills the minimal entrance requirements. Although he has no abitur, he has completed a grammar school education and his military service. There is, though, no record of his registering at the university. In a letter to Marx, in Brussels, he writes, "At the moment I'm living a real dog's life here. Because of the meetings and the debauched character of several of our local communists with whom I, of course, socialize, the whole religious fanaticism of my old man is discovered anew and is made worse by my declaration of giving up a business career, and with my appearing publicly as a communist, he's developed a glittering bourgeois fanaticism too. Just imagine my position. It is worthwhile quoting more fully from this letter and what he goes on to tell Marx, as it vividly reflects the restrictive, pious family climate that is suffocating him. 94. All my letters are checked, because the family thinks it's all communist post. They put on this holier-than-thou expression. It drives me so crazy, I just have to get out of the way. I sit in my room and work, on communism of course. They know that, then they pull the same faces. I can't eat, drink, sleep, not even fart without being confronted with those damned baby Jesus-like expressions. If I go out or stay at home, keep quiet or speak, laugh or not, I can do what I will, and immediately my old man puts on this outrageous expression. On top of all that, he is so stupid he thinks both communism and liberalism are revolutionary, lumping them together, and then he makes me responsible, despite my protestations, for all the outrageous speeches of the English bourgeoisie in Parliament. And, to top it all, we've now entered the holy season in the house, as one of my brothers and a sister were confirmed 8 days ago. Today the whole tribe are prancing off to evening mass. The Corpus Christi has done his works. The woeful faces this morning outdid everything. Yesterday evening I was with Hess talking about communism till 2 in the morning. Strong hints, of course, that I should have been in my bunk. Finally they build up courage enough to ask where I was. With Hess. With Hess. God on high. Pause, build up of Christian despair on their faces. What society you've chosen, size etc. It's enough to drive one mad. You have no idea of the malice in this Christian witch hunt for my soul. My old man now only needs to find out about the existence of the critical critique and he'll turf me out of the house. Again, all Engels' despair is given full vent in this letter. One cannot help but deeply sympathize with his lot, and his worst premonitions are soon to be fulfilled. Eventually he is forced out of the house, so taking up a university place one's now out of the question. He rapidly, though, comes to terms with the new situation and, with the little money he has, he leaves to join Marx in Brussels. He is also fleeing an unhappy love affair with a barman girl, who has apparently rejected his advances. At this time he appears to have no plans to return to Manchester, so it has to be assumed that he considers his affair with Mary Burns to be over. His time of voluntary exile has begun and he is free of harassment by the police back home. Marx is already on the wanted list and can 95. No longer re-enter Germany, but Engels is still spared that indignity and can return at will, but he has no desire to do so, as long as the bourgeoisie talked politics but still went to church. What the proletariat was doing, who knows? Despite everything, he is able to complete The Condition of the Working Class in England, and this is published in Leipzig in 1845. Although being ostensibly about Britain, its explosive combination of descriptions of poverty and oppression with the ideas of revolutionary socialism is immediately clear to any intelligent reader in Germany. In it Engels discusses the problems of a modern city, of industrial work, alienation, and poverty, and how these can be overcome. In many ways it remains a contemporary discussion. It is received as a bombshell. By combining sober factual material gleaned from the Factories and Mines Inspectorate reports with his own keen observations and political understanding, Engels has thrown down a gauntlet to the homegrown mill owners. Hearing about Marx's precarious financial situation in his Brussels exile, Engels offers him, with profound pleasure, any royalties paid on his book, so that, the swine will at least not be granted the pleasure of placing you in financial embarrassment by their infamy. The book's later publication in English has no less a profound impact than it had in Germany. After all, few read or even knew about the reams of factory inspectors' reports, but distilled and brought to public knowledge in an easily digestible book, which also underlines the inchoate power of the working class and its revolutionary potential, it represents an incendiary mixture. In his foreword to the German edition he says that it was conceived only as a first chapter to a more comprehensive work on the social history of England, but that the importance of the subject matter obliged him to publish it separately. Karl Koski comments perceptively, degree, for the first time the necessity of fusing socialism and the workers' movement was discussed. With this book, we have the beginning of theoretical socialism. It is based largely, if only partially consciously, on the same foundation as is the Communist Manifesto, which is written 2 years later. Engels sees not just misery, as the socialists of his time do, but the germs of a higher social structure which it carries within its womb. Later generations who will grow up in the intellectual atmosphere of modern socialism will find it difficult to. 96. Imagine what an achievement the 24-year-old Engels notched up with his book, at a time when the suffering of the working class was either denied or bemoaned, but not investigated as a link in the historical process. Engels argues that as long as the owning classes show no inclination for freedom themselves, and also oppose the self-liberation of the workers by every means, then the workers will be forced to undertake the social revolution by themselves. But he passionately believes that communism is an issue for humanity, not just for the workers. Interestingly, he argues, in the conclusion to his book, that to the extent the proletariat adopts communist and socialist elements as its own, then to the same extent will the coming revolution see less bloodletting, acts of revenge and anger, because the communist understands that the individual bourgeois cannot behave otherwise in the present circumstances. In this way, he feels, a communist organization would be able to contain the brutality of the revolution, before it devolves into terror as the 1789 French one did, and would eventually bring it under control. The authorities take no action against Engels' book, but when his friend Moses Hess and others attempt to publish similar social criticism in a new paper for working people, the authorities come down like a ton of bricks. It is marginally acceptable to publish a book which only a few middle-class individuals will purchase, but to have those same ideas in a cheap paper intended for the lower classes could only inflame matters even more. In Germany, publishing anything of even a liberal tinge, never mind radical, is still virtually impossible. Censorship is everywhere and the rulers tolerate no deviation from the hegemonic ideology. Engels admits later that he had little idea at the time of what real theoretical research work really meant and had learned firsthand from Marx how to work. However, with his good practical sense and myriad connections, he has, in many ways, a higher profile than Marx, and is viewed by many in the contemporary workers' movement at this time as the theoretical leader. What Engels learns in Manchester about the dehumanizing process of industrial capitalism, about economic crises, the relationship of wages to profit, the population theories of Malthus and the dominating force of private property lead him to put economics center stage. He is convinced that only by overcoming the hegemony of capitalist production can working people and mankind as a whole. 97. Be set free. These ideas are to become the basis of scientific socialism, and he is the first to discover them. With his usual modesty, he says that Marx finally gave these ideas their focus. Marx stood higher, saw further, and had a better and quicker overview than all others, he said. What Marx achieves through philosophical and historical deduction, Engels does through looking at the economic realities in England and from his political practice, although Marx is clearly more advanced in terms of the level and incisiveness of his concept formation. 98. Chapter 4. Exile and the Communist Manifesto. Among the middle classes of Wuppertal the rumor circulates for weeks that Friedrich Engels, who stood up and spoke so forthrightly at communist meetings, has, as the better part of valor, chosen to escape overnight to America. For Engels himself, now safely in Brussels, feelings are mixed. On the one hand, he is overjoyed to escape the pettiness and oppressive home atmosphere and to be with his friend Marx, but on the other he feels a certain sadness on having to leave his close comrades in the Rhineland and his Heimat, the homeland, so dear to most Germans. He moves into lodgings close to Marx and soon has, safe in his wallet, the emigration permit from His Majesty's Belgian government which allows him to reside in Belgium until he should decide to emigrate to the USA. He probably obtains this on Marx's advice, as he himself has already considered moving there. America is a pioneering and profoundly democratic country with a burgeoning industry, as well as with a now sizable population of German and other European émigrés. It would provide a fertile soil for revolutionary activities, they feel. However, in the end, neither of them takes advantage of the opportunity, as Brussels is also an ideal city in which a communist political program for the coming revolution can be elaborated without outside interference, and it is a suitable place for them to continue their theoretical work, at least in the short term. Brussels is characterized by a tranquil, almost provincial atmosphere. Founded on the bourgeois freedoms gained in the Revolution of 1830, the upper middle class and the clerical hierarchy 99 hold the reins of power tightly in their hands. There are no signs of even an inchoate workers' movement. Clearly the government feels no threat from a small, motley group of German radicals, though the police still keep tabs on them. Both Marx and Engels live only a short walk away from the Bois Sauvage, a hotel for foreigners where most of the German emigrants end up staying. Marx himself has lived here with his whole family since he was expelled from Paris. Other émigrés, including the poet Ferdinand Freiligrath and Heinrich Burgers, who came with him, still live there. In early 1845, though, Marx moves into one of the Brussels suburbs, and within a week a group of progressive and democratically minded German émigrés, as well as several Belgians and Poles, form a small colony around him. The Belgian police records reveal that Engels took a house next to Marx from May 1845. Engels relates that when he met up with Marx in the spring of 1845, Marx had already drafted the basis of his theory of historical materialism, and we sat down to work on the details of this newly won perspective, in its various ramifications. Although Engels gives Marx the credit of being the first to elaborate this theory, Marx himself emphasizes how far Engels had developed the basic ideas. Independently, Friedrich Engels came to the same conclusion as I had, but via a different process. Once he arrived in Brussels in the spring of 1845, we decided to elaborate our opposition to the ideology of German philosophy and, in fact, to draw a line under our previous philosophical mentality. *degree Engels, using Brussels as his base, is keen to travel to other European countries to cement links with the workers' movements there. In June 1845 he is also determined to visit the Rhineland again, and to utilize the fact that his sister Marie is now married to the communist Emile Blanc. It would provide an ideal fig leaf for him to carry out more agitational work for the communist cause. He is at this time, still somewhat of a hothead, impatient for change, and regrets that we can only rely on writing pens and that we can't implement our thinking directly with our hands or, if needs be, with our fists. He seriously believes that neither he nor his compatriots will live to 50. At Marx's 50th birthday celebration in 1868, he recalls, "What youthful enthusiasts we were 25 years ago, when we prided ourselves on being beheaded well before we reached this age." This is very reminiscent of Che's remarks and his selfless heroism at 100. The same age. In a letter to his old friend Julio Castro in 1959, Che writes, "This experience of ours is really worth taking a couple of bullets for. Don't think of returning, the revolution won't wait." A strong hug from the one who is called and whom history will call. Engels belatedly discovers that his Belgian permit is only valid for travel to other countries, not to return to Germany, whence he has come. In addition, as the poet George Weirth writes to his mother, he is fallen out terribly with his family, they see him as godless and notorious, and his wealthy father refuses to give him another penny. But I know the son as a supremely good person who has a rare understanding and intelligence, and exerts enormous efforts, day and night, in fighting for the welfare of the working classes. For the summer of 1845 he plans another trip to England to collect material for his new book about the development of English industrial society. He manages to undertake this journey, despite a shortage of money, and Marx accompanies him, traveling via London to Manchester. Another motivation, no doubt, is also to see Mary Burns again and perhaps persuade her to accompany him back to Brussels. He explains his trip to the family by saying he has to return to Manchester to collect some books he left there. For both Marx and Engels it is a memorable journey, and what was intended as a short stay, is extended to 6 weeks. For the two of them to be alone together, fancy-free and under no outside pressures, it is a real holiday. He later recalls his friends sitting in the alcove of Chetham's library in Manchester. There, the surrounding, leaded and stained glass windows filter the light, making even the dismal weather outside appear sunny. Engels also takes the opportunity of this short trip to re-establish his links with the left wing of the Chartist movement and introduce Marx to Harney, Owen, and his other close friends. For Marx, this is his first opportunity to see English industrial capitalism firsthand and to immerse himself in the literature dealing with the island's economy. During July and August they occupy themselves intensively with the English economy and history. Engels manages to fill 3 exercise books full of dense text as a result of this short visit and enjoys a wonderful time researching collaboratively with his great friend. In London they hold more talks with George Harney and the leaders of the Secret League of the Just, the forerunner of the League of Communists. They also help in the organization of an 101. International Society of Fraternal Democrats, which is consolidated by radicals from a number of countries, after they have left. It is an organization which remains in existence up to 1859. Harney, from the English side, is an incredibly reliable force and has a vital input into the organization, which comprises 130 Germans, 40 Scandinavians, 20 Hungarians, Poles, Russians, Italians, Swiss, Belgians, French, English and individuals from other countries. It also gives a focus for the propagation of their ideas on communism. On their journey back from Manchester to London, and then on to Brussels, they are accompanied this time by Engels' partner, Mary Burns, whom he has persuaded to join him. She stays at Engels' side for a whole year, until August 1846. It is a happy, if not an easy year. Mary's sunny character and her bubbly temperament have a beneficial effect on all of them, and she even inspires George Weir to dedicate a poem to her. Below are several verses to give the flavor. From Ireland she came with the flood, all the way from Tipperary, with her warm, rushing blood. What a young maid was Mary! And as she jauntily jumped ashore, the sailors hailed her pose made merry, thank God, like a wild, wild rose. She, though, countered wild and cheeky, even if her lips burned, always on the market's busy corner. Her bearded acquaintances, oh, the waste of kisses galore. She had no pity. Sie swore, she cried, and oh, she tore free of all those arms. And with the money she took for her juicy golden fruits, she ran quickly home. With angry mien, took that money and locked it away. And then in January 102, to Ireland fast and sure, she sent it off. That's for my people's care. That's my contribution to your coffers. Up, and sharpen your swords and axes if you dare, and nurture the old hatreds. The shamrock of Tipperary longs to o'ergrow the rose of England. Hail Mr. O'Connell from Miss Mary *. Weir clearly finds Mary attractive, and when he is again in Brussels in 1846, he is still fascinated by her personality and writes to his mother, describing her as a woman, beautiful as a wild rose, sending dark, audacious glances, and how their three-way conversations take place half in English and half in German. The year 1845/46 is not an easy one for Engels and Mary, as there is very little money coming in. George Weir helps them financially when he can, but they are living from hand to mouth most of the time. How Mary, herself, fares is not documented. Clearly, from Weir's remarks, she doesn't lose her sense of humor, but with only English and a little Gaelic, she will have found it virtually impossible to converse with the others, apart from with Weir and, to a limited extent, with the Marxes. But, with Marx and Engels spending most of their days and evenings locked away in intensive reading and writing, and having little money herself, she will have felt very isolated. Early in 1846 Marx, Engels, and the Belgian Philippe Gigot set up the Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee. The aim of the committee is to form the basis of an international revolutionary workers' movement, a sort of prototypical international. It will serve as a networking and coordinating center for socialist movements in the various countries. One of its members is Edgar von Westphalen, the younger brother of Marx's wife, Jenny. Engels, always looking for practical ways of spreading their new ideas, dreams also of initiating a new system of propaganda with the establishment of a newspaper or magazine and pamphlets to propagate the ideas of the committee. It does indeed become 103. Possible to produce a series of lithographically printed pamphlets which are distributed to their contacts in other countries. This method is largely unknown at the time in working class circles, and, when the pamphlets come out, they cause a minor sensation. It becomes proletarians of all countries unite. In all likelihood, this phrase is from Marx. The magazine is published immediately after the Congress finishes. It doesn't deny the former motto but removes the natural right mantle, supplanting the generalist call for brotherhood with a more shrill and rebellious proletarian call to arms. In July, Engels travels to see Marx in Brussels to discuss how to promote the League, now that it has adopted their proposals, and together they develop an ambitious program of action. Here they also set up a new German workers' club and, he later relates, we took over the Deutsche Brieseler Zeitung and thus had a mouthpiece up until the February 1848 revolution. This paper gives them an opportunity of communicating with a wider German readership. It is published twice weekly by Adalbert von Bornstedt, a former editor of Bernstein's Vorderrage, but he, it later turns out, is actually in the pay of the Austrian and Prussian governments. Marx's and Engels' chief goal at this time, and this is the reasoning behind the manifesto of the Communist Party they write later in the year, is to campaign for the formation of workers' parties wherever possible and to ensure that they adopt communist ideas. They realize that a workers' revolution is hardly feasible at the present and therefore put all their energies into supporting democratic revolutions, which they see as a prerequisite for the eventual proletarian revolution, while at the same time building up the nascent communist forces. Already by 1847 the small communist colony in Brussels has grown significantly and now includes their former colleagues from the Reinigungszeitung, Wolf and Hess, two valuable and capable comrades. Marx and Engels also work closely with the Organization of Brussels Democrats, of which Marx is vice president. When debates at the Brussels Club become too tedious, Engels and Marx amuse themselves by pretending to argue with each other. Marx would defend free trade and protectionism, and I can still recall the amazed expressions on their faces as they watched us let loose on each other, Engels notes wryly. In October 1847, between the two League Congresses, Engels returns to Paris once more and tries to achieve the kind of success they've experienced in Brussels. He already has a very high standing among the Paris Communist League cells, and becomes secretary of 110. The Paris Regional Committee. He is certainly an excellent socializer and knows how to charm his way around. He manages to get himself elected as a delegate, without opposition, to the League's Second International Congress in London. While active among the Communist Leaguers, he also maintains amicable relations with the French Democratic Socialists and writes articles for their paper, La Réforme, and is also on good terms with Louis Blanc *, later to become a member of the Provisional Government on the wave of the 1848 revolution. Once back in Paris, at the end of October 1847, Engels begins writing his Principles of Communism, as a draft program for the League's Second Congress. He does this to ensure that the leaders of the young revolutionary movement will comprehend clearly what is needed to achieve their aims. But while working on these principles, he is already having serious doubts about the form. He feels strongly that a secular and rationalist program will not sit comfortably in a quasi-religious creed format. Once formulated, these principles are presented and discussed in the Parisian cells of the League, thus making Engels the organizer of the first ever Marxist party discussions. His principles become the preliminary sketch for the manifesto of the Communist Party written by both Marx and Engels later. In his principles he sets out a list of fundamental changes that would need to be implemented by a communist government in the changeover period after the revolution, and in this list he reveals amazingly forward thinking. It is also the only attempt by either Marx or Engels to offer a glimpse of what a future communist society might look like. He calls, for instance, for the education of all children, from the moment they no longer require a mother's care, to take place in national institutions, paid for by the state, for equal inheritance rights for illegitimate and legitimate children, and for transport systems to be in the hands of the nation. He calls, among other things, for the destruction of all unhealthy and jerry-built dwellings and slum areas and the setting up of a centralized national banking system. Interestingly, it is in this same year, 1848, that John Stuart Mill publishes his Principles of Political Economy, in which he takes a completely opposite position, arguing in favor of free markets, albeit with limited state intervention. It becomes one of the most widely read books on economy in Britain at the time. 111. Mill later adopts a more socialist-orientated attitude to economics. Engels' principles may not sound exceptionally revolutionary today, but they certainly are in 1847. Later, in the second section of the Communist Manifesto and in the demands of the Communist Party of Germany, Marx incorporates Engels' principles in edited form. This again reflects their almost identical thinking in so many areas. There are heated debates during the Congress, but in the end Engels manages to persuade the majority of delegates to accept his draft program, based on the principles, to change the League into a propaganda society, shorn of its conspiratorial and utopian aspects and essentially under his and Marx's leadership. In the discussions about adopting a democratic or an authoritarian organizational form, both Engels and Marx always argue for a democratic one. They admit that in a secret organization there is a need for a central command, but as soon as you take on a more open and public profile, they argue, then elections become necessary. And this is what they want the League to do. It is agreed that the reorganization of the League will be undertaken on the basis of Engels' principles. In these, Engels reiterates that communism is not a doctrine, but a movement. It isn't based on the prerequisites of certain principles but on the facts. Communists, he maintains, don't adopt this or that philosophy, but act on the basis of the whole of history and particularly the present realities pertaining in the civilized countries. From now on the organization will be known as the League of Communists and becomes the first de facto revolutionary workers' party, taking up the struggle under the slogan, "Proletarians of all countries unite." It is structured in branches or cells, each having to have more than 3, but not more than 10, members. There would be circles, leading circles, a central committee and regular congresses. Democratic centralism becomes its method of working. Everywhere, in those countries where the League has branches, a similar program of work is soon adopted. One day in the week is designated for discussion, another for social entertainment. Each branch sets up its own library and if possible organizes classes for workers in elementary subjects. Democratic centralism later becomes the organizing principle for all the world's communist parties to date. In essence, this term should mean that after what is ideally a wide democratic debate among the membership, the issues are voted upon up to the highest 112 level and once agreed and adopted by the Congress, become binding on all lower sections. This is intended to give an organization more cohesion and a united position, turning it into an effective revolutionary organization. However, what sounds like an excellent procedure in principle invariably deteriorates into a top-down decision-making process. The aim of the League as newly defined in Marx's and Engels' manifesto will be, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the rule of the proletariat, the elimination of the old bourgeois society based as it is on class antagonisms and the founding of a new society without classes and without private property. The newly Baptistist organization mandates Marx and Engels with the task of drafting a new creed for the party. In his comments later, after the 1848 revolution on the continent, Engels admits that he and Marx were too optimistic in formulating these principles. History has proved us wrong, and all who thought like us. It has made it clear that the state of economic development on the continent at that time was not, by a long way, ripe for the elimination of capitalist production. It has proved this by the economic revolution which, since 1848, has seized the whole of the continent, and has caused big industry to take real root in France, Austria, Hungary, Poland and, recently, in Russia, while it has made Germany positively an industrial country of the first rank, all on a capitalist basis, which in the year 1848, therefore, still had a great capacity for expansion registered. The two of them make it clear that communists need to fight alongside middle-class progressives and Democrats in pushing for step-by-step change, but must never lose sight of the final goal of proletarian victory. In this way socialists will, by and large, be spared the disappointments and disillusion that befalls so many other, less clear-sighted parties and groupings, whether Republicans or emotional socialists. Real scientific socialists, they feel, can accept every small gain or even setbacks as merely necessary steps on the road to the final goal. They have stamina and patience. And the coming revolutionary turmoil in Europe will certainly try the stamina and patience of both men to the full. Many of the early socialists based their beliefs on the idea that human beings are born 113 with a natural right to freedom and justice. Engels' view is that such an abstract and idealist position, not based on objective reality, is unhelpful in tackling the injustices of capitalism. To begin with, the new creed, like the old one, is envisaged as a quasi-declaration of belief, but in the end it becomes transformed into a battle cry. In an exchange of letters between Marx and Engels we can see clearly how the final version of the manifesto comes about. In early November, Engels communicates his doubts about the creed to Marx. Think the creed over carefully. I think we'd fare better if we leave aside the catechism form and call the thing, Communist Manifesto. Because we'll have to include history, more or less, and this won't fit in the previously agreed form. I'll bring along what I've written, it's simply expressed, but miserably edited in terrible haste. I begin, what is communism? And then straight on to the proletariat, the history of its formation, difference to previous workers, development of the contradictions between proletariat and bourgeoisie, crises, consequences registered. He meets Marx in Ostend, before the two of them travel onwards to London for the Second Congress which takes place between November 29 and December 8, 1847. At this Second Congress 30 local groups are represented from several European countries. On their journey to London, the two put the finishing touches to the draft and both take an active part in the Congress debates and discussion of the new manifesto. However, the form, as Engels describes it above, is retained in the final published version. He is always the more practical of the two great revolutionary thinkers, and the manifesto certainly carries his stamp in being an easily accessible document around which the movement can organize, rather than, in the first instance, a work of theoretical philosophy. Even if Marx's input can clearly be discerned in the language. The resulting document, with its short, epigrammatic sentences, finely chiseled, hammering home the messages, one after the other, like a series of blows, is to circulate around the world and become, alongside the Bible, one of the most widely read books ever. In later years, Engels will say that both he and Marx wrote drafts independently of each other, and out of these the final version emerged. This final version, 114, the one we know today in its compressed, stylistically refined form, reveals that it was not written in a rush, but deliberated over and worked on in detail. It undoubtedly combines Engels' lucid and straightforward style, with Marx's incisive and analytical panache. It betrays its origin in Engels' polemic against German ideology, in which he looked at human development in its historic entirety and dealt with the relationship between economics and ideology. Where the original catechism was conceived as a simple question and answer form, like Engels' principles, the final version is intended to teach, convince, proclaim, and enflame. And it succeeds in these aims. It becomes one of the most influential documents ever and is certainly instrumental in helping forge the future communist movement worldwide. While the document emphasizes how capitalist competition and class conflict will irresistibly lead to a communist future, it seriously underestimates the adaptability and resilience of the capitalist system, in the economic as well as in the political and ideological fields. Also in the manifesto, for the first time, the vital difference between a communist and other radical movements is expounded. Although the manifesto is now ready for publication, Marx still dithers, perhaps wanting to continue re-editing. It is only finally printed after the London Central Committee of the League sends a threatening letter to him on February 25, 1848, giving him an ultimatum. This seems to do the trick. The document is finally ready for dispatch to the groups a few days before the February Revolution breaks out in France. It is, though, still too late to have any significant effect on the revolutionary processes either in that year or in 1849 and, in any case, the members of the Communist League at this time still only number in their hundreds. In reply to the question of how the working classes should behave during any future revolutionary upsurge in Europe, Marx and Engels stress that they should never lose sight of their final goal, but need to support the bourgeoisie in the liberal phase of revolutionary change, not to cement capitalist relations, but to eventually overthrow them. However, this seemingly cynical and callous attitude towards the bourgeoisie should not obscure the fact that Engels' vision of a proletarian state is as a basically democratic one where the majority rules in the interests of that majority. He is not envisaging an oppressive type of state, even if his ideas are unfortunately misapplied in the 20th century to bring about just that. 115. In their deliberations, both Marx and Engels attempt to maintain an all-European and even worldwide perspective on social developments, and they recognize that change in the different countries will take place at different speeds. Only in England, Engels thinks, can direct rule by the proletariat come about peacefully, because workers are already in the majority and capitalist development is highly advanced, but he thinks revolution will break out in Germany first, as contradictions there are most acute. But England, as the most advanced nation, both in terms of its industrial development and the size of its proletariat, will have the most advanced revolution and will take up the leadership in a European context. Marx believes, however, based on his more profound historical understanding, that revolution will break out in France first and make it the European revolutionary center. History shows Marx, not Engels, to have been correct. They both rightly feel that although revolutionary change will only occur according to the given historical conditions, it can be accelerated if the workers are well organized and collaborate with other democratic forces. In the Deutsche Breiseler Zeitung, Engels elaborates these principles. Under contemporary conditions, communists are far from seeking pointless argument with the Democrats. In fact, they are more concerned with establishing themselves as Democrats. Democracy in the civilized countries will, as a necessary consequence, bring about the rule of the proletariat, and the rule of the proletariat is the first requirement for the implementation of all communist precepts. As long as democracy has not been won, communists and Democrats will fight together. Thus far the interests of Democrats and communists will be identical yen. Of course, from a modern perspective, such words appear to imply that communism is not democratic and communists only use democracy to gain control of society. This is also the common perception today, and communist governments during the 20th century have hardly disabused us of such a notion. However, Engels most certainly doesn't see it in this way, but uses the term Democrats for those who are struggling for a limited bourgeois democracy, and he sees proletarian rule as a superior form of democracy. 116. Engels had written to Marx already in 1843 about the portending revolution in France, but only now, on the basis of their recently elaborated theory of dialectical and historical materialism, are the two men able to lay down some political guidelines for the coming revolution. In this work, for the first time, they begin using the term scientific/theory-based communism and no longer socialism. Engels and Marx are, luckily, no longer in France to witness the rapid demise of the revolutionary government on which they had set such high hopes. Later that year, in nationwide elections, Louis Napoleon is elected President of the Republic after his landslide victory on December 10. He has no long political career behind him, but is able to depict himself as a unifying leader, exploiting his name and tenuous relationship to Napoleon I. The monarchist right and much of the middle class support him as the least worst candidate, as a man who will restore order, and the instability which has been continuous since the overthrow of the monarchy in February, and prevent a socialist revolution. His overwhelming victory is also very much due to the support of the conservative and politically ignorant rural population. However, old Europe is crumbling beyond repair and the upsurgent forces of democracy and industrialization cannot be held back interminably. 3 years later, in December 1851, after months of stalemate, Louis Napoleon puts an end to the Republic by staging his coup d'état and seizes dictatorial powers on the 47th anniversary of the crowning of Napoleon I as emperor, and also the 46th anniversary of the famous Battle of Austerlitz. He proclaims the Second Empire and declares himself Emperor of France. This coup alienates many Republicans, like Victor Hugo, who has hitherto supported Louis. 124. Napoleon, and is forced into exile, becoming one of his harshest critics. The supreme irony of a genuine and popular revolution being transformed into rule by a new emperor is not lost on Marx and Engels. It induces Marx to utter one of his most quoted witticisms, based on Hegel's assertion that all great historical events and personalities repeat themselves. Marx adapts this and writes that, he forgot to add, the first time as tragedy, the second time as farce. He went on to note that people make their own history, but they do so not as they wish, not under their own chosen circumstances, but directly under the given and existing conditions they are bequeathed. The February events in France do fan the flames in Germany and spontaneous uprisings take place in a number of cities during March, the so-called March Revolution. But events had already begun rolling in February, in Mannheim, where an assembly of the people of Baden adopted a resolution demanding a Bill of Rights. Similar resolutions are adopted elsewhere. The surprisingly strong popular support for these movements forces the rulers to accede to many of their demands, almost without resistance. Liberal governments are installed in a number of areas, all in an attempt to pacify the masses and contain the spreading of revolution. However, overall success of the movement will depend on the course of events in the two major German-speaking states, Austria and Prussia. In Austria, Chancellor Metternich is forced to step down in March, in the face of a popular uprising and flees to exile in England. In Prussia, King Friedrich Wilhelm IV originally refuses to grant a constitution, but public protests only increase and are threatening to turn into open rebellion. On March 17, in council with his ministers and generals, and against the advice of most of them, the king decides that the best way to prevent the movement spinning out of control is to offer to make the compromises demanded, which he promises to do. He agrees to free parliamentary elections, a constitution, and press freedom. He even promises that Prussia will lead the way to a united Germany. When details are announced, a huge, delighted crowd celebrates in front of the King's Palace in Berlin. The partying soon becomes a little too exuberant and attempts are made to enter the palace, so troops are sent in and shots are fired, enflaming the already volatile crowds. People feel they have been tricked and the celebration turns into a riot. Barricades are erected and fierce fighting erupts, leaving 254 civilians dead before 125. The troops retreat. These events underline the correctness of Marx and Engels' position in rejecting armed adventurism. As the overwhelming majority of revolutionaries in Germany, and certainly the working people, have no weaponry, any such insurrection would be put down with ease. After leaving France, Marx and Engels travel post-haste to Cologne, where they hope to relaunch the Renaissance. There they are heartily welcomed by old and new comrades. However, despite the respect these local comrades feel for them, they are reluctant to have their show taken over by these newly arrived international celebrities, and try to persuade the pair to go on to Berlin, the hub of the Prussian state. But they are not having that. We knew Berlin only too well, Engels writes, its seedling bourgeois with their big mouths, but cowardly when it comes to action, its arse-licking petty bourgeoisie, its still totally undeveloped workers, its masses of bureaucrats, aristocrats, and court lapdogs, its whole character as simply, the residents. But decisive was the Prussian justice system, in which political cases were heard before professional judges, whereas in the Rhineland the Napoleonic Code was used. In Cologne, Engels and Marx soon discover that the local militants have already begun laying detailed plans for what they envision will be a full-blown revolution. Among the conspirators are August Willich, Dr. Gottschalk, and Fritz Honecker, later to take leading roles in the revolutionary uprising of 1849. When we arrived in Cologne, Engels relates, the democratic and, to some extent, communist side had already made preparations to launch a large newspaper. They wanted to make it a genuinely local Cologne paper and dispatch us to Berlin. But within 24 hours we, in fact it was Marx who managed it, had conquered the terrain. The paper was ours on the basis of the one proviso that we take Heinrich Biergers, a communist and friend of Marx and Engels, onto the editorial board. He wrote one article and not one more. Registered Marx and Engels are also keen to begin their work from Cologne rather than from the Prussian capital Berlin, because the Rhineland has a more highly developed industry and therefore a higher concentration of workers. Despite Napoleon Bonaparte's defeat in 1815, certain changes he introduced to Germany during the French occupation had been 126 retained. Public administration was improved, feudal structures weakened, and the power of the trade guilds reduced, and the Napoleonic Code replaced the traditional Prussian legal codes in the Rhineland. This system instituted juries rather than appointed judges. These new codes were popular and remained in effect until 1900. As a result, this area of Germany is also better prepared for the coming of industrialization during the 19th century. Engels then leaves Marx to build up the fortress in Cologne, while he travels on to the family in Barmen. He is still short of money and wants to check out the situation, to ascertain whether his father's attitude to him has mellowed in the meantime. Marx commissions him with the task of finding shareholders for the Neue Rheinische they plan to launch, as well as to rebuild the Communist League cells there. But Engels is able to make little headway, as he reveals in a letter to Marx. They avoid any discussion of social issues like the plague, they call it agitation. To be blunt, the bourgeois here see us as the main enemy and aren't prepared to give us weapons which we'd soon turn against them. From my old man it's impossible to squeeze a penny. For him the Cologne newspaper is a nest of agitators, and instead of $1,000 he'd sooner send 1,000 bullets whizzing towards our heads. If even one copy of our pamphlet on the 17 points were seen here, we'd be finished. His father confronts him uncompromisingly about his revolutionary views, and the two remain at loggerheads. His blindness is incomprehensible to me. Engels writes to a relative about his father, he is of the opinion that only a constitutional monarchy can offer a stable solution. He very quickly realizes he will make little headway in Barmen. The working class is indeed restive and, as a force, is beginning to move, but they have no clear idea of what they are aiming for. The small number of communists in the area is not capable of changing this situation in the short term. Since March 1848 Engels' brother, Hermann, has a troop of home guards under his command and they have been given 30 rifles and bayonets. They consider their main role to be putting down any workers' rebellions and protecting the cotton spinning works of 127. Hermann and Engels from Luddite attacks. Given this situation, it is little wonder Engels has little success finding shareholders or in building communist cells. He does, though, manage to sell 14 shares for $50 apiece to a few of the more liberal businessmen. By May he's also managed to set up a league cell in Elberfeld and to translate most of the manifesto into English. The aim of Marx and Engels has been to make the Communist League cells the levers to prise open the lid on the revolution in Germany as well as in the rest of Europe, but that dream has to be abandoned in face of the inhospitable realities. Towards the end of May, he decides to return to Cologne and devote himself to work on the Neue Rheinischen. Only a few days after his return, the first issue of what is to become the most famous newspaper of the German 1848-49 revolution, rolls off the presses. On the editorial board, apart from Engels are 6 others including his friend, the poet, George Weirth, and Marx as editor-in-chief, although Engels often takes on this role in Marx's absence. This daily paper, the successor to the original Remniszk-Zeitung, is published from June 1, 1848 until May 19, 1849. Engels' chief task is to cover political commentary and foreign policy. Marx has hardly any time at all to write editorials. In 3 months he manages only 5. Foreign policy is easy, the appeal for an all-out war by revolutionary Europe against the bulwark of European reaction Russia. In the months following his return to Cologne, Engels writes most of the articles for the paper, but the procedure that the two seem to have already adopted as a matter of course, is that he writes the first drafts and Marx edits them. There is little wider public reaction to the paper to begin with, but the sharper the articles become, the more the shareholders' worry mounts and one by one they withdraw their shareholdings. The editorial team at the paper are fully aware that it won't be long before the enemy strikes and they are clearly prepared to defend their printing press. Engels writes that on account of the 8 rifles with bayonets and 250 live cartridges in the editorial room and the red Jacobin caps of the compositors, our house was reckoned a fortress. By August the conservative forces in Germany have begun to regroup and are setting up their own clubs in the Rhineland, even if recruitment to them is slow. Engels views this creeping counter-revolution with concern and is chafing at the bit. He wants to get in on the real action and not be stuck in a dingy office writing. 128. Screeds of newsprint. He makes no bones about this urge to friends, even though he is well aware of how important the journalistic work was and carries it out diligently. He writes that his work on the paper is a real pleasure. You see the impact of every word and how every article hits its target as if they were grenades exploding. These words, though, can't hide his need to experience the excitement of real battle and real grenades, or as he resignedly puts it, the so-called German Revolution is somewhat boring. But, for precisely this fatherland you have to buckle down and make a sacrifice by writing leading articles for a doltish public. His irritation is no doubt exacerbated by arguments in the editorial board. Wilhelm Liebknecht, a close friend of Marx and Engels and later leading socialist in the German Reichstag, tells us that as long as Marx is in charge things run smoothly, but with Engels in the driving seat there is invariably conflict. Why this is the case, is not revealed. Marx, at this time, is often away, discussing the revolution with comrades in Berlin and Vienna or with radical Polish groups, and Engels is usually left in charge. It finally comes to a showdown and the other editors rebel against Engels' way of doing things. It takes all Marx's persuasive skills to calm things down again once he returns from his travels. This state of affairs is remarkable given Engels' later widely praised diplomatic skills and affability. Perhaps it can be put down to his youthful intransigence, impatience, and a certain arrogance, or simply the clash of very extrovert and strong personalities. Engels comes to life in the social arena, and he soon joins the Cologne Citizens' Army and is actively involved in the Democratic Society and Cologne Workers' Club. He realizes that if resistance is not organized quickly, the reactionaries will succeed in their aim of rolling back the revolution. Together with others, he organizes mass meetings of the people to elect a security committee to oversee the defense of the city and ensure the inviolability of the revolution. However, the middle classes see this as a step towards setting up a Red Republic and seek to have it abolished. Engels then organizes a new mass meeting in front of the city gates of Cologne to demonstrate the mass support for his security committee. He later reports that the meeting, estimated to be several thousand strong, has voted for the Democratic Social Republic, with only one vote against. They further pledge themselves to fight to the last man in. 129. Any subsequent conflict between Prussia and the rest of Germany. At the end of the meeting, Henry Brisbane, a correspondent from the New York Daily Tribune, conveys greetings and solidarity with the revolution, and while in Cologne holds talks with Marx and Engels. His is the paper for which Marx later becomes a regular correspondent during the 50s, but it is Engels who will translate and write many of the articles that will appear in Marx's name. This mass meeting, which Engels organizes, is the largest to take place anywhere in Germany during this period, and not only does it once again demonstrate his great organizational skills but also indicates the path the revolution needs to take if it is to be successful in the long term. He demonstrates that masses of people can be mobilized to take into their own hands the administration and organization of the revolutionary process, and that the second phase of the revolution can be achieved as long as the alarmed reactionaries don't intervene with force. Encouraged by the seemingly easy victories on the level of the individual German states, a self-appointed preliminary parliament meets in Frankfurt. It calls for free elections to be held to nominate delegates to a national assembly for all of Germany, and the new governments of the various states agree to this. Finally, on May 18, 1848, the resultant National Assembly opens its session. Of the 585 delegates to this first freely elected German parliament, so many are academics or university educated that it is called the Scholars' Parliament, but it nevertheless represents an immense democratic breakthrough. The assembly starts on its ambitious plan to devise a modern, liberal constitution as the foundation for a unified Germany. By the autumn of 1848, however, the Prussian aristocrats, among them Otto von Bismarck, and the Prussian military have regained power in Berlin. They were not defeated during the March Revolution, but had merely retreated temporarily to their country estates. General von Rigel leads the troops who recapture Berlin for the old regime. His troops earning the nickname street sweepers for the brutal efficiency and ruthlessness with which they clear the streets. Needless to say, Friedrich Wilhelm immediately rejoins the victorious Junkers who promise to restore the monarchy. In November he dissolves the new Prussian parliament and institutes a constitution of his own, which does, however, contain some liberal elements. The Prussian bureaucracy and military view the events in 130. Cologne with increasing anxiety and as a significant influence on the prevailing atmosphere in the whole of Prussia. The Interior Minister's report at the time states clearly that he sees it as his duty to teach Cologne, as the second largest city in Prussia, a lesson for its insolence. He knows that if the situation is allowed to fester, the infection will spread to other big towns. The consolidation of the reactionary forces and their increasing belligerence alarms many in the new democratic and revolutionary organizations. In their eyes there is an urgent need for a second revolution to crush this re-emerging reaction and to safeguard the achievements of the March Revolution, as well as to press for more fundamental political and social demands. At the Second Rhineland Democratic Conference at Wuringen on September 10, attended by over 10,000 people, the call for a social democratic or Red Republic is voiced. Once the reactionary forces of the landed aristocracy have made the necessary military arrangements, they use the holding of this Rhineland Conference as a pretext for placing Cologne under a state of siege. All publications are banned and the revolutionary forces threatened with the direst of consequences. In September, judicial proceedings are initiated against Engels and other members of the editorial board of the Neue Rheinische for conspiring to overthrow public order. By the end of September, Cologne finds itself immersed in counter-revolutionary terror. Engels and his fellow editors go underground immediately. 131. From the barricade to guerrilla war. The early morning newspapers in Germany on October 4, 1848 are emblazoned with a wanted notice issued by the state prosecutor's office for one Friedrich Engels and his accomplice, Johannes Biergers. But, Engels has outwitted Prussian officialdom once again and is already safely over the border in Belgium. The notice describes him, somewhat inaccurately, as a businessman, 27 years old, 5 feet 8 in tall, with dark blonde hair, gray eyes, a well-proportioned nose and mouth in an oval face, with a healthy complexion and slim stature. He is charged with high treason, the most heinous offense on the books. He is saved from being convicted in absentia because, according to the Napoleonic justice system pertaining in the Rhineland, the case against him and his comrades cannot be opened without the accused being present. Engels believes he is safe from extradition proceedings as long as he stays in Belgium, as the Constitution of 1830 guarantees political asylum. This, though, doesn't prevent the Belgian police cooperating closely with their Prussian counterparts, and the government is certainly not keen on Belgium becoming the asylum country of choice for dangerous revolutionaries. Hardly arrived in Brussels, Engels is arrested by the THIRD-Public, the Belgian security police, and taken immediately by prison vehicle to be dumped on the French border, from where he makes his way to Paris. So, on October 5 he finds himself, involuntarily in the city, where only a few months previously he had received such a hearty welcome. This time there are no warm embraces, he is not expected, and those revolutionaries still there are keeping their heads. 132. Down. Paris is now, as he describes it, a dead city, and he has little desire to linger. His report from there conjures up the depressing atmosphere. Between the Paris of then and now, lay the May 15th and June 25th, and the most terrible battle the world has ever seen, with a sea of blood, with 15,000 corpses. Cavaignacs grenades have blown Parisians' irrepressible jollity to smithereens, the Marseillaise and the Chant du Départ could no longer be heard, only the bourgeoisie hummed their Mourir pour la patrie, between their lips. The workers, without food and weapons, gnash their teeth with suppressed anger. Under the schooling of the state of siege, the exuberant republic soon became respectable, tame, subservient, and moderate. But Paris was dead, it was no longer Paris. On the boulevards only the bourgeois and police spies, the balls, the theatres desolate. The gamins have disguised themselves in jackets of the mobile guard, and have now sold themselves for 30 sous a day to the Honnête Republic, and the more stupid they behaved, the more they were applauded by the bourgeoisie. In short, it was again the Paris of 1847, but without the spirit, without the life, without the fire and ferment that the workers then brought with them everywhere. Paris was dead, and this lovely corpse was all the more horrific, the prettier it appeared. I couldn't bear to stay any longer in this dead Paris. I had to leave, it didn't matter where. T0*. Marx has somehow managed to survive unscathed in Cologne and is able to send Engels some money, so that, with his passport already forwarded from Brussels, he is now free to leave Paris. In the short term, though, he decides to go to Switzerland, as the nearest potentially safe haven. But the little money he now has is hardly enough for food alone, so he decides to walk there and enjoy the delights of the French countryside on the way. He doesn't mind how long it takes him, time at the moment is not his main problem. He is, though, keen to return to join Marx again in Cologne, and the fact that 2 of their comrades have been set free by the jury system in the Rhineland gives him new hope that he may now be able to return without fear of immediate arrest. He writes to Marx. 133. How's the situation? Can I now, after the not guilty verdicts for G and A, also return soon? The Prussian dogs must slowly be losing their urge to get involved in jury trials. As I said, if there were sufficient ground for me not to have to fear being remanded in custody, I'd come immediately. Afterwards, as far as I am concerned, they can arraign me in front of 10,000 juries, but on remand you're not allowed to smoke, and I'm not prepared to be put inside under such circumstances. While in Berlin the counter-revolution is mopping up, but in Hungary and Vienna the revolutionary embers have been momentarily reignited. Engels, meanwhile, is sauntering through the French countryside enjoying the scenery, the wine, and the girls. In his diary he gives us a graphic picture, and it is clear that the turmoil and disappointments of the last months have left him debilitated and with a need to recharge the batteries. He soaks up the beauties of the landscapes, the richness and pure sensual pleasure of it all. He wanders through the Loire Valley and into Burgundy, where he relishes the sweetest grapes and the prettiest girls, and in Auxerre, the Red Republic of Burgundy wines. But while he's frolicking in the meadows with the pretty Burgundy girls and savoring the rich wines, the still flickering flames of revolution are being extinguished all over Europe. Not only in Germany, but throughout the continent the revolutions are being suppressed with gratuitous brutality. In October 1848, Field Marshal Prince Windishgratz, on behalf of the Habsburg monarchy, storms revolutionary Vienna and extinguishes the revolution there. He, together with the Croat leader Jelačić, conquers the city after a bitter struggle. The revolutionary leaders are summarily executed, countless participants arrested, and judicial proceedings opened against revolutionary parliamentarians. Windishgratz had already, in June 1848, crushed the revolutionary uprising in Prague and was sent with 70,000 troops to crush the Hungarians. The Italian revolutions are likewise suppressed by the Habsburgs. The vacillations of the Hungarian revolutionaries and the dominance within the movement of nationalists prevent it identifying its true allies, and it too collapses. The Czech national movement turns against the Germans, linked in Czech minds with Viennese centralism. In November 1848 in Prussia, Graf Brandenburg establishes his counter-revolutionary ministry to extinguish any remaining sparks of revolution in Prussia. Thus, a short-lived revolutionary Europe is everywhere forced back into its feudal straitjacket once again. Engels' ability to relax in the French countryside while all this is going on reveals the other side of his character. Marx is made of different metal and often gently chides his friend about dissipating his talents and not channeling them wholeheartedly into the struggle for the good of mankind. Perhaps Engels is still to a certain extent a captive of his strict Protestant upbringing and cannot see himself as a chosen individual, indispensable to the movement. Of course, once an idea takes hold of him, he can be as committed and dedicated as anybody, but he isn't driven by the same demon that Marx is, a demon that forbids him partaking of the world's richness and its sensual pleasures. Engels finds the ascetic life more difficult to contemplate. It takes him about 14 days to walk from Paris to the Swiss border, around 500 kilometers, quite a tempo, but he is young and fit. He savors every little joy of wandering through the French countryside, the small towns and villages, leisurely soaking up the serenity and bucolic charm. He is also seduced by the rich and varied southern French wines, each of which takes you to a different stage of intoxication. With only a few bottles you go through all stages, from the quadrille to the Marseillaise, from the mad desire of the cancan to the wild passion of revolutionary fervor. Sipping his wine on the river bank, admiring the golden autumnal colors of the vine snaking up the hillsides, revolution must have felt momentarily like a distant dream. This journey is unforgettable in many ways, and he records its many facets in his travel sketches. He spends more time, he says, with the vintners and the peasant girls, eating grapes, drinking wine, chatting and laughing, and relaxing in the meadows than he does climbing the mountains. Clearly, Engels knows how to enjoy the good life as much as any gentleman of means, but even so, he isn't going to let any opportunity go by without also milking it for all it is worth in terms of its revolutionary relevance. This marathon walk is no exception. He questions and probes the peasants on their attitudes to the February Revolution and subsequent events. He is keen to assess how far they can be expected to support any future revolutionary upsurge. He is sorely disappointed. 135. You need to talk almost exclusively with peasants for a whole fortnight, socialize with peasants from the different areas. You need to have the opportunity to witness everywhere the same narrow-minded obtuseness, the same total ignorance of all urban, industrial, and commercial situations, the same blindness in politics, the same crystal ball approach to everything that lies beyond the village boundary. They use the same measuring stick for momentous historical events as they do for their peasant affairs. In a word, you have to get to know the French peasants in the year of 1848, to comprehend the totally depressing impact their stubborn stupidity has registered. The peasant's attitude is clearly an eye-opener for Engels, as it would be for any non-country dweller. The overwhelming majority of peasants in Europe are still living in a semi or totally feudal state, beholden to the landowners, they are almost all illiterate and cut off from the world outside their villages as if they are living on another planet. It is little wonder Engels is sorely disappointed if he expects to come across any latent revolutionary fervor, let alone an identification of interests with the urban proletariat. Once he arrives in Switzerland, he stops over in Geneva, but only to pick up money and clean clothes which have been sent from Germany, before continuing his journey across the country to Bern. En route, in the small towns, he establishes contact with German workers' clubs and, in chatting to the comrades, gains an understanding of the situation inside Switzerland. These workers' clubs were founded by German exiles, mainly artisans and intellectuals, from the 1830s onwards. At this time their membership is no more than 1,000. Their aim is to promote education and the discussion of liberal and republican ideas as well as for socializing. After 1848 socialist and communist ideas are brought increasingly onto their agenda. The clubs are often banned as a result of interventions by the German government and their members ejected from the country. Engels arrives in Bern on November 9, 1848, and once he's settled in, he sets about building cordial relations with the German Artisans Club and with the Lausanne Workers' Club. He also applies officially for a temporary residence permit, explaining openly in his application that he has been involved in the disturbances in Cologne, that there is a warrant out for his arrest and he is therefore 136. A genuine political refugee. In December, he is granted a permit, but only for 1 year. Now, after his walking holiday he loses no more time, and within days is deeply involved with the local workers' organizations and the Communist League, while also regularly attending sessions of the Bern Federal Council. He is also busy helping to organize the Congress of German Clubs in Switzerland, and is the ideal person to pass on up-to-date information of what is happening in other parts of Europe from his rich experience of the revolutionary struggles in Britain, Germany, France, and Belgium. To throw any police sniffers off the track, he gives an entirely different picture of his activities in his letters to Marx, this lazing around abroad, where I can't do anything worthwhile, and where I'm completely outside the movement. I can't stand it, he says. Whether such letters hoodwink the police, is debatable, but he is always aware that he is probably being watched and his letters read. Interestingly, the Congress of the German clubs takes place in the Zugas 9, where Lenin, 67 years later, will also speak, during the First World War, promoting the very same ideas Engels is in the process of formulating. After the Congress is over, the Bern Workers' Club elects him onto the 5-man Central Commission of the Federation in Switzerland, and later he even stands for the vice presidency. He now hears from Marx that the Neue Rheinische is rolling off the presses again in Cologne following the liberalization of press restrictions and the lifting of the state of siege. Marx also informs him that he is still a member of the editorial board. During his absence from Cologne, a number of individuals have been trying very hard to break up the friendship between the two men, whether out of envy or for political reasons is not altogether clear. Even Engels' mother is mobilized in these efforts, and is led to write to him, that the paper's editorial board has declared that if he returns, they will no longer accept him as a collaborator on the paper. Marx must have got wind of these machinations, and in case Engels feels he's been abandoned, reassures him in a letter, saying that to imagine, I would have left you in the lurch is complete fantasy. You remain my intimus and I hope the same goes for you. While he's been away, Marx has been defending his position vigorously at the paper, and also sends him money and clothing, requesting in return some articles on the situation in Switzerland for the paper. It is ironic that here, in a rare moment, Marx takes on 137. Engels' later role, as material benefactor. In response, Engels immediately begins firing off articles to the paper, and this becomes his most important work during his temporary Swiss exile. Dr. Gottschalk, the Cologne workers' leader, has been one of those attacking Engels. In an open letter to Marx and published in the paper, Freiheit, Arbeit, he accuses Engels of having the manners and language of a boxer and accuses both of them of expecting the workers to plunge voluntarily into the purgatory of a decrepit capitalist rule, in order to rise from there, into a nebulous heaven dreamt up by a communist profession of faith. This is written in response to their appeal for the workers to initially support the bourgeois revolution as a pre-stage to creating a full workers' state. During his stay in Bern, Engels also plays the role of marketing manager for the Neue Rheinische Zeitung and soon finds supporters. The editor of the Berner Zeitung, the best paper in the canton, if not in the whole of Switzerland, is a communist, and Engels manages to persuade his and other Swiss papers to reprint articles from the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, and quote it in their political commentaries. In Switzerland, in the workers' movement, Engels is already viewed as a veteran fighter for the proletariat, despite being a mere 28 years old. Again, in just a few weeks, he manages to make a significant political impact. In fact, it is largely as a result of his intensive efforts that the Swiss workers and democratic clubs later, in 1849, become actively involved in battles to defend the revolution in Germany. Some of them enlist in Willica's guerrilla force, in which Engels becomes an adjutant, and they make up the whole of the Refugee Legion. After sending off his last article to the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in January 1849, he applies for an exit permit and, once he has it, leaves for Germany, arriving in Cologne on the same day to resume his work in the editorial office of the paper. His comrades in Cologne have told him that he no longer needs to fear political persecution in Germany. The Cologne chief prosecutor also confirms to him officially that there is nothing more on the files against him. He is once again free to work and live there. Clearly, as he noted earlier in his letter to Marx, the Prussian authorities have indeed, for the time being at least, given up trying to successfully prosecute the revolutionaries through the jury system pertaining in the Rhineland. The brilliant and lively articles he writes for the Neue Rheinische Zeitung after his return testify to the exhilaration he feels at being back on home soil. Particularly significant at this time are his articles on military matters, such as that on the Hungarian Revolution, which was aimed at throwing off the yoke of the Habsburg monarchy that ruled the Austro-Hungarian Empire. As Che Guevara does in the following century, in his articles on the revolutionary struggles, Engels emphasizes the moral superiority of revolutionary military units over conscripted regular forces. Wilhelm Liebknecht later relates that it was generally assumed, because of their immediacy and accuracy, that these articles had been written by a senior officer in the Hungarian Revolutionary Army. They are also an indication of Engels' increasing preoccupation with military matters in relation to revolutionary activity. The easy suppression of the Paris February Revolution and the Cologne uprising by the Prussian army had demonstrated only too clearly how vital a military perspective and strategy was for any revolution to be victorious. As with all his published pieces at this time, the articles are still being attributed anonymously. In view of his renewed revolutionary activity, it will only be a matter of time before the Prussian judiciary catches up with him once more. They are not prepared to take back this nest of revolutionary vipers and allow them to continue their seditious and venomous agitation unmolested. Already in February 1849, he, along with Marx and the manager, Hermann Korff, are hauled before a jury in a Cologne court, in the first such case against the press and the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Like Marx, he defends himself. You, honorable jury members, are at this moment deciding on the freedom of the press in the Rhine province. If the press is to be forbidden from reporting what is in front of its very eyes, if it has to wait for a court decision every time before publishing any awkward fact, if it has to ask every civil servant, from the minister to the gendarme, whether the reported facts impinge on their honor or their sensibilities or that they might feel offended, irrespective of whether the facts are true or not, if the press is forced to do the opposite, either to falsify the events or remain completely silent, then, gentlemen, press freedom is finished, and if that is what you want, then pronounce us guilty. 139. In view of the incontrovertible truth expressed in this defense of a free press, the jury does the only sensible thing and finds them not guilty, the court dismisses all charges against the paper and the defendants. This, of course, only serves to raise the profile of the paper. Such a defeat for the Prussian reactionaries infuriates them even further and increases their determination to nail these dangerous militants once and for all. This they will manage to do 3 years later with the notorious Cologne Communist trial, although still the two big fish manage to slip through their nets. Journalistic work is Engels' chief occupation, alongside delivering social lectures to Cologne workers' groups. However, once revolutionary activity again reaches fever pitch during May 1849, he becomes itchy in the confines of the editorial office and longs for action. He learned a great deal during the September events of the previous year and realized that you can't lead a people's movement from the margins, you have to totally immerse yourself in the struggles. And that's what he now decides to do. It needs to be remembered that Germany is still not a united country, but a loose confederation of nations and states. In the German-speaking world, the two most powerful states are the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire, both of which dominate Central Europe. It is only in 1871 that Germany finally becomes a unitary state. This helps explain the fragmented and divergent nature of the revolutions that take place in the autonomous statelets of Germany and in other subjugated nations of Europe. During May, workers in Saxony begin arming themselves and drive the king and ministers from the city of Dresden, but after several days of fighting on the barricades the rebellion is suppressed. A young Richard Wagner, as well as the renowned architect Gottfried Semper, are among those who join the insurgents. After being forced to flee once the uprising is suppressed, Wagner takes refuge with Liszt in Weimar. He and Semper, though, unlike Marx and Engels, are passionate nationalists, not socialists. The suppression of the Dresden revolt doesn't prevent similar ones breaking out elsewhere. In other areas men in the militia and the reservists are refusing to fight on behalf of the Prussian reactionaries and declare that they will not be misused to oppress the people. Once the old aristocratic leaders have fled, provisional governments are set up to replace them. In Baden, too, the Grand Duke is driven from his palace and a provincial committee has taken over the reins of government. The insurrection is also in full swing in Engels' hometown of Barmen-Wuppertal. The call to arms. On May 6, the teacher and active Democrat, registered Hermann Katerner, from Elberfeld, turns up in the editorial office of the Neue Rheinische and gives Engels a report on what is happening. A large gathering of the people has taken place in Kaiserslautern, in the Palatinate on May 1, which declares its secession from Bavaria because the Bavarian government refuses to recognize the new Reichskonstitution agreed by the Frankfurt National Convention intended to apply to all of Germany. Engels has been expecting him and is avid to hear all the details. If the men in the citizens' militia in his birthplace are ready to desert the flag of Prussia, then Engels is not going to leave them in the lurch. It means there will be rebellion in this industrial heartland and he is not going to be left standing on the sidelines. On May 9, a spontaneous gathering of local people call for the release from the prison in Elberfeld of 69 workers from the steel-making town of Solingen who have been accused of stealing iron from a nearby fortress to make weapons. The prison is stormed and they are freed, but in the meantime the military has arrived and shot dead the last of the prisoners as he makes his escape. The people are forced to retreat but at the same time call for the erection of barricades and in a short time the town center is closed off. Few behind the barricades are armed. The military, led by a captain, brings up the artillery, but the rebels appeal to the ordinary soldiers, "Don't shoot us, we only shoot at the officers." This makes no impression on the captain who gives the order to fire, but at the same moment a shot rings out and he falls dead in the road. The platoon makes a rapid retreat. From the whole surrounding area people stream into the town looking for excitement. The terrified mayor goes into hiding, and although troops from Düsseldorf are dispatched to the town, they retreat without conflict. The town council and civil servants are driven out and a security council of leading middle-class Democrats takes over the town administration. Barricades are already being erected on the streets and the mayor's home is razed to the ground. Von Eichmann, the president of the Rhine province, hysterically reports to Berlin that the poor have risen up against the rich. 141. The May uprisings of 1849, that erupt throughout Germany, are sparked by the refusal of the majority of German provincial governments to accept the new constitution proclaimed by the first freely elected All-German Convention in Frankfurt. It begins in Dresden in May, spreading rapidly to other areas, particularly those that are chafing under the Prussian heel. It becomes the so-called campaign for the Constitution. Engels can contain himself no longer and sets off post-haste for Elberfeld. Immediately after his departure, the following report appears in the second edition of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung on May 17, 1849. On May 10, Friedrich Engels, an editor on the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, left Cologne for Elberfeld and took 2 cases of cartridges with him from Solingen. These had been requisitioned by Solingen workers after they stormed the Griffrath town hall. Once arrived in Elberfeld, he gave the Security Committee a report on the situation in Cologne and put himself at their disposal. He was immediately given written authorization and put in charge of the fortification work registered. The town's new Security Committee agrees to this authorization, despite Engels' well-known communist views. A permit is issued for him. The Military Commission of the Security Committee herewith empowers Mr. Friedrich Engels to inspect all barricades in the city and to ensure their strength. All sentries on the barricades are herewith requested to give the above-named individual all support possible. At last Engels finds himself where he wants to be, in the thick of the revolution, fighting for it, agitating for it and being an integral part of it. However much he loves his journalistic work, it can't be other than marginal to the main struggle. This is the real thing. By May 11, he is already in charge of a troop of workers from the steel-making town of Solingen, but based in Elberfeld. He hopes that this is the beginning of a revolutionary uprising throughout the whole of the Rhineland, and he does his uttermost to fan the flames of his activity there. He says disingenuously, "I wish to concern myself only with military matters and not get involved with the political character of the movement, because it's obvious that only a black-red-gold movement is possible here and therefore any opposition to the new 142 Constitution of the Reich must be avoided. Black, red, and gold are the pan-German colors and signify that the uprising is a largely nationalist, not a socialist movement." He drafts a strategic plan of campaign in order to secure the revolution's achievements and defend it from the reaction's attempts to roll it back. Like so many such plans hatched by revolutionaries, it also fails because he overestimates the committed passion and preparedness of the majority to sacrifice in the same way as he himself is. A century later, Che Guevara makes a similar miscalculation in Bolivia. The petty bourgeoisie is timid and the small proletariat not yet schooled in solidarity action. Many are prepared to take part in civil organizations but not to rush headlong into military confrontations. Thus Engels' hopes for a general insurrection remain unfulfilled and all that revolutionary energy is dissipated in the various unlinked groupings which rise up spontaneously, but lack an overall leadership. He becomes frenetically active, hardly eating or sleeping, grabbing a wurst here and a catnap there. He immediately inspects all barricades and, using his military knowledge, gives advice on how to make them more effective, recommending that they be constructed projecting forwards, wedge-shaped, to better deflect any Prussian ordnance. In June he is sent to join the Elberfeld artillery and is given a permit to position the cannons where he thinks best, and to requisition the necessary craftsmen to that end, all costs to be borne by the Security Committee. He helps set up a company of pioneers and not only commandeers the necessary craftsmen but persuades the Security Committee to appoint a friend and former Prussian artillery officer, Otto von Merbach, as commander in Elberfeld. He also argues for the imposition of an obligatory tax in order to be able to pay the armed revolutionary workers. In mid-June he becomes Commander Merbach's adjutant. A witness at the Elberfeld court hearings, a year later, after the revolution has been defeated, tells the court that, "A young man with glasses and a thin mustache, was pointed out to me as the editor Friedrich Engels, by a fellow irregular, and he behaved like one of the leaders, giving orders to strengthen the barricades, degree Elberfeld, now in the throes of rebellion, is unrecognizable to Engels. Crowds of workers, small craftsmen, and children throng the streets. There is an almost festive atmosphere despite the underlying seriousness of 143. What is happening? The upper classes have locked themselves in their homes, cowering behind their heavy lace curtains, fearful of the revolutionary waves lapping at their doors. On the Sunday morning of May 13, Engels decides to check the barricades on the Elberfeld-Barmen boundaries. While the good citizens of Barmen saunter to church, he is astride the gun-mounted barricade, resplendent in his red sash, giving orders on how to improve its structure. On this fateful day his father happens to stroll by and sees his son on the barricade. They exchange some strong and bitter words and the incident will dog their relationship from then on. For his father, it is the last straw. His eldest son is henceforth written off and he swears will not receive a single silver penny from him ever again. It requires his mother's considerable powers of persuasion and interventions by some of his relatives to assuage his father's outrage and at least convince him to maintain an irregular correspondence with his son. Engels can only relate to his father in a cool business-like manner thereafter, but he continues to revere and love his mother. In his final days in Elberfeld, using his undoubted organizational and planning skills, Engels concerns himself with locating uniforms and equipment for the around 1,000-strong revolutionary troop, as only very few of them have uniforms or a weapon of any kind. He later writes, "The only thing I was able to push through, or rather with the help of several corps leaders and on my own initiative, was to requisition, from the Kronenberg citizen militia, 80 rifles, held in the council house." Engels and his small detachment of workers from Zollingen ride from town to town and village to village in their frantic search for weapons and uniforms. On May 15 he and his men again besiege the town hall in Grafrath for this purpose. A further witness statement at the Elberfeld court hearings, quoted above, reports on the stealing of weaponry. The group went to the village of Wald to fetch weapons. At the head of the column was Jansen as captain, Wallminer as lieutenant, and they were then joined by the editor Engels. The latter and Jansen purloined 2 cart horses on the way and rode on them at the head of the column until they arrived at the businessman Jung's estate, where Engels swapped his work horse for a riding horse, taking saddles too. Yet another witness relates how Engels and his men, 144, were later joined by 6 to 8 sharpshooters and then, with Engels and Jansen at their head, both on horseback and flaunting sabers and pistols, the gang surrounded the arsenal. They placed sentries on the doors and then Engels, with pistol at the ready, strode up to the master-at-arms, Stark, and asked him if there were weapons in the building, demanding an answer. Once inside, Engels took the uniforms and weaponry he could find and provided a written receipt for these, before sharing them out among the gang. Registered. At the time Engels is purloining weapons, he no longer has a position in the Elberfeld Military Commission or in the command. He is told that the local middle classes are so alarmed by his participation and, fearing he'll proclaim a Red Republic, are demanding his immediate removal. A delegation of leading Elberfeld citizens has also consulted secretly with the president of the Rhine province, and have traveled to Berlin to brief Graf Brandenburg, a leading figure of the counter-revolution. Very soon a public notice appears on the streets, issued by the Security Committee, and stating, amongst other items, that citizen Friedrich Engels from Barmen and latterly of Cologne, while fully commending his previous activity in this town, is requested to leave the municipal boundaries today, as his continued presence could lead to misunderstandings about the character of the movement. The armed workers and irregulars are outraged at this decision by the Security Committee and demand that Engels stay and are prepared to defend him with their lives. Engels is obliged to go and calm them down, assuring them he will not be deserting his post under Commander Merbach, in whom he has complete trust. Merbach orders Engels to return to Cologne, i.e. into the heart of the enemy camp, but he undoubtedly does this on Engels' own suggestion. It is a face-saving way out and avoids an unnecessary confrontation. Merbach says Elberfeld will be impossible to defend anyway in the face of the expected, imminent Prussian offensive, and promises to meet Engels later in the Palatinate region, something he is unable to do, as he is soon after arrested, but freed a year later. Engels no doubt realizes that if he has to give up his post in Elberfeld, his place is in the editorial office of the Neue Rheinische, quasi the leading organ of the revolution. However, the days of the paper are now numbered. He returns just in time to help produce the last few issues. His Elberfeld experience, though, gives his last articles a sharper edge. In the issue of May 19 he regrets that 145. The armed workers haven't used their might to completely defeat a shameless, cowardly, but still perfidious bourgeoisie. Already, in an article 2 days before, he gave his assessment of the revolution. The present movement is only the preamble to another, 1,000 times more serious movement, when it will be all about the workers' real interests. This new revolutionary movement will grow out of this present one, and as soon as it erupts the workers can depend on it. Engels, along with the other editors of the Neue Rheinische, will be at their posts. No power on earth will force them to desert. This gigantic volcano of a European-wide revolution is not just boiling up but is on the verge of erupting. Its red flows of lava will soon bury for good the whole blessed, robber baron economy, the whole infamous, hypocritical, rotten, cowardly and yet overconfident bourgeoisie will finally be cast into the glowing crater as an unmourned sacrificial offering by the finally united and percipient proletarian masses. Florid rhetoric to fire the troops, but in fact Engels has to wait until 1871 to see the first attempt at a genuinely proletarian revolution with the Paris Commune. The closure of the Neue Rheinische, only days after his return, means the forced surrender of their bastion, but, as he writes proudly, we retreated with our weapons, equipment, to the sound of music and holding our banner high, the last red issue. Like the other editorial members, both Marx and Engels leave Cologne and Prussia immediately, not least because they are aware that further judicial measures are being prepared against them. Warrants for the arrest of all editorial board members as agents of social democracy are issued by the Prussian police only hours after their departure. Half of them could be legally prosecuted and the others, as non-Prussians, could expect to be deported. A separate warrant for Engels' arrest is issued in connection with his military activities in Elberfeld, and all border crossing points are notified to keep an eye out for him, should he try to escape. This warrant charges Engels, along with 191 others, of serious criminal behavior. It will remain in force until 1860. Engels Dr. from Cologne, rebel and leader of the Elberfeld May Revolution in 1849. 146. Is also charged with rebellion and high treason in that same year, and is to be arrested for interrogation. In the end, only 164, already under arrest, are tried and many given lengthy sentences and substantial fines. As mentioned previously, according to the legal system current in the Rhineland, those not apprehended cannot be put on trial. However, if Engels had been caught crossing the border, or sought asylum in a country with which Prussia had an extradition agreement, his lot would not have been a happy one and world history may have taken a different course. After the closure of the paper, most of the editors, including Engels and Marx, decamped to Frankfurt. Here the delegates to the German National Convention are gathered, but on orders from the Prussian government, all representatives from the Prussian-ruled areas have been recalled. Thus, the convention is faced with disintegration or joining the revolution. Marx and Engels hold urgent talks with the left-orientated representatives in Frankfurt in an attempt to persuade them to support revolution. Engels argues particularly vehemently for them to support those areas still resisting the Prussian steamroller. In the Prussian Rhine area the insurrection is, it is agreed, severely threatened, but not yet defeated. In Württemberg, in Franken, in both Hessens and Nassau there is a general volatility. Even in the army, it only requires a spark to cause the Baden rebellion to spread throughout the whole of southern and middle Germany. He then lays out in detail his genial military strategy to bring this about. Even in later years, he is still convinced that if his plan had been taken up, it would have saved the revolution, not only in Germany but throughout Europe. He is, though, unable to convince enough representatives, so he and Marx, disappointed, leave Frankfurt towards the end of May to join the insurgents in the Palatinate and then Baden. On arrival in the Palatinate they are seriously disappointed by the lack of organization, leadership, and clear goals. In Karlsruhe they again try to persuade the regional revolutionary government, made up largely of lower middle-class Democrats, to go on the offensive and to place the National Convention under its protection. This is again rejected by the vast majority. 147. They are only able to tolerate the state of affairs for a few days and then decide to return to Frankfurt, but in Hessen they are summarily arrested by the military on suspicion of being party to rebellion against the provisional revolutionary government. They are taken to Darmstadt and then Frankfurt, and only here are they released. In the face of yet another setback, Marx is given a mandate from the Central Committee of Democratic Germany to promote the interests of the revolution in Paris. Engels is to remain in the Palatinate, traveling on to Kaiserslautern. He was absolutely correct when in that last red issue of the Neue Rheinische he predicted that one could expect nothing more to happen on Prussian soil in terms of revolutionary progress, despite subsequently attempting to persuade the convention to fight on. A few days before the Prussian troops arrive in the Palatinate, Engels is meeting a group of partisans on the border. Here these men of action are convinced that with a few weapons and lots of bravado, they can defeat any army that's sent against them. When he responds with a sarcastic dismissal of their naive arrogance, he suddenly finds himself under arrest as a traitor, on the orders of the only member of the provisional government who doesn't know who he is. There is a short interrogation after which he is accused of insulting the people of the Palatinate and of attacking the provisional government. The very next morning he is carted off in handcuffs back to Kaiserslautern. Belatedly and with acute embarrassment, the provincial government realizes a mistake has been made by one of its underlings and proposes to release him on his word of honor, pending reception of a report on the incident. Engels refuses and is interned in the local prison. Once word gets out of his arrest, there are hefty protests and even members of the Rhine military corps threaten to mutiny over it. After spending 24 hours in the cells, where he amused himself quite well, he is released unconditionally and his former captors plead with him to remain and continue lending his support to the revolution. Then they drink a few rounds together and the incident is forgotten. All of a sudden the Prussians enter the Palatinate, taking the government and military leadership by surprise. They have 27 battalions, new artillery, and 9 cavalry regiments. Engels is already aware of what is happening, as he has already read about it in the pages of the Kölner Zeitung that arrived a few 148 days previously, but clearly the provisional government and military are caught totally unawares. Engels, as he later tells Marx, can't resist joining the war and representing the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in the Baden Palatinate army. The Prussian troops were approaching from Hamburg, Engels reports, and this gave the whole matter an interesting twist and gave me the opportunity to experience a short lesson in the school of war. I wasn't going to miss it, and as the Neue Rheinische Zeitung was in honor bound, at long last, to be represented in the Palatinate Baden army, I buckled on my battle sword and went to Willich. The latter is leading a military unit and is a member of the League of Communists. Engels now becomes a soldier in Willich's troop of irregulars, a prototypical guerrilla army. He writes later about this experience in his brilliant The Campaign for the German Constitution, in which he provides a vivid, but highly accurate overview of the whole campaign and an analysis of why it finally failed. Born in 1810 into a Prussian Junker family, Willich is no stranger to military order. The son of an officer who had served in the Napoleonic Wars, he enrolled in a military school at the age of 12 and served in the Prussian army until he resigned his commission in 1845. Like many of his revolutionary contemporaries, he believed that the Prussian state had subverted the spirit of the people and ignored the social problems prevalent in the urbanizing world of the 1840s. Rampant poverty, disease, and poor living conditions for workers characterize Prussia's cities and the nation as a whole. Willich believes that democratic self-government, constitutional freedoms, education, A commitment to social reforms and the uplifting of the working classes would solve the problems of his day. He embraces the ideas of Marx and becomes a communist, but later, in London, he will fall out with both Marx and Engels over tactics and strategy. Willich has already been involved in the revolutionary battles in Baden during 1848, when unemployed workers flocked to his unit, which became known as the Workers' Legion. He shares his soldiers' poverty and deprivation and doesn't shirk from rolling up his sleeves and mucking in when manual labor is required. This earns him tremendous respect and loyalty from his men. Probably because of the excellent morale in his unit, it is one of the last to be defeated. From June 13 until July 12, 1849, Willich's new unit is again active throughout the Palatinate and Baden, moving rapidly from village to 149 village, until they are forced to retreat across the Swiss border. Because the strategic offensive by the other revolutionary forces never gets off the ground, the Baden Palatinate operation can only be seen as a last-ditch attempt to save at least the honor of the revolution. Anyone who's ever seen the Palatinate, Engels tell us, will comprehend that any movement in this wine-rich and wine-happy land will be a most light-hearted affair. At last we'd got rid of the slow-wit, pedantic, old Bavarian beer swillers, he notes, and in their place we put the loyal Palatinate wine guzzlers as administrative officers. The opening up of the public houses is the first revolutionary act of the de-Palatinate people. The whole province becomes transformed into one big bar room. And the amount drunk in the name of the people during those 6 weeks is beyond measure. Throughout the province men are encouraged to make scythes. Engels remarks that if these had been handed out to the non-mobile citizens' militia, the so-called second line of defense, that would have been fine, but instead they let the lazy Philistines keep their rifles and sent the young recruits into battle with scythes against the Prussian artillery. While there is an acute shortage of guns, there is an equally curious surplus of ceremonial sabers, he tells us. Those who couldn't get hold of a rifle, were even more keen to get their hands on a clanking saber, as this allowed them to call themselves officers. These few vivid images give us some idea of the level of disorganization and unpreparedness there is on the part of the rebellious forces. In the first days of June the Prussians are approaching from the one side and Bavarians from the other. Engels feels that, with more daring they could have won over the troops of the smaller states, but have left it too late, and these are now joining the Prussians to suppress the ongoing rebellion in surrounding areas. He reports, "A week was enough to sweep up in the Palatinate. There were 36,000 Prussian soldiers against 8,000 to 9,000 revolutionaries, and both fortresses in the province were in the hands of the reactionaries. We then had to rely on the troops in Baden, 8,000 ordinary infantrymen and 12,000 irregulars, and these were hard pressed by around 30,000 reactionary troops. 4 big battles took place, in which the reactionaries prevailed thanks to their numerical superiority and because they used 150 Weir-Temmerg territory illegally to evade our insurgent forces at a decisive juncture. After 10 weeks of fighting, the remnants of the rebel army retreated to Switzerland. Engels' first battle takes place in the Rinthal, a picturesque, wooded area in the south of the Palatinate, on June 17, 1849. The Rinthal lies in a valley between the Saar Basin and the Rhine Plain, about 30 kilometers from the French border. He is still with the main body of Willich's corps in Annweiler when the advance guard begin fighting the Prussian 2nd Division. Willich brings him up with the troops and leads them to the Rhinrel, where the valley narrows to about 150 feet. The right-hand valley side climbs at a steepish angle, but on the left is less so to begin with, but becomes steeper and rockier towards the crest, and is impossible to ascend from the valley side. Their marksmen are ordered to take command of the crests however they can, on both sides of the valley. Engels is given command of the marksmen on the steep, rocky side on the left. He later writes a detailed report of the action. "We'd only just climbed the shrub-covered hill and came out onto an open field surrounded by woods. From the woods the Prussians opened fire and sent their bullets flying over us. I brought up the other irregulars who were somewhat disorientated and slow clambering up the hill, and positioned them in protected places, and examined the terrain more closely. I couldn't advance with the few men I had, over a completely exposed field, about 200 to 250 feet wide, until the outflanking detachment had reached the Prussian flank. We could only wait as we were, in any case, not well protected as it was. Despite their modern rifles, the Prussians shot extremely badly. We were almost completely exposed during half an hour's shooting, but the enemy snipers only managed to hit a rifle barrel and someone's shirt tail. I had to find out where Willock was. My men promised to stay in position. I clambered back down the hillside. The main Prussian column on the road was under fire from our snipers on the right-hand slope and were forced to retreat somewhat. Suddenly to the left of me our irregulars clambered hurriedly down the hillside and abandoned their positions. The Prussians then advanced and took our snipers in the flank, shooting on them from above, and forcing them to 151. Retreat. The whole hillside was soon in Prussian hands. They kept shooting at our column from above. We had no option, but to retreat. Registered. He admits that he is largely at fault for this defeat, by leaving the marksmen, who are under his command, at such a decisive moment in the battle. On June 18 Willock's company marches to Karlsruhe to replenish their equipment and take on more volunteers. Here Engels notes that among the new volunteers are workers who had taken part in the Elberfeld rebellion. Also among the new intake is Professor Kinkel, who corroborates Engels' disparaging remarks about the quality of the student recruits, who desert at the drop of a hat when conditions turn out to be more demanding than those in a Boy Scout camp. On the other hand, he has nothing but praise for the workers, even though they are fully aware that this battle is not going to lead to their own liberation. The most dedicated troops, however, are the communists, he tells us. Once the Prussians have advanced over the Rhine, Willock's irregulars take on the vanguard role of the Palatinate Revolutionary Army. Their job is to stop the Prussians from cutting off the revolutionary forces in Baden, where there is still fighting. On June 21 Engels has his second taste of real battle. Willock's troops continue to engage the enemy in regular skirmishes by their offensive tactics, but at this stage no decisive encounter takes place. They plan an ambush for that day. Engels says that Willock's troops now comprise around 700 men with 2 artillery pieces, and the men are better trained and more reliable than the other local Palatinate troops and are used to being under fire. He supports Willock's decision to attack the Prussians at night time and to break through their lines, making their way to Bruxelles. The enemy corps they hope to attack is, though, more highly trained and contains more experienced subaltern officers than the revolutionary forces, and they have certainly no less than 4,000 men. A David versus Goliath situation. Engels takes up the story of the battle. We marched forward in good order through the village of Neuthard and onto the hilltop before Karlsdorf. Once our advance guard reached the crest of the hill, they were confronted 152 by the Prussians right in front of them. I heard one of the Prussians shout, "Who goes there?" and I ran forward. One of my comrades says, "He's had it, we won't see him again." But my running forward was in fact what saved me. In that moment the enemy field sentries let off a salvo and our advanced guard, instead of running at them with their bayonets, just fired back. The dragoons who were marching with me, in their usual cowardly fashion, turn and race their horses directly into our column and ride down a number of people. The first 4 to 6 sections are split apart and gallop off. At the same time, the enemy, in the fields left and right of us, begin firing and, to make matters worse, some of our idiots in the center of the column begin firing at the head of their own troops and other idiots copy them. In no time the first half of the column is broken up, part of it dispersed into the fields, part in flight, part on the road, huddled in a confused knot. The wounded, kit bags, hats and rifles, lie scattered in the young corn. On top of it all, confused screaming, shots, whistling bullets in every direction. Once the noise subsides somewhat, I hear the sound of our own cannons being dragged away in hurried retreat. They provided the same standard of service for the second half of the column as the dragoons had for the first section. I was livid. This childish fear that gripped our soldiers, particularly because the pathetic Prussians, despite being forewarned of our arrival, stopped shooting at us after only a few shots and retreated rapidly too. Our forward guard remained standing at their old posts and hadn't been attacked at all. An enemy squadron of cavalry or a reasonably sustained sniper fire would have sent us into the wildest flight %. This, Engels' second experience of real battle, is not exactly an event to be proud of for the Revolutionary Army. In fact, his report again reads like a proverbial cock-up, a result of inexperience and lack of training. For a number of days during the fighting, Engels is without a horse, but undeterred, he carries out his duties as adjutant on foot. He not only undertakes all secretarial work, but is often called by Willich to attend general staff meetings and gives advice on tactics. Willich often makes him responsible for the most difficult tasks. 4. 153. Example, he is given orders to requisition munitions from the town of Kaiserslautern, which is about to be taken by the enemy. He is told to rescue a group of Hanauer gymnasts, who have been cut off by enemy troops, and to bring them back to the corps. The main body of their force, the Besancon soldiers, are put under his command for several days. During the battles, in which he takes part, he demonstrates a sang-froid and considerable courage, even if he is not always sufficiently up to the military demands, as he has had no previous battle experience whatsoever and never been trained as an officer. He says that during the campaign he sees not a dozen individuals who behave in a cowardly manner during battle, but he does witness, where heroic courage is demonstrated individually, a whole battalion, to the last man, flee. Only 7 days later, and the men find themselves once again in the throes of battle. The revolutionary troops have marched 100 kilometers further to the south and taken up positions on the river Murg. But this time, exceptionally, the battle goes in favor of the revolutionary forces. Opposite Willich's corps is the 29th Prussian Infantry Regiment from Koblenz. The Prussians fire off their bullets uselessly from 600 to 800 paces away, thus providing Willich with the opportunity to calmly position his guns closer to the so-called fighters. The marksmen then scramble down the wooded hillside and, supported by a few infantry troops, drive the Prussians from the opposite hilltop. Unfortunately, this is not to be the final battle, and in subsequent confrontations the Prussians, with overwhelmingly superior, better trained and disciplined forces, defeat the remnants of the revolutionary forces. Willich's irregular army in May 1849 comprises between 600 to 800 men and are among the most reliable soldiers in the whole Palatinate. Most of the NCOs had served in the regular armed forces, some in Algeria, and are experienced in minor warfare. Most of them had been involved in the Hecker coup in Baden and, after the coup failed, they retreated into France where they received material support. Most of the soldiers are, in civilian life, ordinary workers, and this leads Engels to describe the unit as having a definite proletarian character. He serves with the unit as one of about 10 adjutants under Colonel Willich and experiences more battles and skirmishes than those related here. He is noted for his passion and courage and 154. Was highly praised by his fellow fighters, as reported by Mathilde Giesler-Anneke, the wife of another rebel commander. During the revolution her husband is in command of a force of 1,200 men in the Central Theater. His tall, blue-eyed wife, her black hair cut short, rides alongside her husband into battle. When the Prussians capture the fortress Rastatt, the Annekes flee to Switzerland and France, and later join the exodus of German 48ers to America. She is close to the Communists, a friend of Marx, and later, in the USA, becomes a strong feminist, educator, and journalist. It is particularly interesting to compare the official Prussian war reports of these events during the abortive uprising with Engels' own, and to find that they coincide in all relevant detail. Engels is clearly a good observer and doesn't fabricate or adorn the events. The Prussian reports also give credence to their enemy as a genuine military opponent. He writes up his report on this campaign while in exile in Switzerland and, as a primary source, possibly uses Willich's own battle diary, but the latter has not been found. His descriptions of the military campaign reveal his considerable expertise, and it is this military know-how which leads later to his being given the moniker, the General. He can proudly say he took part in the last decisive battle of the Palatinate campaign on the River Merg. Their eventual defeat seals the fate of the Revolutionary Army and leaves them with only one sensible recourse, to retreat to safety over the border into Switzerland. They are able to do this unhindered by enemy pursuit, over the Black Forest hills to Wolfake, through the most glorious flower meadows, and Engels recalls the march as more akin to a wonderful holiday outing. He has to be grateful for the poor marksmanship of the Prussian troops that have allowed him to emerge from the skirmishes completely unscathed. A well-aimed bullet could have changed the future course of European history and cut short what will continue to be a fascinating and eventful life. Into exile once again. Shortly before their full retreat, on June 10, 1849, a Swiss army officer comes across the border to talk to the Willich irregulars in Rieden, in Bavaria. He warns that if they take part in any more fighting, they will be denied asylum in Switzerland. A war council is called and the men asked what they want to do. Willich himself, 155, declares he would rather die on German soil than be driven into exile, but in the end most vote for exile, and so, with great relief, all the troops, with their weaponry and equipment, decamp over the Swiss border. Engels reports that, after the decision had been taken, they marched to the Swiss border, camped for the last time on German soil, and in the morning fired their spare munitions into the air, and then, the last of the Baden-Palatinate Revolutionary Army crossed over into Switzerland. On the same day, simultaneously with us, he continues, Constance was abandoned by the local corps. A week later Rostock fell through betrayal, and the counter-revolution had for the time being once again conquered Germany, right into the very last corner. Battle-worn and depressed by the defeat of the revolutionary forces, he is now faced with the question of where to go. He knows he can't stay in Switzerland, as the long arm of the Prussian police can stretch even to there. However, for the time being he is left with little choice. He utilizes the time to write his memoirs of the revolutionary campaign in the Palatinate while it is still fresh in his mind. These are later incorporated into his booklet, Die Deutsche Reichsverfassungskampagne. In this work he lambasts the officers who led the revolutionary forces for their incompetence. The only one who was effective, he says, is Johann Becker, who becomes a very close friend. His experience as a rebel soldier in this revolutionary war leaves a deep imprint in his consciousness. It sparks his lifelong interest in military matters and leaves him in no doubt as to the need for an effective military strategy and organization if any future armed revolutionary uprising is to have any chance of success. He, like Che Guevara in the 20th century, sees it as vital for the revolutionary movement to learn the lessons of the armed struggle and to prepare adequately for future battles. So his campaign articles should be seen less as personal reminiscence than lessons in the armed struggle. Revolutionary aftermath. Engels is only one of around 11,000 refugees who request political asylum in Switzerland in the aftermath of the counter-revolution in Germany. Refugees from the other abortive revolutions in Europe are flooding there too, as well as to other similarly accommodating countries. Many flee to Britain, North, and Latin America. There is 156. A dreadful hemorrhaging of some of the brightest and most progressive thinkers from the continental mainland. However, many continue their revolutionary activities in their newly adopted countries, often playing significant political roles. 12 days after crossing the border with his comrades in Willich's small guerrilla army, and after endless time spent in registering with the Swiss authorities and marching on foot for around 200 kilometers, they arrive in southwestern Switzerland, as far from the German border as the authorities can send them. Engels is granted asylum and settles temporarily in Lausanne, where he begins writing his reminiscences of the revolutionary farce in Baden and the Palatinate, which is later published as a series in the Neue Rheinische Zeitungs Political and Economic Review. During his short stay in Switzerland, Engels receives a little money from his family. Despite everything, they clearly don't want to be made responsible for his starving to death. He renews contact with Marx, via his wife Jenny, to assure them that he is still alive and kicking. He explains how he joined Willick's irregulars once war broke out and was unable to send a letter to let them know. In Kaiserslautern I kept the so-called revolution at arm's length, but once the Prussians arrived, I couldn't resist the urge to join the war. Willick was the only officer worth his salt, and so I joined him as his adjutant. I was in 4 battles, 2 of which were quite significant, and I found that the much lauded bravery of fighting it out is the most ordinary accomplishment one can have. The whistling of the bullets is a completely minor issue, and throughout the whole campaign, despite plenty of cowardice, I saw hardly a dozen people act in a cowardly fashion during battle. However, I did see all the more idiotic bravery trademark. Enfin, I've come through it all safe and sound, and about du comte it's good that one of us from the Neue Rheinische took part, because all the democratic riffraff in Baden and the Palatinate did and are now renowned for the heroic deeds they didn't perform. Again, it would have been said that the men of the Neue Rheinische were too cowardly to do battle. He explains to Jenny that it has been impossible for him to write even a line during the war or during the long march, after the rebel armies. 157. Retreat, across Switzerland. Marx responds immediately and warns him that Switzerland will soon be hermetically sealed off and the mice will be caught in one fell swoop. He tells him that he sees an opportunity for publishing a German-language paper in London and urges him to travel there immediately, for your own safety if nothing else. The Prussians would shoot you twice, once for the Baden episode and the second time because of Elberfeld, and anyway what's the point of staying in Switzerland where you can't do a thing? Engels talks the situation over with his old friend and former editorial colleague on the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Wilhelm Wolff. There are signs that the Prussians are already pressurizing the Swiss to extradite the German exiles, and police spying on them has been stepped up. The Prussian consul in Bern is told about Engels' travel plans by his spies and sends a report to Berlin indicating that Engels and other exiles are planning to re-enter Germany via Constance to organize a coup in Prussia and to poison the enemies of the revolution. This is certainly a concocted story, but it indicates clearly how much the Prussian authorities fear Engels and want him out of the way. He eventually manages to make contact with Marx, who is now in Paris. Neither of them know what has happened to the other. Marx writes back and warns him about staying in Switzerland, encouraging him to go immediately to London, where I have a positive outlook for the setting up of a German journal. Some of the money is already guaranteed. Engels takes up Marx's suggestion and applies for an exit visa from the Swiss authorities. They grant him one for England, and so, in September, he begins the overland trek to Genoa, from where he plans to take a boat for London. On October 5, 1849, shortly before embarking, he writes to the chartist, George J. Harney. You will have got the few lines I sent you through Colonel Willick. This is to inform you, and by you Marx, that I am this morning arrived here in Genoa, and that, wind and weather favorable, I am going under sail for London tomorrow morning on board the English schooner Cornish Diamond, Captain Stevens. My journey will be of about 4 or 5 weeks, so that by the middle of November I shall be in London. I am very happy to have found so soon an opportunity of leaving this damned police atmosphere. Indeed, I never saw it so organized as here in Piedmont. Registered. 158. The boat from Genoa to London does indeed make slow progress, and Engels describes it as a great round-the-world cruise. August Willick, Engels' former commander, along with several other veterans of the campaign, left Switzerland with him. They are all obliged to travel overland via Spain to Italy, as both France and Belgium would not have been as hospitable to them as on previous occasions, but they have done so separately. Willick and his comrades arrive in London ahead of Engels. Willick, though, will only stay a short time there, after he falls out with Marx and Engels over political tactics, and emigrates to America. There, alongside other European exiles, he is to distinguish himself further by fighting for the North in the American Civil War, and will be promoted to Brigadier General. Registered. He is no doubt a military man of exceeding courage, but also expertise, with a modesty and humanity rare in a soldier. About his later experience in the Civil War, Willich says, "The highest ambition of a commander must be satisfied by being associated with such men, who, through patriotism and a love for the free institutions of their country, have attained a degree of efficiency which professional soldiers seldom, if ever, reach." Marx and family are already in London when Engels eventually arrives after his long sea passage. To begin with, both he and Willich lodge with them in Anderson Street, Chelsea, in London's West End. A short time later, they both move out, as things are a little cramped, and no Dauberfrot, in the Marx house. To begin with, he finds it difficult to adapt to what is a totally different rhythm of life and a different culture. From a letter he writes some years later to Minnekowski in Vienna we can gather how he feels after his arrival in London. "That you didn't like London I can well understand. I felt the same years before. You adapt only with difficulty to the gloomy air and the gloomy inhabitants, to the isolation, the class differences in social life, living in closed rooms, conditioned by the climate. One has to turn down the barometer of one's own continental attitude to life, until one slowly adapts, and it." 159. Does have its good sides that the people here are in general more direct and reliable than elsewhere, and for doing research, no city is more suitable than London, and the absence of police chicanery outweighs much of the downside. I know and love Paris, but if I had the choice I'd rather live permanently in London than there. You can only derive real pleasure from Paris if you become a Parisian with all the privileges of a Parisian and, above all, an interest only for Parisian things and an acceptance of the belief that Paris is, taken all in all, the center of the world. London is more ugly, but more magnificent than Paris. It is the real center of world trade and offers much more variety. London, also, allows you to adopt a complete neutrality to your surroundings, which is so necessary for unbiased artistic and scientific work. One enthuses over Paris and Vienna, one hates Berlin, but in London one maintains an indifferent and neutral objectivity. And that, too, is of value. Trademark. He remains there only a month, but it is an extremely fruitful time for both Marx and himself. Together, they managed to develop a concept for the launch of the Neue Rheinische Political and Economic Review, in January 1850. They also write drafts for a series of articles that will appear in it. The review is established by Marx, shortly after his own arrival in London, but its life is short. Only 6 issues are published and printed in Hamburg, the final one appearing in April 1850. Copies are, though, distributed widely throughout the working class and socialist organizations. He says he left the Marx's house only to be able to work in a less disturbed atmosphere. He gives no further details, but it could be that he feels somewhat in the way of the family, or perhaps Marx's wife, Jenny, is finding the lodgers too much of a burden. In any case, he wants to complete his work on the campaign for the German Imperial Constitution and begin work on an historical analysis of the German Peasant War, mentioned earlier, so he moves to Soho, where most of the French and German exiles are congregated. He is still very short of money, only a small trickle comes from home, each pittance accompanied by new accusations of chaining yourself to Marx, and do you want to ruin yourself completely? His articles for the Neue Rheinische Political and Economic. 160. Review bring him not a penny, and as a damned foreigner he is unable to find paid work elsewhere, as it is seen as taking the bread out of the mouths of the natives. Engels' friend, the revolutionary poet, Ferdinand Freiligrath, in his words of farewell penned after the defeat of the revolutionary forces in 1849, writes defiantly, "Now adieu, yet not forever adieu. For they cannot kill the spirit, brothers. Soon, rattling, I will arise on high. Soon I will return more gigantic still." However, the hopes of a new upsurge of revolutionary activity in Germany shared by many of Engels' comrades are not to be. The counter-revolution, led by the feudal Junker, has not only been victorious in its Baden-Palatinate crusade, but has been able to cement its rule throughout Germany for years to come. The middle class is also clearly wearied by battle and shows little inclination to challenge this rule in the coming years, but probably also because it's just come through the worldwide economic crisis of 1847-48 and the new economic upturn is demanding all attention. Those among the working and middle classes who defended the revolution up to its final defeat have shed much blood and now desperately yearn for a period of peace and recuperation. So although the revolutions of 1848-49 have no tangible continuation, they remain a yardstick for all future movements. For Engels and Marx they also provide rich material for an analysis of the roles of social classes and their tendencies, as well as for a proper evaluation of the outcomes, perceived successes and failures for Marxist revolutionary theory. These issues are covered extensively in the Neue Zeitung's Political and Economic Review. Engels' main contribution to the review is a series of articles in the first 3 issues under the title, The Campaign for the German Imperial Constitution. In the 5th and 6th issues, he writes 2 articles evaluating the German peasant uprisings, the Peasant War in Germany. This is the first historical work to assert that the real motivating force behind the Reformation and the 16th century peasant war was socio-economic rather than merely religious. In it he also emphasizes the need for an alliance. 161. Between peasants and workers if any future revolution is to succeed. He goes on to write various articles, commissioned by Marx, specifically for the U.S. public, such as the comprehensive series Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, which is carried in the New York Daily Tribune, at that time probably the largest circulation newspaper in the world. A number of revolutionary leaders, but particularly Lenin, will base much of their revolutionary practice on these key works by Engels. And they will play a significant role in ensuring the Bolshevik victory in 1917. In the spring of 1850 a disaffected student attempts to assassinate the Prussian king, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, he fails, but the refugees in London feel, rightly as it turns out, that the event will be used by the Prussians to pressurize the British government to implement its Moribund Aliens Act, which would compel foreigners to register and make their continued presence in the country subject to their good behavior. To deflect such action, Marx and Engels issue a declaration distancing themselves from such violent actions and emphasize that only the royalists can gain from them, not the revolutionaries. The British government, clearly little worried by any danger of anti-royalist outbreaks in the country, sees no need to introduce measures against the émigré communities and resists Prussian entreaties. In that same year the hated Austrian General von Haynau, the hyena of Brescia and butcher of Budapest, who put down the 48-49 revolutionary uprisings with unspeakable brutality, visits Britain. With a member of the Rothschild family he takes a tour of a brewery in East London, but is recognized by some of the refugees. The brewery workers, in a marvelous act of international solidarity, rough him up and almost lynch him. The incident is given wide publicity and Prime Minister Palmerston, albeit reluctantly, is obliged to apologize to the Austrians. The fraternal Democrats hold a celebratory, and well-attended, meeting where the incident took place, and when Engels speaks he is given a rousing round of applause as he thanks the English workers for their action in punishing one of his compatriots. The Central Committee of the League of Communists, reorganized by Marx, now sees as its main task the re-establishing of broken contacts with the radical groups still remaining in Germany and France. There is an enormous range of political and organizatorial. 162. Work to be done, and Engels, as an excellent organizer, is soon drafted in to help. One of his tasks is to assist in the vetting process. Among the waves of refugees, not all are genuine revolutionaries, and before letting them join the League, they are questioned in detail and assessed. Experience has taught them that police spies and agents provocateurs are continually endeavoring to infiltrate their organizations. Wilhelm Liebknecht, a leading German socialist, remembers being interviewed by Marx and Engels in the back room of a London pub, with tankards of foaming stout, and long-stemmed pipes on the table, and the opportunity of eating an English beef steak, all of which reminds him of an illustration he's seen in Dickens's Boss. Eugene Oswald, a Republican exile who arrived in London before Marx and Engels, later becoming a regular visitor to Marx's home, states in his memoirs, that in London among the refugees the communists, or advanced socialists, were not wholly absent from our numbers, but constituted no principal element. So it can be reliably assumed that before Marx and Engels arrive in the capital, communism is hardly on the agenda. In everything he does, Engels is fastidious and dependable. Only a week after his own arrival, he is elected onto the Social Democratic Support Committee for German Refugees, founded by Marx, and he gets down to work immediately. Largely due to his efforts, a superior lodging house in Great Windmill Street, Soho is taken over as a refugee center, on the lines of the ones he'd experienced in Switzerland. Most of the refugees are, in the main, even more penniless than he is, and with no source of income whatsoever. He is also given the position of secretary of the committee and is instrumental in saving many from penury. Both he and Marx very soon become isolated ideologically from many of their compatriots, including Willich, who are convinced that the flames of revolution in Europe will soon flare up again and they can then return to complete the unfinished task. Marx and Engels are only too aware that this is wishful thinking, but their cool and rational dismissal of this possibility is not what the refugees want to hear. The discussions among the émigrés is often heated and bitter and leads to the establishment of different factions. Engels, like them, undoubtedly seethes with anger and hatred over the victorious Prussians, but emotions, he is convinced, don't create revolutions. He is resigned, for the time being at least, to accept a certain isolation in which he and Marx will be able to pursue their 163 researches in tranquility. Willich and several others, themselves clearly not entirely convinced about prospects for reigniting the revolution in Europe, leave for the USA out of frustration. This moment could signal the total demise of inchoate communism in Europe, and Marx's and Engels slide into historical oblivion. The two are, though, made of sterner stuff and refuse to be elbowed so easily off the stage of history. Engels is already high on the list of most wanted individuals in Germany, but after his military activities in 1849, his criminal profile gives him quasi-star notoriety on the roll of politically dangerous agitators. His name appears in documents that circulate in the highest circles, from the Prussian minister-president, Edwin Freiherr von Manteuffel, to the most lowly police stations throughout the German lands. And the authorities are not satisfied that he is out of the country, but continue spying on him and harassing him wherever he is living. Engels is fully aware of this and often notes that his mail has been interfered with. Some letters never reach their destination and end up in various police files. He is shadowed by police spies and he amuses himself immensely by leading them a merry dance, before shaking them off. However, not only the man himself is persecuted, but so are his writings. In the Cologne police files from 1854, there is a reference to the banning from lending libraries of documents written by Marx and Engels, noting the political trials against them. The political police regularly visit Engels' father in Barmen to impound the son's property and assets. This must have seriously embarrassed and infuriated the old man, and he makes no secret of his attitude to his wayward son. What the relatives think of Engels can be deduced from a letter sent to him by his brother-in-law in 1849. You seem to me like a hounded fox who can find no place to rest. If you, by the way, had a family and worried about them like me, you would change your restless life and, in the intimate circle of your loved ones, you would have more from this short life than you will ever receive from a heartless gang of cowardly, ungrateful, loudmouths. It is as if you still harbor this thankless idea of sacrificing yourself for incorrigible mankind, to become a social Christ and to devote 164. All your egoism to achieving this goal. At the moment you are unscathed and, without having to humiliate yourself, you could ensure that you don't have to stand isolated later, like a wearisome hypochondriac. Such letters do, no doubt, hurt Engels' sensibilities and underline how impossible it will be to win over his family to a different way of thinking, but there is no indication that they cause him a single moment of doubt about the correctness of his decision to devote himself to the struggle for working-class emancipation and world socialism. The recipe, his family feels would cure his madness, is for him to marry and settle down. That is, though, the last thing on his mind. What now spurs him on is to analyze the reasons for the defeat of the revolutionary forces, to examine closely the strategies and tactics, in order to avoid similar mistakes next time. This project is made more difficult, because the Cologne police have confiscated most of his documents from the newspaper offices, from his flat and from friends' houses. His painstakingly collected archive is now no more, including his unfinished manuscript, The History of English Society, in which he develops his revolutionary theory. However, much of his library is saved because he left many of his books with friends in Brussels. In his essay The Peasant War in Germany, Engels characterizes the 1848 revolution as a class battle. In 1848 the interests of the opposing classes collided and each acted in its own interest. The bourgeoisie, too far developed to continue tolerating the feudal bureaucratic absolutism, was not powerful enough to immediately subsume the demands of the other classes under its own. The proletariat was much too weak to make the rapid jump over the bourgeois period and to be sure of its own ability of assuming power within a short space of time. It had already savored only too well the sweets of the bourgeois system under absolutism and was, in any case, far too developed to imagine its own emancipation coming about as a result of bourgeois emancipation. The majority of the nation, petty bourgeoisie, artisans, and peasants, were seen at the outset, as far as their natural allies are concerned, by the bourgeoisie as too revolutionary and to a certain extent by the proletariat as not advanced enough, and were left to fend for 165. Themselves, divided internally, they too came to nothing and battled right and left against their fellow opponents. Trademark. The 1848-49 revolutionary upsurge in continental Europe concluded in defeat for the anti-feudal forces. In Engels' revolutionary theory England should have played a decisive and active role, but in actual fact it played no part at all in the continental-wide revolution. This fact undoubtedly gave succour to the British ruling class, which had been quaking in its drawing rooms before a latent revolution. Engels is also wrong in thinking, as he expounded in 1847, that a bourgeois liberal revolution would happen in Germany first, but it does so in France, and as a workers' revolution. On this occasion Marx is proved right, as he predicted that the revolution would break out in there first. After this enormous defeat across the breadth of Europe, Engels realizes he will not see socialism come about in the most highly developed countries of Europe either in the next few years, or perhaps even in following decades. He can see that even if a new revolution does erupt, the material conditions in these countries will not be ripe enough to sustain and see through a genuine workers' revolution. He feels, though, that in a still-to-come democratic republic, the working class would be able to exercise a generally democratic hegemony. In that vein he argues that the workers will have to set up their own revolutionary forms of government, whether in the form of municipal committees, local councils, or workers' clubs. In this way the bourgeois democratic governments would not only lose the support of the workers, but would be monitored and threatened by a competing proletarian authority. In a word, from the first moment of victory mistrust towards their one-time allies must be directed at the party that wishes to exploit alone the victory they have achieved together. This idea is of particular significance, because we can see that Lenin will follow it to the letter in Russia in 1917. After Kerensky comes to power at the head of what is, to begin with, a bourgeois democratic revolution against Tsarist absolutism, Lenin and the Bolsheviks immediately set up Soviets as parallel governing structures and are able to challenge Kerensky successfully and subsequently overthrow his regime. Engels also clearly recognizes that the rural population in Europe will play little role in any future revolution. His travels through the 166 French countryside have helped confirm that gut feeling. He writes that it has been proved, by the history of all modern countries that the rural population will never bring about a successful independent movement, Because it is too widely dispersed and it is difficult to reach an understanding among the majority, the impetus for it must come from the initiative of the more enlightened and flexible population concentrated in the towns. To prepare for such an eventuality, in 1850 a number of socialists, including Engels and Harney, plan a world federation of revolutionary socialists whose aim would be to bring about the subjugation of the privileged classes under a dictatorship of the proletariat until the realization of a communist society. It is envisaged as a kind of prototype communist or socialist party. It is during this period that Engels first uses the controversial term dictatorship of the proletariat openly for the first time, describing it as a necessary prerequisite if the final form of organizing the human community communism is to be achieved. It is a concept he and Marx develop as a result of the abortive revolution in France during the early part of this same year. Revolutionary change to communism would necessitate a temporary dictatorship of the proletariat they now feel. But the concept is conceived in a flexible way by the two, as is implied in Engels' essay on the parliamentary 10 Hours Bill. As 2/3 of England's population is made up by industrial proletarians, he considers political rule by the working class can now be achieved alone through the ballot box. Although both Marx and Engels write extensively about the means of creating a successful revolution, neither gives any detailed prescriptions for a future socialist society, but there are often hints or suggestions. In 1850, Engels writes that, the workers must demand that the confiscated feudal property become state property for the setting up of worker colonies, so that it can be worked together with the rural proletariat, taking advantage of large-scale production and, at the same time, through this, the principle of common ownership becomes a solid basis at the center of shaky bourgeois property relations. Just as the Democrats make alliances with the peasants, so must the workers with the rural land workers. Here again, we can see how the Bolshevik Revolution later takes the suggestion on board, with the confiscation of feudal land, the setting up of state farms and the battles with the landowning class. 167. Of rich peasants. The fact that these ideas will be put into practice in such an absolute and literal fashion, particularly by Stalin, means that specific national and local conditions will be ignored, resulting in widespread famine and serious social repercussions. In writing about the goal of the revolution, Engels calls for a permanent revolution until all private property has been abolished and all classes have been eradicated. We don't want merely an amelioration of the present society, but the establishment of a new one, he emphasizes. Trotsky will take up this call, as will Mao when initiating his Cultural Revolution, but with catastrophic consequences. The numbers of most recent political refugee arrivals in London in the aftermath of the 1848-49 uprisings are obediently communicated to Berlin by the Prussian envoy. Of the 300 Germans, it is estimated that 280 are artisans. It is this sector of craftsmen/artisans that is often in the forefront of revolutionary activity in most European countries. This is hardly surprising as it is the skilled craftsmen that are most threatened by industrialization. This group is also, as a rule, better educated than the ordinary workers or rural laborers. The real proletariat is hardly represented at this time, largely because these countries do not yet have a developed manufacturing industry like Britain, and most factory workers have not enjoyed education, have little time or money to be able to play an active role, or to find the wherewithal to emigrate. It is calculated that up to 60 million Europeans emigrate during the 19th century, largely as a result of oppression by rigid feudal hierarchies and the brutal suppression of all democratic aspirations. In the period between 1871 and 1890 almost 2 million Germans emigrate, but considerable numbers had already left before. According to the British Home Office, after the suppression of the revolutionary movement on the continent, around 300 Germans, 200 Hungarians, 100 Italians, 40 Poles, and a few French came to London, but there is already a sizable population of refugees, particularly Germans already resident. According to the census, taken a year later in 1851, there are 9,566 residents recorded in the city as having been born in Germany, but by 1891 this figure will reach 26,920. The community is very mixed, and includes businessmen, scientists, and political refugees as well as tradesmen and laborers. Despite the meager resources and small numbers of genuine. 168. Chapter 6. Militants, Marx and Engels are still convinced of the potential embodied in the proletariat and the inevitable success of their campaign for worker-run states. In a conversation with Engels' fellow revolutionary soldier and former Prussian lieutenant, Gustav Tchov in 1850, the two characterize themselves as leaders of a party that sooner or later will incorporate millions. He asks them how they can be so convinced, and they respond, that they are only serving the material power of historical necessity. Tchov also reports on the division of work between the two, saying that, Marx dealt with the big political questions, while Engels occupied himself with the political organizational issues. In this same year, 1850, the Manifesto of the Communist Party is published in English for the first time in Harney's Red Republican. The later English translation of the Manifesto, and the one we are familiar with today, is by Samuel Moore from 1888. Marx and Engels have no illusion that a lasting united front between socialists, Democrats, and others can be built to last. They also dismiss the conspiratorial methods proposed for achieving the revolutionary goals. The German refugees find themselves at loggerheads over the best strategy for taking the revolution in Germany forward, and Marx and Engels very soon find themselves in a virtual minority of two. With their adamant position, they become very unpopular among many of the refugees. They put their faith in the economic factors, and continue to maintain that it is real conditions that matter, not the mere will, and that it is economics that are the historical driving force. They argue for rationality, not the heart, to rule decision-making. These dreamers, as he calls them, make Engels livid. They refuse to give credence to economic factors, no doubt because this would also involve an indeterminate wait and much patience. Engels does, though, reveal a keen perceptiveness about the specific problems of émigré work. Such difficulties are revealed time and time again, and similar ones still face modern-day émigré groups. In a letter to Alexander Gurwitch he later writes, "I know how any political emigration inevitably splits into different groups, as long as the situation remains pacific in the motherland. The passionate urge to action, despite the impossibility of doing anything effective, conjures up over-eager mental speculation in many a clever and energetic head, and 169. Encourages attempts to find or discover new and almost miraculous means to achieve one's aims." And again to Edward Bernstein, "The biggest danger for every political emigration lies in the urge for action. Something has to happen, something has to be done. And thus things take place whose consequences are impossible to envision and which, as one later recognizes, would have been better not attempted. Of course, it doesn't take long for the more petty bourgeois sections of the émigré community to separate from the more proletarian, and both then form their own separate refugee committees. Already by early 1850 the unity of the radical émigrés in London is irrevocably broken. A split also occurs in the Central Committee of the League of Communists. One of the dissidents in the League is Lieutenant Tchov. While recognizing Marx's intellectual supremacy and the fact that he has a head and a heart, he castigates Engels as the busybody, and permanently yapping spy who by means of quarrels, lies, and insolence concludes his little deals. This is one of the very few such derogatory comments to be made on Engels' behavior, and it is undoubtedly colored by the bitterness of the ideological struggle being waged among the exiles at this time. The majority in the leadership of the League, including Marx and Engels, decide to move the headquarters to Cologne, in order to distance it from the infighting. The opposition of the petty bourgeois democratic faction costs both men many hours of debilitating hassle over the succeeding months and even years. Hair-splitting arguments and debates drag on and on, as is the norm in politicist émigré communities, cut off from the real action and the realities of home. With this split comes the end of what has otherwise been a period of very fruitful work in terms of building the new party. Marx, exhausted by all the bickering, decides to bury himself in his research, and Engels, who sees little choice if he is to survive, offers an olive branch to his family, expressing his willingness to return to his father's Manchester factory. A secret Prussian police report from the time notes that the split in the Communist League forces Engels to take, what for him, is the heavy decision to return to slavish commerce. Engels isn't prepared. 170. To see Marx and his family go to the dogs as victims of the refugee splits, so opts to make the sacrifice himself. Engels' links with his family back in Barmen have been maintained through his regular correspondence with his favorite sister, Marie Blanc, who no doubt serves also as a go-between on behalf of their parents, who are, understandably, more than somewhat skeptical of his apparent change of heart to become a businessman after all. In one of her letters, Marie gives clear expression to this skepticism, saying she feels his intention of returning to the business is only to put himself financially back on his feet in order to once again return to his party work, given the opportunity. Through her words one can hear their father speaking, and, of course, these intimations are not far from the truth. Engels' father is, at the time, actually toying with the idea of sending his son to Calcutta, far away from all those European revolutionary viruses. The vehement opposition to this idea by the 30-year-old Engels stymies it. His father's second proposal, to send him to the USA where he could work as a cotton buyer for the company, is more to Engels' liking. Not that he would be happy bargaining over the price of slave-produced cotton, but the chance to undertake political work in the free atmosphere of the USA would have undoubted attractions. Engels talks this proposal over with Marx, who declares his willingness to accompany him to the New World. But this idea, too, comes to nothing, as cotton, in the interim, has become relatively cheap and plentiful, so the company doesn't need to have its own individual buyer. In the end, father and son come to an agreement that he will join the firm in Manchester, that is part owned by Engels' father, and part owned and managed by the brothers, Peter and Gottfried Ehrmann. In words at least, his father sympathizes. I can imagine that your living there will not be pleasant for you, but for us and the business it would be, under these unusual circumstances, the most useful. 171. Chapter 7. 2 Decades of Purgatory. By mid-November 1850, Engels, seeing no other option, finds himself once more in Manchester. For a few months, or at most a few years, he is prepared to throw himself into the hated jobbery in the firm of Ehrmann and Engels. Little does he realize that these few months will extend to 2 decades. This period will be the most trying of his life, slogging away each day in a job he hates, working for a capitalist company and having to hobnob with his sworn enemies, the mill owners of the area, and separated from his closest friend and comrade. Of course, it can be convincingly argued that life for him is hardly the purgatory that the ordinary mill workers have to endure. He has a secure job, is well paid, and has the privileges accorded the son of one of the firm's partners. But for someone of Engels' intellectual caliber and vitality, sitting at a desk each day, adding up columns of figures and corresponding with trading partners, is little better than a slow death. He is prepared to do it for several reasons, the main one being that he feels it is the only way to guarantee financial security for Marx. Without his sacrifice, the momentous goals they have both set themselves will be unrealizable. As a single man with no family to support and with a ready-made business opportunity at hand, he is clearly in a much better position than Marx to earn a decent income. During his absence abroad, Britain has undergone considerable change. The outbreak of revolution in France in 1848 gave the Chartist movement new hope and impetus, but the government, concerned about possible infection from across the Channel, seized the opportunity to brand it as a bogey of foreign revolution and 172. Clamp down. It is the 1848 revolution that saved the British bourgeoisie, Engels maintains. However, the Chartist campaign around the Third Petition continued, and a massive gathering on Kennington Common in London in that same year was organised, with a planned march on Parliament to present the petition. But the government, maintaining that an armed uprising is planned, mobilizes large bodies of troops and special constables in the face of which the Chartist leaders called off the march. The charter is then presented by a small deputation. The government claims victory, and uses its advantage to implement even more violent methods to put down popular gatherings and demonstrations, and new waves of arrests take place. Engels' friend, Ernest Jones, who had in the meantime become a leading Chartist, is one of those arrested. After 1848, Chartism dies as a national force, but its example inspires the ideas of working-class organization and of the need for unity in struggle for years to come. The 6 points were not won, but the government had been forced to make some concessions, such as the Mines Act of 1842, the Factory Act of 1844 and the 10-Hour Act of 1850. Engels is severely disappointed by the demise of what he saw as the potential party of revolution in Britain, but he recognizes Chartism's achievements. He writes later, in the Labour Standard, "The working class of Great Britain for years fought ardently and even violently for the People's Charter. It was defeated, but the struggle had made such an impression upon the victorious middle class that this class, since then, was only too glad to buy a prolonged armistice at the price of ever-repeated concessions to the working people." His arrival in Manchester coincides with a renewed boom in manufacturing. Britain is at the height of its industrial might. In the decades following Waterloo, Britain had grown to become the greatest colonial power in the world with the world's strongest navy. Its position of dominance in the mid-19th century can be compared with that of the USA today. Its technological and industrial development is far in advance of any other country, and in technology it has a virtual monopoly. Even so, perhaps surprisingly, census figures from 1851 indicate that agriculture is still Britain's largest industry. 173. Although manufacturing of all kinds employs more people, so wealthy has Britain become that by the early 1850s it is exporting millions of pounds of capital, mainly to North and South America. In the first half of the century, the production of pig iron, perhaps one of the best indices of industrial development, was, in France, less than twice what it had been in 1806. In both Britain and Germany, production had grown 8 or 9 times in the same period. By 1850, British production and consumption of iron on a per capita basis was far ahead of that of all continental countries. The same applied to cotton. The country consumed, as a comparison, 9 times more than Russia. The 50s and 60s see the most profound changes of the century, not only in Britain, but in Germany too. European countries are brought increasingly closer together by modern communication systems. It is also the supreme age of railway building, with 50,000 miles of track being laid in continental Europe, as against only 15,000 before 1850. The emergence of the steamship is also revolutionizing transport by sea and bringing even far-off countries closer together. Railways and other forms of communication are much further advanced in Britain than elsewhere and make significant contributions to the expansion of the country's industry. Telegraphy also means that information and news can travel faster. The slow growth of rail networks elsewhere, particularly in France, and the resulting lack of economic integration, delays economic growth considerably. In France between 1801 and 1851, the percentage of people living in towns of over 10,000 grew from only 9.5 to 10.6%. In Britain, by contrast, it grew from 23.3 to 39.5%. These advances underlie the intellectual optimism of the latter part of the century, despite the appalling social deprivations inflicted by industrial capitalism. They also have an impact on armies and military power, which become, more than ever, adjuncts of economic power. Towards the end of June 1851, father and son see each other again for the first time since their fateful confrontation on the barricades in 1849. Engels' mother is overjoyed at what she sees as reconciliation, and she persuades Peter Ehrman, who runs the Victoria Mill in Salford, to invite her husband over and offer him lodgings in his house. At the same time, she gives her son detailed and anxious advice on how to behave when he again meets his father, fearing that 174. His impetuousness could ruin what is probably the last chance of reconciliation. I think it will perhaps be better if you don't spend too much time together and don't always talk about business, and it would be better if you avoided politics, as you both have such divergent views. Engels clearly follows her advice, bites his lip, swallows his pride and plays the devoted son, as no altercations flare up between them. Engels briefs Marx on the new situation. On the whole, I am quite happy with the result of my talks with the old man. He needs me here for at least 3 years, but I have not entered into any obligations, not even for the 3 years, and he didn't demand any, not in relation to my writing nor in my remaining here should the revolution break out again. He doesn't even seem to think of this eventuality. That's how secure people now feel. On the other hand, I've agreed the amount I need for representation and entertaining, right from the start cent pound 200 annually, and he agreed without a problem. During the negotiations, he gave me a peek into the state of his business, both here and back home, and he's done very well, doubling his capital since 1837, so I don't feel any need to be unnecessarily parsimonious. Peter Ehrman, Gottfried's brother, is sent to Liverpool, where he is happy to reside, and Engels is given responsibility for the company's head office, but soon realizes this ties him more than he would like. I suggested that this responsibility was beyond my capabilities and played modesty itself. If my old man had stayed any longer here, we'd have begun to fight. He just can't accept his luck and becomes haughty, reverting to his schoolmasterly tone, and is provocative, but he's so stupid and tactless that he riles me, for instance, in the presence of the Ehrmans, when he thinks my gob is stopped, relying on my sense of propriety. He does this on his last day in order to sing me a hymn of praise to Prussian institutions. Of course a few words and an angry glance suffice to send him back into his lair, but that is enough to return us to the previous frozen footing, as long as it has no direct practical bearing on e.g. my financial situation, then I'm more than happy to maintain a cool business-like relationship, better than all this emotional humbug. Trademark 175. Engels makes a very odd businessman. Hardly begun working for the Manchester Company, he tells Marx excitedly that a crisis in the markets is approaching and the revolutionary weather forecast is predicting storms in the sphere of international politics, and that he's over the moon that the battles on the continent in the coming year will coincide with the crisis. Yet his hopes that the new revolutionary upsurge will release him from his fetters are not to be fulfilled. He goes on to tell Marx that he will now begin to get down to work and is thinking of moving to the outskirts of the city in order to work undisturbed. He doesn't expect his father to visit for at least another year and feels he can settle down in his own way, and the money ascribed for representation can be used to a large extent for other purposes. Engels is now officially installed in the company's office as corresponding clerk, but as a close relative of one of the owners, is given the status of general assistant. However, the agreement lays down that his work as general assistant will be additional to his clerking work, which cannot be neglected. In the first months his main task is to represent his father's interest in the company, which gives him no status in his own right. The Ehrman and Engels office is in Southgate, just behind Deansgate, in central Manchester, and is, conveniently, only a 10-minute walk to the Owenite Hall of Science, which opened in 1840, and where many of the big political meetings of the time take place. His new job keeps him chained to his desk for 10 and later 6 hours a day, leaving little time at all for political activities or for research. He hates every minute of this work, compounded also by the fact that he doesn't get on with Ehrman at all, nor the latter with him. His burden of work even alarms Marx, who remonstrates, "You're surely not striving for the glory of sacrificing yourself on the altar of the Ehrman-Engels office." He doesn't warm to Manchester any more than he did on previous visits, and finds it very difficult coming to terms with its smoke, the damp and dinginess, where all the water becomes stinking sewage. He communicates his feelings to George Harney, who replies laconically, "I'm not surprised to find you expressing your disgust of Manchester. It is a damn dirty den of muckworms. I would rather be hanged in London than die a natural death in Manchester." And to his friend, the poet George Weirth, who is, at the time, in Bradford also working for a textile company. Engels writes about the mental tedium of his work, to which Weirth replies with an upbeat cliché. 176. But hardly consoling, time is costly but the future doesn't come cheap. You're doing the right thing to get yourself bored in Manchester, because boredom brings in the money. Pleasure never made anyone rich. These are potentially the best years of a young man's life, and Engels sees them dribbling away like precious water in the sand. His attitude to his jobbing can be gleaned from the terms he uses in his letters to describe the business: shit trade, prison of Babylon, dog-eat-dog commerce, or, with bitter irony, as sweet commerce. Of course, he wouldn't be able to last the coming 20 years if he'd only seen the four walls in the office. He soon creates a life outside work and keeps his hours of drudgery to the absolute minimum, even though they still constitute a large chunk of his life. He begins leading a double existence and also renews his liaison with Mary Burns. After doing his daily penance at the altar of the firm, in the evenings he slinks off to see Mary or traipses with her around the working-class neighborhoods to talk with ordinary working people in their own environment and in the pubs, gathering material for a future book. The weekends he devotes to study and writing or outdoor pursuits to keep fit. An official residence in town is only rented when he expects visits from the family, otherwise he lives in cheaper furnished accommodation or at Mary's cottage. In this way he saves money, which he can then use to support Marx and the wider movement. When his father announces a visit, he rents fine lodgings, buys in fine cigars and wine, in order to impress. Voilà la vie, he notes. Later, when he has enough money to afford a permanent house for representation, his double life is played out between this and the suburban cottage he rents under a pseudonym for Mary and her sister Lydia. Only in 1869 is he finally able to give up this subterfuge. His first accommodation in Manchester is a modest, furnished flat in Strangeways, but he leaves a short time later as his landlady moves house and, without giving him any warning, moves his things, as she assumes he will follow. In 1852 he moves out to live closer to Klein Deutschland. Manchester, like London, has a significant number of Germans living there, some of them radicals, and they form a vibrant community. He tells his sister that he is somewhat lonely in his flat and once he moves will allow myself, for a change, some amusement as far as that is at all possible in this coal smoke. For 6 months now, he tells her ironically, I've not had the 177 opportunity of creating my lobster salad, for which I'm a recognized expert quel horreur, it's enough to turn anyone sour. Engels knows that if he can manage to save £150 a year for the party, then he'll achieve something. He feels that spending £50 on his relatives when they come, in order to put on a show of comfort, is more than enough. But if ever any one of them discovers what he is doing, he will be in a hot pickle. Although his father, suspicious as always, appears to have some inkling of what is happening, he prefers to ignore it to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, he does write a letter to his son telling him that he feels he is spending too much money and should be able to manage on £150. Engels responds that if he cuts his remuneration, he will pack his bags immediately, leave the office and return to London, a risky threat, but it pays off and his father backs down. But his father's suspicions towards that whole tribe of refugees remain unallayed, reserving most of his venom for Marx, that ruination of my son. It is very clear that anything more than a shaky ceasefire between son and father will be impossible to achieve. Both are obliged to maintain a precarious and frosty modus vivendi. Engels receives a modest annual salary of £100 throughout the 1850s, but his share of the firm's profits rises from a yearly sum of around £268 in 1854 to £1,078 by 1859. From his salary and expenses, he is able to siphon off enough to make regular payments to Marx. To begin with, he sends him £5 per month, but by 1862, when his contract with Gottfried Ehrmann is confirmed and he feels materially more secure, it is raised to £10. These sums are usually sent in the form of £5 notes which he cuts in half and sends in separate envelopes, to preclude their being stolen. Presumably Marx then pastes the notes back together again to make them legal tender. To gain some idea of what the above sums of money are worth during the 1850s, a comparison can be made with workers' average earnings. A cotton mill worker, for instance, would earn between 14–17 shillings a week £40 per annum, a South Wales collier would earn 24 shillings and a farm labourer under 10 shillings per week. From this it becomes clear that Engels is paid a far from penurious salary and certainly sufficient to afford him a relatively comfortable existence. 178. In the 50s, as a most reluctant businessman, he is again longing for industrial stagnation and a deep crisis to set the scene for the coming revolution. He avidly follows the stock market figures, price changes, and profit rates, not only in the cotton business, but in the whole of industry, not to see how much he is making, but in the hope that stocks are on the verge of collapse. The Great Exhibition at London's Crystal Palace in 1851 demonstrates, Britain is at the height of its industrial and military might and a severe crisis is not even on the horizon. However, Germany is catching up fast with Britain's industrial output. At the exhibition, Krupp's company shows a block of cast steel weighing 2 tons, an achievement even Britain at this time cannot equal. The exhibition, for the first time, also showcases products and achievements from other countries, and in this connection Engels remarks, that it sounded the knell of English insular exclusiveness. He remains highly optimistic that overproduction will eventually lead to a great crash. His own profits are of no interest to him. Cyclical crises do occur, but the hope for massive crisis leading to revolution never materializes in Engels' lifetime, so work in the office has to go on. In 1854 he becomes a member of the Manchester Stock Exchange. And this so tickles Marx that he writes, "So, you are now a member of the Stock Exchange and altogether respectable. My gratulations. One day I'd love to hear you howling among all the wolves." For Engels his situation is not a matter for joking. We can glean some idea of the desperate sense of imprisonment he feels in a reply he sends to his sister Marie, when she writes to him on his 32nd birthday and asks him what present he would wish for. He replies with uncharacteristic resignation, "Ma chère sœur. For a long time now I have given up making wishes, as they are never fulfilled. Apart from that, I really have no talent for it, because when I find myself giving way to such weakness and make a wish, it is always something I can't have, and that's why I'm better off if I get used to the idea once and for all of not making wishes." In 1856, among his other tasks in the company, he is also given responsibility for training the apprentices, and he complains to Marx about having to look after the 3 boys. This, on top of his other work, means he is prevented from writing and editing. "I just wish," he writes jestingly, "that Mr. Bonaparte would free France from himself and me from this hurly-burly." The employment contract he was obliged to sign in 1852 means that if he neglects his work with 179 the firm for even a few weeks, he has to work even harder in the succeeding ones. Unremittingly the company demands tribute. Although Engels is almost never ill, he keeps himself incredibly fit with regular exercise and eats well. In the summer of 1857 he goes down with glandular fever. Not wanting to take it seriously, he still leaves his sick bed to go to the office. Marx becomes worried about him, and tells him not to be so stupid and to convalesce properly. But, in his usually flippant way, he replies to Marx that, "The crisis will do me more physical good than any seaside cure, I can tell that already." In 1848 we said that our time had come, and it did in a certain sense, but this time it will come completely. Now it's only a question of the head. However, he does belatedly realize that something serious has hit him, and in the second half of that year he goes first to Waterloo on the Lancashire coast, then to the Isle of Wight and on to Jersey in order to convalesce fully. Returning to Manchester physically restored, he is still depressed by having to return to the business, as well as by the international situation. However, the world economic crisis during the late autumn of 1857 again gives him cause for elation as he excitedly communicates to Marx. The general atmosphere last week here at the stock exchange was highly entertaining. The guys were livid about my sudden and unusually elated humor. Indeed, the exchange is the only place where my present dewliness has become transformed into a bouncing elasticity. At the same time, of course, I am continually prophesying a black future, and the donkeys become doubly angry. And again a month later. Today I heard that the Cooks, owners of a colossal factory on Oxford Road, have sold their hunters, foxhounds, greyhounds etc., that they've sacked their servants, left the palace and put up a to let sign. They're not yet kaput, but no doubt they soon will be. Another fortnight and the ball will be in full swing. Among the Philistines here the crisis has had a big effect on drinking habits. No one can bear being alone at home with the 180 family and their worries. The clubs have come to life again and the consumption of alcohol has risen steeply. The deeper they sink, the more forcefully they attempt to cheer themselves up. Next morning they're then prime examples of a moral and physical hangover registered. Despite Engels' predictions, the crisis doesn't produce the revolutionary upsurge he and Marx hope for, and in only a few months the economy is getting back on its feet. Elsewhere the situation is no rosier. The Chartist movement in which they have invested so much hope is also in serious decline in face of the economic upturn. The political situation in Germany is the subject of all Marx's and Engels' bitter criticism. The working class movement is virtually defunct and the Democratic Party, decried by the middle classes as red, has dissolved itself. The exile community is split into numerous fragments and most of its leaders are considered ideological enemies by the two. Even the few friends they have in Germany are reluctant to correspond with them for fear of retribution by the ever-vigilant Prussian state. They are almost completely isolated and also subject to a spate of slanderous and vituperative attacks by erstwhile allies and comrades. They are invariably characterized as dogmatic fanatics who one should avoid at all costs. They appear to be surrounded by a world of animosity and misunderstanding. The only positive aspect of all this is that it leaves them more time to devote to their own intellectual pursuits. Engels is under no illusion about their predicament and is more than happy if they can discover a few individuals who share their vision and provide the illusion that they still have a party, albeit a minuscule one, behind them. Despite the seemingly impossible situation, both Marx and Engels, as we can see from their letters, remain inflexibly convinced that they alone possess the true historical insight and are able to see developments with more clarity than any of their contemporaries. They can do no other than fight on from behind the barricades. In April 1858 Engels moves once more to a slightly more comfortable abode in Oxford Street, Chorlton, and stays there, officially, for 6 years. However, his landlady gossips about him to the neighbors, and when cleaning mislays his letters and closes the books he is reading, she also steals into the bargain. But he puts up with all this and only decides to move again once he is made an 181 associate in the firm and his salary improves. This will not take place until July 1864, and will also oblige him to undertake more representational responsibilities. He tries desperately to keep the hours spent on business drudgery to a minimum, so that he can devote as much time as possible to his political work, and often keeps his father waiting for requested information about the company, because he is too busy doing just that. This ever-constant obligation and threat hanging over him will only lift with the death of his father. He would like to visit Germany again, but outstanding criminal charges in connection with his revolutionary activities preclude this for a decade. Then, surprisingly, in 1859, he is suddenly informed by the Prussian justice minister that all charges against him have been quashed largely due to interventions by his uncle, Karl Snettlich. The latter has, in the meantime, been appointed court chaplain and has the ear of King Wilhelm IV. He clearly still has a soft spot for his young nephew and appears to take the Christian principle of forgiving one's enemies to heart. The Prussian state also apparently now feels itself sufficiently stable and no longer in any danger from such subversives as Engels. This good news allows him to make plans to visit Barmen. However, the Prussian military cannot refrain from carrying out a small act of vindictiveness and, in July, they inform him that he is due to be called up for military duties. This pettiness again stymies his travel plans. Marx, who has studied law, advises him that if he refuses to return, the case can only be heard in a civil, not a military court, which means the consequences would be less onerous. This is a relief to Engels, but the civil court in Elberfeld still rules against him and imposes a large fine, and until it is paid, threatens to impound any of his assets held by the family. His father, despite his unbending loyalty to Prussia, refuses to pay a penny and denies holding any assets in the name of his son. Under these circumstances, it would not be prudent for him to travel to Germany to see his family. So, in the summer of that same year, Engels receives what will turn out to be a final visit from his father, accompanied this time by his mother. All three take a short holiday in Scotland. This will be the last time he sees his father, as he will be taken ill with typhus the following year, only to die on March 20, 1860. While his father lies dying, his uncle again intervenes and writes a moving appeal to the Prussian Home Affairs Minister, requesting that Engels be allowed safe passage to visit his ailing father in Barmen. Other radicals, including a former editor on the Neue 182 Renunkszeitung, have been granted safe passages to visit ill relatives, so there appears to be a chance for Engels. However, when the travel permit does eventually come through, granting him 14 days arrest-free residence, it is too late, his father is already dead. In the end, the court authorities are only able to impose a modest fine of $50 or, alternatively, 3 weeks in prison for ignoring his call-up papers. By paying the fine, Engels is able to draw a final line under the years of persecution by the Prussian government and is free to return to Germany. For some time after his father's death, his own future hangs in the balance because, according to English law at the time, a partner's assets in a company are not automatically inherited by his heirs. Everything depends on the acting partner, Gottfried Ehrmann, in terms of who he wants to become his new partner. Ehrmann would have liked to take over the firm completely, but it isn't so simple to buy out the heirs of his former partner. In May 1860, Engels' brother Emil comes to Manchester to negotiate with Ehrmann on behalf of the family. Although Engels' mother is recovering from typhus herself, it seems she is prepared to carry on running the firm with the help of her sons. Towards the end of 1860 and into 61, the Engels family finds itself at loggerheads over their father's will. His siblings are not prepared to allow their elder brother too much leeway in terms of the firm or the capital, fearing, in many ways understandably, that he will not manage it in their interest. In the end, a contract is drawn up which will make Hermann, as the next in line of succession, the director of the company on behalf of their mother, who is nominally in charge. The business in Barmen is taken on by his brothers Rudolf and Hermann. Friedrich is to be excluded from a partnership in both the family-owned, German-based firms, and he will also be offered a poor deal as far as his father's other assets are concerned, but he is allowed to become his father's successor in the Manchester enterprise. Engels signs the agreement, but very reluctantly, as he writes to his mother. "If it weren't for your sake, I would have found it very difficult to agree to this. It is very hard for me to exclude myself without, as it seems to me, adequate reason or justification, from the only business of fathers that's left to us. I believe I had a right to it and my brothers did not have the right to expect me to. 183. Give it up to their advantage, without so much as a murmur and without reason. Dear mother, for your sake, I have suppressed this and much else. Not for anything in the world do I want to be, in any way a cause of bitterness to sour the remaining years of your life through family arguments over the inheritance." 8. Thus, the dutiful son submits to an agreement which robs him of his filial due. He does, though, now become the official partner in the Manchester firm on behalf of the family and is thus obligated to continue devoting much of his time to the company, which will be the sole source for his future livelihood. He no doubt hoped that, with his father's inheritance, he could at last cease working for the company and live off the profits, based on his inherited shareholdings. To add insult to injury, as an official partner, he now also carries the responsibilities and the risk, even though the company doesn't actually belong to him, but to the family. I could obtain another 100 businesses but never again a mother, he tells her sadly. Despite not receiving his fair share of his father's inheritance, he is not left destitute by any means. He can write in 1860, "The matter with Erman seems to be pretty well in order. My family are leaving £10,000 in the business, something they have to do, if I'm to be a director. My material position will improve immediately, at least in terms of my percentage on the capital." He is, though, unable to touch this capital even in a case of emergency, because the contract cleverly states that if even a penny of that £10,000 is withdrawn, the contract becomes invalid. We know that from 1852, for the first time, Engels has been receiving a small share of the profits. In the first 4 years this is 5% and in the following 4 years 7%. Only after a lengthier service for the company does he receive 10%. The more comfortable and spacious abode he now leases lies directly opposite Manchester's Royal Infirmary. It is a villa-style house, with a large garden in a better class area, where other factory owners and businessmen live. From here he has only half an hour's walk to the office and a little longer to the stock exchange. He uses it very little though, still spending most of the time with Mary. Once he becomes an associate in the firm, he does have to live up to his new status, something he has, up to now, successfully resisted. 184. Convention demands that he attend receptions and accept invitations to lunch or dinner, otherwise he will draw attention to himself as an oddball. He tries to avoid reciprocating such invitations as far as possible and ducking this bourgeois life, which is here called the social treadmill, and only accessible to those with an excess of time on their hands, and those who want to work can't afford to be sucked into it. I refuse to do it even with the bourgeoisie in Manchester. If you need something from someone else then you go along and that's the end of it. During the 5 years between 1864 and 1869 Engels finds he is devoting an increasing amount of his time to the firm. He is now very much on his own and its continued success will depend very much on him. Fearful of being left without money, he bites into the sour apple. But every day he slaves in the office, he dreams of the day when he can give it all up and devote himself wholeheartedly to his first love, revolutionary politics. He expresses this graphically in a letter to Marx in 1867. "In 2 years my contract with this pig Gottfried comes to an end, and if I can arrange things here to my advantage, neither of us will have the least desire to prolong it. It could be that we go our own separate ways even earlier. In that case I'd have to leave commerce altogether, because to set up my own company would take 5 to 6 years of back-breaking slog with little to show for it, and then another 5 to 6 years to earn the fruit of the first 5-6 years' work. If I did that, I'd be kaput. I long for nothing more than release from this commercial slavery, which completely demoralizes me with its time wasting. As long as I'm doing it, I am not capable of doing anything else. Particularly since I've become a director, it means a lot work because of the greater burden of responsibility. If it weren't for the more lucrative income, I'd rather go back to clerking." Erman would clearly like to get rid of Engels and take complete control of the company, but the partnership contract binds him, so he chooses to pick arguments and bickers with Engels in the hope that he will leave of his own accord. If Engels had decided to do this, all his sweat over the years would have been for nothing. He is determined to cling on until the contract expires and he can exit on his own terms and with a certain financial security. It will finally run. 185. Out in 1869 and stipulates that on that date, Erman has to pay Engels a one-off settlement of £1,750 for an undertaking not to set up in competition. From that date on, Engels will have the right to leave £5,000 capital in the company, for which he will receive 5% interest. He calculates that he could survive on the proceeds, together with his investments, if not in luxury, then modestly. He is overjoyed at the prospect of being a free man at last and with time to call his own. 1869 is indeed a year of celebration for him. The timing, he feels, is also ideal because, as he puts it, events are taking on an increasingly sharper form and the thunderstorm will break quite unexpectedly one of these fine days. Engels realizes, though, despite his earlier optimism, that he won't be able to survive without nibbling at his capital. In order to monitor and control his outgoings, he keeps a household account book which he maintains scrupulously until his death. It is a valuable archive source in terms of how he spends his money and how much goes to Marx and other beneficiaries. In 1869, out of his settlement from the company and the circa £10,000 he's been able to accumulate over the years from his salary and trading activities, he repays his mother the borrowed £10,000 capital that had been placed in the firm on his behalf. With Erman's settlement he is left with around £10,000 and he puts this into shares immediately, mostly into the utilities, gas, waterworks, and railways, all English companies, he tells his brother. The interest on the dividends brings him around £590 annually and he also has remaining investments in the Barman branch of the firm which bring him in an extra £160. On his first free day, he writes to Marx, "Dear Moore, hurrah! Today I'm finished with the due commerce and am a free man. Tussie and I have celebrated my first free day with a long morning walk across the fields. On top of that, my eye is a lot better and with care will soon be on top form again." Once Engels has thrown off the shackles of business, on December 8, 1869, he again lets Marx know his innermost feeling, "Yesterday Gottfried Erman paid me the rest of my money and from now on we will both look at each other, so to speak, with our backsides." Although the firm Erman and Engels is one of the more prestigious of the Lancashire cotton companies, having branches in a number 186 of locations, and its specialty products of sewing and knitting thread and refined cottons are sold in many countries, there is little documentary evidence relating to Engels' 2 decades of association with it. The firm continues in existence after Engels' departure, but he keeps shares of around £2,400 in it, after withdrawing £7,500 of his family's original capital. Erman then in 1874 establishes his own company, Erman and Robbie, which is eventually sold to the English Sewing Cotton Company in 1912. In July 1869, he writes euphorically to his mother, "My new freedom does me a world of good. Since yesterday I'm a man newly born and 10 years younger. Instead of being stuck in the dingy town, I went this morning, in gorgeous weather, over the fields for a few hours and then sat at my desk in a comfortably furnished room, where I can have the windows open without the smoke leaving dirty marks everywhere, with flowers in the window and a few trees in front of the house. Work is now so different to what it used to be in my dingy room in the warehouse, with its outlook onto a pub courtyard. I live only 10 minutes from the club, just far enough away from where the Germans live and from the ordinary rented quarters, to avoid being overrun. Evenings between 5 and 6 I eat at home, then go to the club to read the newspapers etc. I can do all this now. I don't have to go into town anymore to check the accounts." He still suffers the psychological trauma inflicted by his 2 decades of working at the center of a system he abhors, and feels the need to justify this. "Will I ever feel I need to apologize for the fact that I was once a partner in a factory?" he asks rhetorically. "He who wants to accuse me of that can come. And if rule in my home too." The Burns sisters clearly spark Engels' imagination and a keen interest in Irish affairs, and for some time they plan to take him on a visit to the Emerald Isle and show him the place where their family came from. Although he does manage a short visit with Mary in 1856, he is keen to return and study the Irish situation more closely. Both Engels and Marx show a keen interest in Irish affairs, seeing its relationship with Britain as a classic case of colonial oppression. They write a number of articles, essays, and letters on Ireland, examining its history, its economy, and the nature of British colonial exploitation. In August 1869 he meets his mother in Ostend and returns with her to the family home in Engels. Then, shortly afterwards, in September, a year before he finally quits the firm, Lizzie manages to organize the trip to Ireland, and they take Eleanor Marks along. 194. With them. They spend 3 weeks there, taking in Dublin, the Wicklow Hills, Killarney, and Cork. It is now 13 years since Engels was there with Mary, and he is amazed at the development that has taken place since that visit, but the massive depopulation of the countryside is still terribly apparent to them. The extreme poverty they witness in England's first colony is indescribable. Everywhere they see armed police and soldiers as if the country were in a state of permanent siege. Engels makes copious notes during the visit on all aspects of the country. He has plans to write a social history of Ireland, but he never finds the time to complete the project. He had planned it in 4 parts, the first titled Natural Conditions, the second, Ancient Ireland, the third on the English conquest and the fourth on English domination. England's invasion of Ireland, he says, cheated Ireland out of her whole development and threw her back hundreds of years. Their visit there also coincides with a renewed upsurge of national liberation activity. The immediate cause is the demand for amnesty for the Fenians held in British jails. 30,000 people turn out in Limerick and 200,000 in Dublin demanding their release. Both women return more Hibernian than they were beforehand, Engels reports. But it makes a deep impression on him too and helps him better understand Lizzie's deep religiosity and melancholia, her hatred of the English, her penchant for poetry and the romantic, even if he is not able to share much of it. It does, though, stimulate a new interest in British colonial history, Celtic culture, and even folk song. As hostess at Engels' gatherings of friends, Lydia Burns is always an effervescent personality, humorous as well as passionate. This fiery passion also registers clearly with Engels' friends. Referring to a large glass punch bowl he has given Engels as a gift, Paul Lafargue tells him sometime later, "Let Mrs. Burns take a soaking in the bath I brought you from Bordeaux, so that she may extinguish the fire that glows inside her." Neither Mary nor Lizzie will be accepted by Engels' Rhine family as a de facto daughter-in-law. His aristocratic brother-in-law, Adolf von Griesheim, is particularly aggrieved, and protests regularly in the name of the family about these unsanctified relationships. Engels has, though, as we know, very strong principles and feels no compulsion to marry either Mary or Lizzie because for him marriage is a bourgeois institution. A personal relationship, he feels strongly. 195. Is between two individuals and doesn't need sanction by the state, a religious institution or indeed the extended family. What a waste bourgeois marriage is, he writes, first to get to that stage, then as long as the nonsense drags on, and then until you shake it off. In the meantime, he does have to keep up a certain pretense to allay suspicions and avoid embarrassment for Lizzie. When he travels with her to Burlington for a short seaside holiday, he registers them at the hotel as Mr. and Mrs. Burns. Although, interestingly, his friend George Harney, in his letters, always sends greetings to Mrs. Engels. There is some circumstantial evidence from Manchester Rate Book records that Engels rented the Burns sisters' residence under the name of Frederick Boardman, traveling salesman. This would explain the cryptic P.S. on a letter from Marx, dated May 27, 1862, in which he adds, "My regards to Mrs. Boardman and sister." Marx's English spelling was never of the best. The fact that a well-dressed middle-class gentleman is a regular visitor to a single woman in a working-class neighborhood would certainly have aroused intense curiosity. As a nominal traveling salesman who lodges there, this interest would be allayed. We know Engels is adept at using pseudonyms and covering his tracks, so the Frederick Boardman theory gains credence. Engels' newfound happiness with Lizzie is very soon clouded by the sudden and unexpected onset of ill health. This fiery Fenian girl becomes chronically ill during the 60s and, despite all Engels' efforts, she fails to make a recovery, but although her health continues to deteriorate, the two still live happily together. It is somewhat surprising that Engels, who clearly loves children as is shown by his affection for the Marx children, never has children with either Mary or Lydia. That this is a deliberate decision is unlikely given the limited knowledge, and available means of, contraception. We can only assume that either he or both women are, for some reason, infertile. Although Engels' double life continues still into the 70s, there are increasing signs of an overlap between the two. It is in the Mornington Street house where he and Lizzie welcome his personal friends, and where Marx stays, but Lizzie seems to begin playing the role of wife also in his representational house in Dover Street, at least from time to time. This is, for the stuffy Victorian citizens of Manchester, certainly provocative behavior, but the two appear to carry it off. 196. In April 1869 he moves out of his official residence in Dover Street and he and Lizzie move together into the Mornington Street house in Ardwick. Now that his contract with the firm is drawing to a close and the need to maintain appearances is no longer necessary, he can at last be more true to himself and publicly acknowledge his relationship with her. She is also over the moon about the move. He still, though, has to maintain his bourgeois exterior for business friends and, since 1864, he has also become a real capitalist, owning shares in the business. The move is indeed a risky and courageous one for him, because if he were to be ostracized from the business world it would spell not only his own personal financial ruin but would also have severe repercussions for Marx and the whole movement. Over his 2 decades as businessman he is determined to give his enemies no chance at all to brand him publicly as a philanderer or, what would be worse, a communist. With his 2 houses, he will have stirred little suspicion, as most bourgeois men have mistresses, and it will have been assumed that that is all Engels is up to. The difference is that Mary, and later Lizzie, are not mistresses. He is not a married man, and they are, successively, his genuine partners with whom he is in love. Engels' intimate friends realize that this double life is not a matter for a nudge and a wink but a serious and uncomfortable situation for him, and they treat Mary and, later, Lizzie with the respect accorded a wife. Certainly, from the Marxes there is never a disparaging remark or any underhand gossip in this connection, not even from the strictly moralistic Jenny, and they always refer to both Mary and, later, Lizzie as Mrs. Burns, not Miss Burns. In this way they all help create an atmosphere in which Engels and his common-law partner are able to behave as man and wife in a relaxed context. The German Mancunians. Although Engels feels cut off from Marx and the heart of the movement in London, Manchester is hardly a backwater. Here there is a thriving German colony, and within it he has some close friends and political comrades. By 1870, there are around 1,000 Germans living in Manchester and none who would not have known Engels. They are a mixed bunch of entrepreneurs, professionals, and tradesmen, plus a few political refugees. Some are already 2nd or 3rd generation. 197. Residents. Engels is an active participant within the German community. He becomes a member of their clubs and sits on their committees. He does this not only out of a need for leisure, but he wants to influence their affairs in a democratic and progressive direction. That's why he is prepared to take on official responsibilities. He also attempts to enlighten the members and seek political allies among them and win them as allies in the creation of a future democratic Germany. He and Marx have always argued that the working class movement can work together with individual representatives of the bourgeoisie if the latter feel the need to emancipate themselves and are not opposed to the working class emancipating itself. These Manchester expatriates, even if not revolutionary, are largely reform-minded and free-thinking individuals, characterized by the fact that they don't see their lives entirely through the monocle of business, but love books, art and, particularly, music. This legacy is palpable in Manchester still today. As soon as he arrived in 1850, Engels joined the most prestigious club in the city, not simply to conform to bourgeois expectations, but out of an inner need for diversion and amusement, as far as that was possible in this coal smog. He became a member of the Albert Club. The consort's avid interest in the industrial development of his adoptive country, and his support for poor schools and better housing for workers are also reasons for their choosing his name for the club. This somewhat enlightened approach is also reflected in the fact that Ehrman and Engels and Steinthal & Co., another German-owned firm, soon institute better working conditions in their factories and cheaper company housing for their workers. They employ no children and support the setting up of schools. As an energetic and likable young man, Engels is very soon elected onto the club committee. He must have done a good job in that position because he is not only continuously re-elected, but often with the highest number of votes. He clearly holds the members' trust and respect, and he, too, enjoys the club and the company of its members. Even after he moves to London, later, he still maintains contact, sending his contributions for their meetings and publications. He undoubtedly also helps stress the social and philanthropic role of the Albert Club during his time of membership. This concern is also evidenced by his membership of the Society for 198. The relief of really deserving distressed foreigners in Manchester, which no doubt also gives him the opportunity of channeling funds to radical exile friends who are in need of help. In the 25th anniversary report of the Albert Club in 1866 it states that it has 96 members, half of them German and many of them personal friends of Engels, including Sam Moore, Edward Gumpert, and Ernst Delius, wool merchant and father of Frederick Delius, the composer and a benefactor of the Manchester Halley Orchestra. Engels' membership of other middle-class institutes is largely connected with his or Marx's political research. He joins the Manchester subscription and Chatham libraries so that he has ready access to books and newspapers. He is also a member of the prestigious Athenaeum, an intellectual and literary club opened in 1839, which he values for its peace and quiet and its excellent library, even though the latter is in total chaos before he manages to have it properly filed and catalogued. As a committee member of the subscription library, which has more modern volumes than the Athenaeum, he also recommends the purchasing of books he requires for his own research. Marx also uses the library here and describes it as virtually the only stall for the muses in Manchester. While membership of these clubs is useful in its own right, it is also invaluable as a respectable cover for Engels' activities as a political activist. The other supremely effective fig leaf, but more surprising perhaps, are his fox hunting pursuits, mentioned earlier. Since his youth he has been an avid horseman and loves nothing better than a strenuous gallop in the countryside. In order to ride to hounds, you need money and status, but as for the latter, his position as a businessman is acceptable. During the 1860s, his club activities are largely dominated by his work in the Schiller-Anstalt. It was founded in 1859, as a centennial commemoration of Schiller's birth, and becomes the intellectual and cultural focus for the German colony in Manchester, having over 300 members by 1866. Engels is a member from the beginning, but takes no active part, although he does have an underhand influence he asserts. Although playing no leading role in the society, he does make efforts to combat the tendency to narrow-mindedness and middle-class snobbery among the members. On one occasion, after he has been upbraided by the librarian in a pompous and bureaucratic manner for not returning a borrowed book on time, he writes a lengthy and stinging letter in reply which provides us with 199 exemplary evidence of his sarcastic wit. It is also a devastating condemnation of small-minded bureaucracy in general. This tone is so far removed from that in which correspondence between educated individuals is normally conducted that I must admit I am not accustomed to receiving such letters. Indeed, as I read this tract, I felt myself transported back to the homeland, and instead of holding in my hand a communication from the librarian of the Schiller Institute, I had in front of me a summons from some German police commissar, threatening a heavy penalty if the book is not returned within 24 hours, or else, in the Schiller Institute's founding statutes it is written that the institute should also serve to help young Germans feel immediately at home, better looked after and protected, as well as provided with moral and intellectual support, above all, to enable them to return to the fatherland unalienated. No doubt, the bureaucratic form of such an office missive is the perfect vehicle to make them feel immediately on home territory and that they are even better welcomed and protected here than at home in our loving patriotic police state. Engels sees himself, between the ages of 30 and 50, as a communist bohemian, with no umbilical attachment to the middle-class world and its social treadmill, but he clearly doesn't view membership of these clubs as being part of that world. On being pressed by his friend Dr. Gumpert, he does eventually become a member of the Schiller Institute's committee and, somewhat later still, even its president, devoting a great deal of time to its activities. He is largely responsible for rescuing it from becoming a stuffy, antiquated gentleman's retreat. He ensures that its organizational structure is democratic, and that it is shielded from the debilitating virus of émigré bickering and from devolving into an exclusive upper-class leisure club. The Schiller Institute incorporates a gymnastic and choral group, and Engels participates in both. He eventually resigns his presidency of the society in 1868 after the committee invites Karl Voigt, a renowned zoologist and geologist, to address them. Voigt, it was alleged, had been a Bonapartist agent provocateur, who also wrote a pamphlet attacking Marx which the latter deemed libel-louse, responding with his own booklet, Herr Tagre. Engels felt he 200. Chapter 7. Would be betraying Marx and his other political comrades if he didn't protest at the invitation. During his time in Manchester, Engels has a number of close friends, in both the German and English communities. Perhaps the closest of them all, though, is Wilhelm Wolff, or Lupus as he is known to his comrades. Friedrich Wilhelm Wolff was, alongside Marx and Engels, an editor on the Neue Rheinische and already a firm communist in 1848. He was a delegate to the Frankfurt National Assembly, and remained one of the most resolute representatives of the 1848 revolution in Germany, and was also a co-founder of the Communist League. The son of Silesian peasants, he was imprisoned for 4 years being a member of a radical Breslau students group. His newspaper articles, exposing prison conditions and the feudal backwardness in Prussian Silesia, attracted wide interest. The German playwright, Gerhard Hauptmann, later drew on these as a source for his drama The Weavers. In 1846 Wolff escaped renewed police persecution by traveling to Brussels to join the circle around Marx and Engels. In Manchester he ekes out a living as a private tutor. He is intimately involved in Marx's and Engels' political lives since their common exile in Brussels. He is the one with whom Engels discusses all party matters and goes to for advice or information on political issues. They meet almost daily. He remains a loyal and intimate friend of both men until his death. Wolff and Engels in Manchester and Marx in London formed the triumvirate of the proletarian avant-garde. When Wolff dies in 1864, it is another big blow to Engels. We lost the truest friend of the German Revolution and a man of irreplaceable value, Engels states. The communist Karl Schorlemmer, whom he gets to know intimately shortly after Mary's death, becomes another very close friend. The two also take several holidays together. Schorlemmer is also a German refugee and is a renowned chemist. He becomes an assistant to Professor Roscoe at Manchester University and later, in 1874, professor of organic chemistry there. He is a member of the Philosophical Society, of the Royal Society and the American Philosophical Society. He gives both Engels and Marx advice on scientific subjects and is of particular help to Engels when the latter is writing his Dialectics of Nature. Schorlemmer's area of expertise is the classification of hydrocarbons and he is seen as one of the pioneers of the science of petrochemicals. 201. Apart from holding serious conversations on science, the two men also partake of a convivial social life. The photos bequeathed us of a rather earnest-looking Engels belie his sense of humor and ability to enjoy social life to the full. He is fond of his tipple as much as anyone, and on one occasion, recalled by Eleanor Marx, Schorlemmer is visiting and they both rather overdo the drinking, and Schorlemmer is incapable of going home, so the women make up a bed for him in Engels' house. Eleanor also recalls Engels himself returning home on another occasion drunk as jelly. With a few glasses of good claret inside him, Engels is also wont to burst spontaneously into song, and alongside his beloved German folk songs, he often gives voice to some English or Irish ones too. One traditional English song he particularly loves is The Vicar of Bray, that mock-heroic ballad about a political opportunist cleric. He even translates it into German verse for the Verwehr's Social Democratic Songbook. Dr. Eduard Gumpert is Engels' GP and another close friend. He also makes distant diagnoses for the Marx family and sends prescriptions as well. He was born in Hesse, Germany, in 1834. Shortly after qualifying there, he is forced to flee after the suppression of the revolution and settles in Manchester as a general practitioner. He is attaché to the Clinical Hospital for Diseases of Women and Children as an honorary consulting physician, a position he holds until his death. He, Marx and Engels also undertake several holiday trips together, and when, during these decades, Marx and family visit Manchester, they invariably stay with Gumpert. He dies in Manchester on April 20, 1893, and Engels travels up from London to attend his funeral. This settled German community in Manchester will be severely disrupted during the early 20th century by rising anti-German sentiment prior to the outbreak of the First World War, although by then a number, like Frederick Delius's family, had become fully integrated and anglicized. Politics equals the twilight job. Already before Engels' departure from London to Manchester in 1850, increasingly bitter ideological differences within the socialist movement were making themselves felt, and there was much interpersonal slanging. As a light-hearted, if mischievous, therapeutic response to this, Marx and Engels had begun making satirical 202 sketches of some of the leading protagonists, or marinating the stockfish as Marx colorfully termed it. A Hungarian émigré, Colonel Banja, who is introduced to Marx as a bona fide revolutionary, and who has heard about their project, suggests turning the sketches into a brochure, a sort of pioneering private eye for which he would pay them and arrange to have printed. Short of money as always, Marx is attracted by the idea of earning a few extra pounds without too much effort. He persuades Engels to help, and it is agreed that Marx, together with their friend and comrade, Ernst Dronke, will produce a first draft in London which Marx will then take to Manchester for fine-tuning with Engels. Engels couldn't help to begin with because his father had just arrived in Manchester on one of his periodic visits of inspection. When Marx eventually comes to Manchester with the draft of the satirical sketches, to Engels' dismay work on it has hardly begun. In the extant draft of the concept, only 8 pages are in Dronke's hand, but of the resultant 71, 68 are in Engels' hand and only 3 in Marx's. Thus, as with the German ideology, it is impossible to determine exactly who wrote what. The fact that Marx's handwriting is virtually illegible, whereas Engels is very neat, may have influenced who actually wrote their ideas down. The final document contains pen portraits of many of the leading German exiles, with whom they are in conflict, written with their usual barbed wit. Banja disappears with the manuscript, but no brochure materializes. It is Engels who first has suspicions and writes to Marx. "I hope our collaborative work doesn't fall into the wrong hands. We wrote for the public, not for the private entertainment of Berlin's, or of any other, police force." Engels proceeds to make inquiries in Germany and discovers that the printer the Hungarian had mentioned doesn't even exist. Banja actually pays them for their work, but is subsequently unmasked as a Prussian secret agent. So, although he promised to have the brochure published in Germany, it ends up as just one more incriminating document on Marx and Engels in police files. Already on his second visit to Manchester in 1842, Engels had established contact with the Chartists and continues to work closely with them. He immediately recognized them as one of the most significant working-class movements to emerge since Britain's industrialization. The 2 leaders he is most intimate with are 203. George Harney and Ernest Jones. Once he gets to know Jones, he hopes to win him over to his views. Jones was actually born in Berlin in 1819, 1 year before Engels, and only comes to England in 1838. Possibly because of his German education, with its greater emphasis on philosophy and theory, he finds it easier than most of the other British leaders to take on board much of Marx's and Engels' thinking. Jones soon becomes a supporter of the class struggle theory, although most of the other Chartist leaders have agreed a peace with the employers. He is well loved and respected among rank-and-file Chartists. A barrister by profession, born to wealth and high standing, he throws it all aside to devote himself to the cause of the Charter. During the 50s, Jones is the only Chartist leader of any note, and of all its leaders it is he who has the clearest notion of what Marx and Engels see as the essentially international character of the working class struggle. In January 1851, Engels tells Marx he will organize a regular meeting for working men through the auspices of Harney and Jones, to discuss the Communist Manifesto with them. He sees it as one of his main tasks to convince the English working class leaders of the theory of class struggle. A month later, he relates that he has set up a local Chartist group. These English are, within the democratic forms, far more unscrupulous than we timid Germans. There were 13 of us and we were all elected onto the committee, he tells Marx humorously. Jones continues his political agitation in an attempt to awaken a new class struggle long after the massive Chartist movement has lost its impetus. He then goes on to devote his time to the renewed reform movement, which leads to the passing of the Reform Act of 1867. Up to this time he, like Engels, doesn't believe that better conditions and income will be enough to buy off the workers and persuade them to abandon a more revolutionary struggle. However, the general economic upturn after the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846 has led to a gradual amelioration of working conditions. Militant fervor begins to ebb and the majority of workers believe it is liberalism that has given them a better life. This sticks in the throat of Jones and Engels. At a Chartist conference in Manchester in 1852, Jones actually argues for the creation of a working class party, but this makes little headway. On his death in Manchester in 1869, Engels tells Marx, 204. He was the only educated Englishman among the politicians who was, at bottom, entirely on our side. Jones and Harney are the first English Marxists, even though Jones later falls out with Marx after he is persuaded that reform can only come about through some form of collaboration between the working and middle classes, contradicting his earlier confidence in the working class managing it alone. Engels complains regularly in his letters to Marx that he is plagued by visitors, many of them political exiles who have time on their hands and rob him of his valuable minutes. Then there is the daily grind at the office, his club activities and leisure pursuits, but amazingly he still finds time for research and writing. He contributes regularly to a succession of publications that Harney publishes, although he is rarely paid for these. From 1852 to 54 he prepares a treatise on the Hungarian Revolutionary Uprising of 1849. From the end of 54, he works on a brochure dealing with German and Slav history in which he attempts to demolish the Tsar-friendly theories of conservative German historians. From 63, he is working with Marx on research into German-Polish relations, and from 67 he begins collecting material for a light-hearted book, The Suffering and Faves of the English Bourgeoisie, but none of these works is completed. In Germany the political situation is also being transformed and political agitation is on the increase once more. Engels has been receiving reports that small communist cells are being set up on the basis of discussions around the manifesto. 14 separate editions have already been published there. The Prussian political police are following developments with alarm, and attempts are being made in the press to libel the communist leaders, particularly those living in exile. Engels writes a letter of courteous protest to Christian Karl Josias von Bunsen, the Prussian envoy in London, about such calumnies in the Neue Preußische Zeitung. In what is clearly a coordinated plot against the English-based leadership, these accusations are picked up by the British press too. The arrest, on the railway station in Leipzig, of a leading member of the League of Communists, who is carrying leaflets and an address book, is used to cement the case of a revolutionary conspiracy. For almost a year and a half, from 1851, a big show trial against the League of Communists is being prepared. It becomes notoriously known as the 1852 Kommunistenprozess. 205. And takes place between October and November. The police have no hesitation in forging documents and minutes to give added credence to the prosecution case. Confessions are forced from leading members and arrest warrants dispatched in all directions. The Prussian police also have no qualms about extending their work to London, as it is believed, not entirely mistakenly, that it is there where the conspiratorial center is based. Police agents provocateurs have already tried to involve émigré communists in a plot to assassinate the Prussian king, but have been rebuffed in no uncertain terms. Intimately involved in preparing the case is Marx's arch-conservative brother-in-law, Ferdinand von Westphalen, the Prussian state minister for home affairs. When the case comes to court, Engels is described as one of the ringleaders of the conspiracy to mount a coup against the state government and to be arrested on sight. Unfortunately for the conservatives, Engels cannot be formally arraigned, as the Rhineland justice system requires the presence of the accused. Marx and Engels are very much aware of the serious repercussions that could follow such a show trial and begin preparing an international defense campaign. As we shall see, Engels proves to be not only an astute political activist, journalist, and organizer, but also a veritable counter-espionage expert. In a letter to Marx in 1852, he explains how to send documents in order to avoid police interception. He suggests Marx should employ a variety of business addresses and send things by the Pickford Transport Company, use different handwriting on the envelopes and take them to different parcels offices. Using all these different methods in rotation, he explains, we will achieve sufficient security. But, so that it doesn't become too obvious, write a few banal letters at the same time, to me directly, as I will to you. This concern about security is not mere paranoia on Engels' part, as the wax seals on his and Marx's letters are invariably damaged or broken, clearly indicating interference. The defense for the accused is organized by Marx from his house in London. Jenny Marx reports, just now parcels came from Weirth and Engels with businessmen's addresses and mock business letters so that we can demand court documents, letters etc. 2 parcels are sent off immediately with business return addresses. Despite all their work, Engels is not over-optimistic about the outcome of the case. The Prussians see it as a prestige matter. He therefore presses Marx to collaborate with him on a defense document that can be widely publicized in the event of a successful prosecution. Thus the 206 famous Entheolungen Tiber den Kommunistenprozess zu Köln comes about. It is published 5 days after the verdict is announced, in Marx's name alone, as Engels, since his move to Manchester, is no longer a member of the League's Central Committee. A fund is immediately set up in support of the prisoners and their families, and an appeal is sent out to contacts in other countries. The Prussians only get wind of this appeal when they arrest the tailor's apprentice, Bernhard Dietrich, who returns to Germany from America with a copy of it. The authorities never discover where the money comes from or how it reaches the families, but they are keen to find out. The Prussians, through their efficient spy network, have detailed reports on all the active communists in London. Herr Steiber, one of the government agents who keeps them under surveillance, notes in his diary that Engels, alongside Marx, is one of the most zealous and active of the communists, and his criminal record is one of the longest in police files. 5 days after the verdict in Cologne, the Communist League in London dissolves itself and declares the continuation of the League on the continent no longer in accord with the times. This drastic action is undoubtedly undertaken to avoid further measures being taken against communists everywhere on the basis of their being part of an international conspiracy. Engels, not being a member of the Central Committee, is not involved in the discussions that lead up to this, but is undoubtedly kept informed by Marx and will have supported the move. He attempts to draw up a balance sheet in the aftermath of the trial. In his view, it is, on the one hand, a setback, but, on the other, it has given the communists a great deal of free publicity, even if not necessarily positive. In 1855-56 the biggest strikes in Germany during the 50s take place in Elberfeld, led by the cotton mill dyers. As all the revolutionary leaders are in exile, the strike lacks real direction, but it is still a spark of rebelliousness in an otherwise bleak period and is seen as a signal that the proletariat has not been cowed. Gustav Levy, from Düsseldorf, visits Marx and gives him a report on the situation, telling him that the workers in Wuppertal still look to Engels as their man. But Engels is impotently kicking his heels in the Manchester office. Disillusioned with the immediate prospects of revolution in Europe, he begins looking to America for inspiration. 207. And tells Marx, one of the positive aspects is that we, more than any other party of the European Revolution, have been able to promote our case to the English-American public. Both of them already write regularly for the New York Daily Tribune, and the New York Communist Club is one of the most active outposts of the revolutionary movement. Although Engels is often frustrated being so far from the center of activities, he is also spared the petty sniping and horse trading carried on in the exile community that Marx is obliged to endure. In a letter to him in 1859, Marx gives vent to his irritation: "I envy you to a certain extent that you live in Manchester, cut off from all the bickering. I have to wade through this deep swamp and under conditions that are already robbing me of time for my theoretical studies. On the other hand, I am pleased that you only have to deal second-hand with all this dirt." The newspaper Das Loch, aimed at the German exile community, which is published in weekly editions for 4 months during 1859 by the Marx Party, reflects this infighting in its columns. Engels is, of course, one of the chief financial supporters of the paper and contributes articles to it. They are both acutely aware of the need for a regular, widely distributed, socialist paper. So, when in 1861 Ferdinand Lassalle expresses the desire to publish such a daily newspaper in Berlin in collaboration with the two of them, a golden opportunity is presented, but they remain skeptical, both about the chances of this happening and about Lassalle's credentials as a bona fide socialist. They feel the party set up by Lassalle, the Allgemeine Deutsche Arbeiterverein, can never be more than a small sect. However, they both recognize that the period of authoritarian conservatism appears to be over and that the opportunities for a very different workers' movement are now rosier than for a long time. With this in mind, Engels formulates the tasks for a revolutionary workers' party in 1865 in his brochure, Die Prüfliske Militarfriedensunion die Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. He sees it in terms of representing that section of the working class that has developed a class consciousness, while recognizing that the class as a whole has common interests. In the small brochure he writes, he goes far beyond the immediate issues, addressing basic questions of strategy and tactics, and emphasizing the need for an independent proletarian party. 208. With the freedom of the press, as well as the right to hold meetings and form associations, the proletariat has won a general right to be heard. It is therefore in the interests of the workers to support the bourgeoisie in their struggle against the reactionary elements, as long as they remain true to themselves. With that caveat, every concession the bourgeoisie is able to wring from the reactionaries will, in the end, only help the working class. It goes without saying that in all these cases the Workers' Party will be active not merely as the tail of the bourgeoisie, but as a very different, independent party. In this way it will secure for itself a respected position, enlighten individual workers about their class interests and in the next revolutionary storm, and these storms are of such a regular occurrence as are the economic crises and equinoctial storms, be prepared to act. Registered. This is the first real attempt, on the basis of the Communist Manifesto, to develop a concept for a truly proletarian and revolutionary party, and it becomes the blueprint for all the world's communist parties that will be established in future decades. It also forms the basis for the program of the International Working Men's Association, known later as the First International, which is set up in London, in 1864, with the active collaboration of Marx. This is conceived as a quasi-replacement for the now defunct League of Communists. Although its name would indicate that it is a proletarian association, its general council is made up almost entirely of artisans. Stuck in Manchester, Engels is unable to take an active part in setting up the organization, nor does he belong to the leadership, only becoming a member with his partner Lydia early in 1865. However, he and Marx are in constant correspondence in connection with the IWA, and Marx often asks him for advice, and he writes reports for its meetings on aspects of the international working class movement. Despite Marx's pleading, he refuses to become directly involved, though, as his work for Ehrman and Engels leaves him insufficient time. He is also aware that his position as a capitalist could provide ammunition for the IWA's enemies if he were to take on a leading role at this time. Another senior member of the IWA tries to encourage him to return to Germany, where his standing among the workers in the 209 Rhine area is still high, and to work for the association there, but Engels rejects this idea too, even though he maintains close contact with the workers of the IWA section in the steel town of Solingen. The workers there inform him they have set up a cooperative for the production of steel and ironware, and they immediately receive material support from him for the project. At weekends he would often shut himself away in Mary's Place, where he keeps his political archive of newspaper clippings, written articles, and correspondence. He uses Mary's cottage in this way in case his workplace or main residence is raided or searched. In the wake of the big communist trial in Cologne in 1852 and the general anti-communist hysteria it engenders, this is a wise precautionary measure. This refuge became more a home to him than his official residence. By 1862 he tells Marx that I am living with Mary almost all the time. Marx regularly sends him documents from London for the archive, and also often asks him for particular documents he needs in order to write his articles for the New York Daily Tribune or for his correspondence. During the communist trial in Cologne and for a court case Marx initiates against the Berlin National Zeitung, Engels is expected to provide the necessary documentary evidence that is required. The archive takes up a lot of his time as it has to be maintained in an orderly and accessible fashion. It becomes invaluable for the journalistic work both of them undertake. The American Civil War of 1861–65 holds a particular fascination for both men, as once again, it confirms their social analysis of the battle between the modern industrial forces and the backward land-owning class structures. They also see the USA as undoubtedly the most progressive, enlightened and democratic nation, with great revolutionary potential. Some of Engels' former comrades from the German 1848–49 revolution, including his former commander Willich, as mentioned in Chapter 6, play often significant roles fighting on the side of the Yankees during the war. Together, Engels and Marx contribute 7 articles to the New York Daily Tribune on the Civil War alone, and for such work Engels' archive is essential. He terms the American Civil War the first grand war of contemporaneous history. Marx later hails it as the greatest event of the age. The Civil War, or the Second American Revolution, as it is sometimes characterized, stands out as the decisive turning point of 210 19th-century history. It is essentially a battle between the conservative, land and slave-owning Southern plantocracy and the more democratic and industrialist North. Marx and Engels follow the military aspects of the conflict with the closest attention. The general in particular is absorbed by the tactics and strategy of the contending forces. He is impatient with the strategies of McClellan and his Anaconda plan for surrounding, constricting, and crushing the South, advocating instead a bold and sharp stroke launched at the middle of the Confederate forces. He thus anticipates Sherman's decisive march through Georgia 2 years later, in 1864. Exasperated by the manifold blunders and half-heartedness of the Union generals as well as the reluctance of the Union's middle class to use revolutionary methods in waging the war, he at one time despairs of a Union victory. But Marx, with his eye upon the superior latent powers of the North and the inherent weaknesses of the Confederacy, chides him for being swayed a little too much by the military aspect of things. In its Civil War phase, the Revolution abolished chattel slavery, and destroyed the old plantocracy, they note. At the same time it ensured the continuance of democracy, freedom, and progress by putting an end to the rule of an oligarchy, by preventing further suppression of civil liberties in the interests of slavery, and by paving the way for the forward movement of American labor. The military expert, linguist, and scientist. Engels is undoubtedly a pioneer as far as the idea of military theory for the working classes is concerned. In this work, his friend, and former artillery officer, Joseph Wade Meyer helps him considerably with his own detailed knowledge and experience. Although many of his ideas have since been overtaken by developments, he certainly provided some ground rules for Lenin, Trotsky, Mao, the young Che Guevara and other guerrilla leaders when seeking inspiration in his military writings. Both he and Marx feel strongly that revolutionaries should be conversant with the issues of modern warfare. They realize that social and economic relationships find their reflection in the army, and that armies play a significant role in economic developments. Engels reiterated that the complex relations of material development can be demonstrated clearly in the industry of death, as he explains in On Die Thring. In response to the defeat of revolution in Europe and his own 21 experiences of fighting in the Palatinate, he has become fascinated by the question of how to wage a successful revolutionary war and defend the revolution militarily, so, in the 50s, he begins a serious study of military theory. In letters to Marx, he often gives expert and graphic descriptions of a number of notable field commanders, such as Napoleon, Wellington, and Blücher. He is also very much aware, he reveals, that it is the French Revolution that created the social preconditions for a modern military system. The bourgeoisie and wealthier peasantry were emancipated and a new officer caste created, one not based on aristocratic privilege, as used to be the norm. This, as much as anything, he argues, explains Napoleon's huge military successes. He goes on to suggest that just as modern warfare is the military expression of the liberation of citizenry and peasantry, so the emancipation of the proletariat will also create a new military strategy and tactics. He does, though, also express the hope that with the increased numerical superiority of the proletariat and the lack of an adequate opponent, such mass wars will in fact become obsolete. The U.S. military historian, Martin Kitchen, notes that, the notion that the French Revolution marked an important new stage in the history of warfare can scarcely be seen as highly original. The consequences that Engels drew from this insight are often remarkable for their originality and prescience. Before he leaves Manchester, Engels is also able to purchase a library of military books from a former officer in Cologne, and these form an invaluable archive for his research. He examines closely all the questions of strategy and tactics, weapons categories, troop organization, leadership, and logistics. He develops many of these ideas in a series of articles, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, followed by others on the Crimean War, wars in Asia, America, and in Europe up to the Franco-German War of 1870-71. Responding to his endeavors, Marx, tongue-in-cheek, tells him early on that if there is any military action, then I will rely on immediate instructions from the War Ministry in Manchester. For a short time, as a result of the praise and recognition he receives for his military articles, particularly those on the Crimean War, he entertains hopes that he may be able to earn a living as a military correspondent and give up commerce for good. In his attempts to pursue a journalistic career, Engels woos the Guardian's editor, as he tells Marx, "The editor of the Guardian, who I've got to know, is a wise man in his own mind and a sort of oracle." 212. Among a number of the Philistines. He's also a teller of dirty jokes and a moderate pub drinker. He's clearly heard about me, because when I mention some triviality or other he listens to me with marked respect and seeks enlightenment from me by asking penetrating questions. I'm gently letting the man come closer, so that I can then nobble him about personnel at the Examiner and the Times, and can then approach these papers. But all these efforts come to nothing, although he does write several small military reports for the Manchester Guardian. His articles for the American Cyclopedia under the general heading, addressed to volunteers, include a review of English riflemen registered and the history of the rifle, bylined a general officer, stimulate a wide interest. He also makes attempts to obtain accreditation from a leading English paper as a war correspondent, but this also proves impossible. He does, though, write a series entitled, The Armies of Europe for Putnam's Monthly Magazine in New York and another series for the New American Cyclopedia, alongside many for other journals. Marx tells him that a piece of his, written anonymously of course, in one of the German journals is widely believed in Prussia to be the secret work of a high-up general. His articles, of necessity written under a pseudonym, are widely considered to be written by experts in the world of military science. Despite intensive and long hours spent in the office of the family firm, he also manages to find the time to write regular contributions for various journals dealing with the colonial struggles in China, India, Algeria, and Persia. Although his views of the indigenous peoples are, commensurate with the times, somewhat cliched and simplistic, he does expose the brutality of the colonial powers. Alongside his military studies, he also pursues his great love of comparative philology and languages. Learning languages is for him no obligation, but a pleasure, and he recognizes its undoubted value for an internationalist movement. To have a full grasp of events in the world, one has to be able to read the local papers and journals as well as be aware of the different cultures. His linguistic facility also allows him to maintain a direct dialogue with comrades and friends worldwide. It is fascinating to discover how a people's culture and character is revealed in its language. If we look at words imported into English. 213. Joie de vivre, élan and esprit from France, Zeitgeist, Weltschmerz, and Leitmotiv from Germany. British cultural equivalents are, perhaps, fair play, common sense, keeping a straight bat. French passion, German philosophical rationality, and English tolerance and pragmatism are reflected in these expressions. Such aspects fascinate Engels and are reflected in his correspondence. Both he and Marx pepper their letters with words and phrases in various languages to obtain nuances of meaning, impossible in one language alone. In 1852 he has already begun an intensive study of Russian and taken conversation classes with a local Russian émigré. Despite the fact that, according to Marxian theory, socialist revolutions would break out first in the most highly developed capitalist countries, he and Marx both realize that in Tsarist Russia the brew is fermenting and revolution could soon be breaking up the old order there like spring the ice on the Volga. What a beautiful language is Russian, he writes, all the advantages of German, without the awful vulgarity. He goes on to study Serbo-Croat and Czech. Then in the 60s, in connection with the Danish-German War of 1864, he begins looking at Scandinavian languages. By the mid-1860s, he is amazingly already familiar with most of the European languages, as he himself states. Towards the end of this decade, once the Fenian movement gains a higher profile, he devotes himself to Celtic studies. The result of this has been left us only in the form of a fragment, The History of Ireland. No doubt Mary and Lizzie give him the impetus for this and help him from their own personal experience. Despite these prodigious achievements, he is still dissatisfied and regrets he can't delve more into the realms of comparative philology. When you've spent the whole day devoted to noble commerce, he writes, you are unable to reach beyond a simple dilettantism vis-a-vis such a colossal and broad subject matter, and even though I once nursed the intrepid idea of developing a comparative grammar of the Slavic languages, I've long ago put that aside. In order to better understand Oriental affairs and the Crimean War, in the mid-50s he begins studying Persian. His incomparable facility with languages is revealed in a letter. He writes to Marx at this time, since I am in any case tied up with the Eastern mummery for some weeks, I have made use of the opportunity to learn Persian. I am put off Arabic, by comparison, Persian is absolute child's play. Were it not for that damned Arabic alphabet in which every half-dozen letters looks like every other half-dozen and the vowels are 214. Not written, I would undertake to learn the entire grammar within 48 hours, I have set myself a maximum of 3 weeks for Persian, even if he is exaggerating, the attempt alone is humbling. When, Shortly after the International Workingmen's Association is founded in 1864 and individual countries set up their own workers' parties, Engels is hardly unprepared, both in terms of linguistic skills and political nous. He becomes, almost by default, the de facto leader of the international working class movement. After he's largely completed his studies in the military field by 1858 and assuaged his linguistic ambitions, he concentrates on the philosophical problems of the natural sciences. There seems to be no limit to his intellectual hunger and the Renaissance breadth of his interests. And in a sense it is not so surprising that he now turns to the natural sciences, as these are going through a cataclysmic change during the mid-19th century. In 1827 the geologist Charles Lyell had realized from his fossil research that new species were derived from older ones, but he could not explain the mechanism. His three-volume Principles of Geology pictured the Earth as changing over a great time span, challenged orthodox religious creationism and the belief in immutable categories. The astronomer, John Nicol, in his books written from 1839 onwards also sketched an evolving universe and actually used the word evolution, possibly for the first time in this context. Engels' renewed interest in the natural sciences coincides with the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species in 1859, which sends shockwaves through society. At the same time, Huxley and Wallace have been making parallel discoveries. In industrial processes, in chemistry and physics, enormous strides are being made too. The discovery of the cell around 1836 and the law of the conservation of energy around 1847 are also keys to Engels' interest. In Germany, Bunsen and Kirchhoff are conducting experiments on spectral analysis that are to have highly significant repercussions for our understanding the phenomenon of light. An added stimulus to his studying natural sciences are the ideas of Kant and Hegel on the philosophy of nature. He requests Marx to send him some of their books, and in the same letter he says he is contemplating studying comparative anatomy and physiology. He is closely following contemporary debates and discoveries in all areas of the natural sciences. The contemporary philosopher, Herbert Spencer, is also taken. 215. With the idea of evolution and believes a unification of scientific truth can be achieved. He, like Marx and Engels, is committed to the universality of natural law, the idea that the laws of nature apply without exception, including to the human mind. Spencer's volumes on biology, psychology, and sociology are all intended to demonstrate the existence of natural laws in these disciplines. Even in his writings on ethics, he maintains that it is possible to discover laws of morality with the status of laws of nature. Where Engels and Marx disagree strongly with Spencer is in his clinging to a form of deism, which he mixes with positivism. He sees the cosmos as something designed, and the laws of nature as the creation of a transcendental being. Interestingly, although Spencer espouses Darwin's theory and even coins the phrase the survival of the fittest, he applies it mechanistically and, like Engels, fails to fully comprehend the underlying mechanism of evolution. Marx himself only begins to look at natural science in any depth from the mid-60s onwards and generously admits in a letter to Engels that, you know that, firstly, everything comes late with me and, secondly, that I am always following in your footsteps. Neither of them studies the sciences with the intention of becoming expert in any particular field, but as part of their attempt to create a holistic theoretical concept, incorporating the natural sciences, the arts, sociology and economics. In this sense they are following in the tracks of the great German philosophers. He and Marx, who is staying with him in Manchester during the summer of 1869, visit the eccentric but renowned geologist, John Dawkins, who lives in Bolton Abbey, Yorkshire. With him they discuss the latest scientific discoveries as well as the ideas of socialism. Marx persuades him to join the IWA, calling him a natural communist. He is such an exotic character that Marx compares him to George Eliot's Felix Holt and warns him that if Eliot ever encounters him she will turn him into a character in one of her novels. During the 1860s, in view of the enormous range of scientific subject matter, they do agree a certain division of work, Marx is to take on evolution geology and inheritance theory, while Engels will devote himself to physics and chemistry. But the philosophically explicit generalizations from their natural history research become largely Engels' task. The results of this work are contained in his Dialectics of Nature and left us only as a series of notes. 216. Despite undertaking this Herculean work, Engels remains dissatisfied. While working in the family firm, he is continually plagued by the consciousness that his life is remorselessly slipping away. He hasn't sufficient time to pursue his research interests and expand his knowledge as he would like, and he feels that even his journalistic skills are now rusting. But what he achieves despite his jobbing work is still impressive. He has been able to undertake a considerable amount of political and research work, consolidating his expertise particularly on military matters, broadening his familiarity with languages and keeping up with the latest scientific discoveries. However, he will only be able to devote the time he deems necessary to his studies once he leaves the firm of Ehrman and Engels. He is, after all, in 1870 still at the height of his powers, full of energy and still champing at the bit. But he knows he will only be able to do this properly once he's moved away from Manchester, and the only place to move to is London. So, towards the end of the year 1870, that's what he and Lizzie prepare to do. Once he is free, he feels, he will be able to indulge all those research interests he has been forced to forego. Little does he envisage that the organizational demands to be made on him by the now burgeoning world working class movement, and then, after Marx's death, the overseeing of Marx's legacy will eat into those dreams. 217. Chapter 8. The Years of Freedom. Eleanor, Marx's youngest daughter, known affectionately as Tussie, often stays with Uncle Engels in Manchester. On one of these visits Engels takes her on a trip to Bellevue and to Bolton Abbey, when they stay overnight at the Devonshire Arms. He also takes her along to house parties at Sam Moore's. There are picnics and shopping excursions, evenings at the theatre and tea parties of bread and treacle. No doubt, in contrast to the straitened circumstances and eternal crises at home, Eleanor relishes the relaxed atmosphere of Engels' household, his great sense of humor and his kindness. She is always happy staying with him. In fact, her mother Jenny is at times quite jealous in this respect. While staying with Engels in 1870, the Prince and Princess of Wales are scheduled to come to Manchester to open the Old Trafford Royal Agricultural Show. She and Engels, with street urchin-like glee, encourage the local children to greet the royal pair with the popular chant, "The Prince of Wales in Bellevue Jail for robbing a man of a pint of ale." Lizzie also plays surrogate mother and sister to Eleanor and takes her out to the markets and shows her the stall where Kelly, one of the Fenian prisoners rescued in an ambush of the police van, once sold pots. She listens transfixed to her tales of Fenian escapades and stories from Irish folklore from her niece, Mary Ellen, or Pumps as she is comically nicknamed. Lizzie has a lasting influence on Eleanor. She was quite illiterate, she tells us, but she was as true, as honest, and in some ways a fine-souled a woman as you could meet. She was the staunchest of friends. Lizzie also introduces Eleanor to a freedom of behavior, unknown in the Marx household. 218. At the height of that summer, Eleanor writes home that she and Lizzie, overcome by the heat, laid down on the floor the whole day, drinking beer, claret etc. And this is how Engels finds them when he comes home from work: "Auntie, Sarah, me and Ellen," she continues, "all lying our full length on the floor with no stays, no boots, and one petticoat and a cotton dress on, and that was all." Eleanor is holidaying with him in the same year he finally ends his servitude. He is in his 49th year, and has been negotiating his release since January. He is finally set free on 1 July 1870. This is the day he has longed for since he first began working for Ehrman and Engels. When he began, he was convinced that a new revolutionary upsurge in Europe would release him from this purgatory within months, but his torment lasts much longer, 20 years. During this time he often fears that his mental capabilities will ossify and his energy dissipate. When recalling that summer day, 21 years later, Eleanor writes. I was with Engels when he reached the end of this forced labor, and I saw what he must have gone through all those years. I shall never forget the triumph with which he exclaimed, for the last time, as he put his boots on in the morning to go to the office. A few hours later we were standing at the gate waiting for him. We saw him coming over the little field opposite the house where he lived. He was swinging his stick in the air and singing, his face beaming. Then we set the table for a celebration and drank champagne and were happy, %. Although Engels is still under obligation to represent the company until the end of June, when his contract runs out, Lizzie is already pressing him about the proposed move to London. She is keen to move there as soon as possible. So, already in May he asks Marx to look for a house for him and, on Lizzie's urging, if possible without a dominating vis-a-vis. We would like a place no higher up than where you live, as Lizzie has an asthmatic aversion to mountain climbing. When you find something, I will come over, he writes. Marx, though, as in all things he undertakes, doesn't exactly rush himself with the looking, and in July, Engels has to press him again. We've now put it to let notice in our window. Have you still not? 219. Found anything? The matter is becoming embarrassing, until Marx's wife Jenny eventually gets involved, and it is she who eventually finds the house, which for the next 25 years will become his permanent residence. Jenny, always reserved and formal, still addresses Engels as mein lieber Herr Engels despite their long years of friendship, even when she writes to tell him she has found a house for him. Without even seeing it, Engels tells her to rent it immediately. But they are only able to move to London 3 months after his final day at the firm, because the London house has to be thoroughly renovated before they can move in. On September 20, 1870, he, Lizzie and her 10-year-old niece, Pumps, arrive in London at last. The Regent's Park Road house is a middle-class family home, close to Regent's Park and Primrose Hill. The air is much better here, which is important for Lizzie, and Engels can take his daily walks through the parks. The house is only a quarter of an hour's walk from the Marxes, who live in Maitland Road, Haverstock Hill. This is just the right distance away, not too close to cause friction and not too far to prevent easy communications. When Karl Koski asks him why he doesn't want to live closer to Marx, Engels replies, "It's not good when married friends live too close to each other. Their views on behavior and habits never quite coincide." Engels is here very perceptive. He knows how easily it is even for good friends to fall out if they begin to tread on each other's toes. It is also very possible that Lizzie, as a working-class woman, feels ill at ease with the Marxes and particularly with the aristocratic Jenny. But the two men are, from now on, one heart and one soul, and the whole next day after Engels' arrival in London they spent huddled together, as Jenny remarks. In his new abode at 122 Regent's Park Road, he quickly settles in and gets down to the work he has always wanted to do. Marx's son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, in his memoirs, describes Engels' study, his attitudes, and his way of working. In his two large and bright workrooms, the walls are stacked from floor to ceiling with books, not a scrap of paper lies on the floor, and the books, with the exception of a few on his desk, are all in place on the shelves. He combined an extensive and quick-wit memory as well as an extraordinary rapid way of working and a no less amazing alacrity of comprehension. He learned quickly and effortlessly.